This audio belongs to list-read.com. Visit list-read.com to read full book and many other books. Thank. 1. Happy Place. Knott's Harbor, Maine. A cottage on the rocky shoreline, with knotty pine floorboards and windows that are nearly always open. The smell of evergreens and brine wafting in on the breeze, and white linen drapes lifting in a lazy dance. The burble of a coffee maker, and that first deep pull of cold ocean air as we step out onto the flagstone patio, steaming mugs in hand. My friends, willowy, honey-haired Sabrina and wisp of a waif Cleo, with her tiny silver septum piercing and dip-dyed box braids. My two favorite people on the planet since our freshman year at Mattingly College. It still boggles my mind that we didn't know one another before that a stodgy housing committee in Vermont matched the three of us up. The most important friendships in my life all came down to a decision made by strangers, chance. We used to joke that our living arrangement must be some government-funded experiment. On paper, we made no sense. Sabrina was a born and raised Manhattan heiress whose wardrobe was pure Audrey Hepburn and whose bookshelves were stuffed with Stephen King. Cleo was the painter daughter of a semi-famous music producer and an outright famous essayist. She'd grown up in New Orleans and showed up at Mattingly in paint-splattered overalls and vintage Doc Martens. And me, a girl from southern Indiana, the daughter of a teacher and a dentist's receptionist, at Mattingly because the tiny, prestigious liberal arts school gave me the best financial aid, and that was important for a pre-med student who planned to spend the next decade in school. By the end of our first night living together, Sabrina had us lined up on her bed watching Clueless on her laptop and eating a well-balanced mix of popcorn and gummy worms. By the end of the next week, she'd had custom shirts made for us, inspired by our very first inside joke. Sabrina's Red Virgin who can't drive. Mine Red Virgin who can drive. And Cleo's Reed not a virgin but great driver. We wore them all the time, just never outside the dorm. I loved our musty room in the rambling white clapboard building. I loved wandering the fields and forest around campus with the two of them, loved that first day of fall when we could do our homework with our windows open, drinking spicy chai or decaf laced with maple syrup and smelling the leaves curling up and dropping from branches. I loved the nude painting of Sabrina and me that Cleo made for her final figure drawing class project, which she'd hung over our door so it was the last thing we saw on our way out to class, and the Polaroids we taped on either side of it, the three of us at parties and picnics and coffee shops in town. I loved knowing that Cleo had been lost in her work whenever her braids were pulled into her neon green scrunchie and her clothes smelled like turpentine. I loved how Sabrina's head would tip back on an outright cackle whenever she read something particularly terrifying and she'd kick her Grace Kelly loafers against the foot of her bed. I loved poring over my biology textbooks, running out of highlighter as I went because everything seemed so important, breaking to clean the room top to bottom whenever I got stuck on an assignment. Eventually, the silence would always crack, and we'd end up giggling giddily over texts from Cleo's prospective new girlfriend, or outright shrieking as we hid behind our fingers from the slasher movie Sabrina had put on. We were loud. I'd never been loud before. I grew up in a quiet house, where shouting only ever happened when my sister came home with a questionable new piercing or a new love interest or both. The shouting always gave way to an even deeper silence after, and so I did my best to head the shouting off at the pass, because I hated the silence, felt every second of it as a kind of dread. My best friends taught me a new kind of quiet, the peaceful stillness of knowing one another so well you don't need to fill the space. And a new kind of loud, noise as a celebration, as the overflow of joy at being alive, here, now. I couldn't have imagined being any happier, loving anywhere else as much. Not until Sabrina brought us here, to her family's summer home on the coast of Maine. Not until I met Win. 2. Real life. Monday. Think of your happy place, the cool voice in my ear instructs. Picture it. Glimmering blue washes across the backs of my eyes. How does it smell? Wet rock, brine, butter sizzling in a deep fryer, and a spritz of lemon on the tip of my tongue. What do you hear? Laughter, the slap of water against the bluffs, the hiss of the tide drawing back over sand and stone. What can you feel? Sunlight, everywhere. Not just on my bare shoulders or the crown of my head but inside me too, the irresistible warmth that comes only from being in the exact right place with the exact right people. Mid-descent, the plane gives another sideways jolt. I stifle a yelp, my fingernails sinking into the armrests. I'm not a nervous flyer, per se. But every time I come to this particular airport, I do so on a tiny plane that looks like it was made out of scrap metal and duct tape. My guided meditation app has reached an inconvenient stretch of silence, so I repeat the prompt myself, think of your happy place, Harriet. I slide my window shade up. The vast, brilliant expanse of the sky makes my heart flutter, no imagination required. There are a handful of places, of memories, that I always come back to when I need to calm myself, but this place tops the charts. It's psychosomatic, I'm sure, but suddenly I can smell it. I hear the echoey call of the circling gulls and feel the breeze riffle my hair. I taste ice-cold beer, ripe blueberries. In mere minutes, after the longest year of my life, I'll be reunited with my favorite people in the world, in our favorite place in the world. The plane's wheels clatter against the runway. Some passengers in the back burst into applause, and I yank out my earbuds, anxiety lifting off me like dandelion seeds. Beside me, the grizzled seatmate who'd snored through our death-defying flight blinks awake. He looks at me from under a pair of curly white eyebrows and grunts, "Here for the lobster festival." "My best friends and I go every year," I say. He nods. "I haven't seen them since last summer," I add. He harumphs. "We all went to school together, but we live in different places now, so it's hard to get our schedules to line up." The unimpressed look in his eye amounts to I asked one yes or no question. Ordinarily, I would consider myself to be a superb seatmate. I'm more likely to get a bladder infection than to ask a person to get up so I can use the lavatory. Ordinarily, I don't even wake someone up if they're asleep on my shoulder, drooling down my chest. I've held strangers' babies and farty therapy dogs for them. I've pulled out my earbuds to oblige middle-aged men who will perish if they can't share their life stories, and I've flagged down flight attendants for paper bags when the post-spring break teenager next to me started looking a little green. So I'm fully aware this man in no way wants to hear about my magical upcoming week with my friends, but I'm so excited, it's hard to stop. I have to bite my bottom lip to keep myself from singing Vacation by the Gogios into this grumpy man's face as we begin the painfully slow deboarding process. I retrieve my suitcase from the dinky airport's baggage carousel and emerge through the front doors feeling like a woman in a tampon commercial, overjoyed, gorgeous, and impossibly comfortable, ready for any highly physical activity, including but not limited to bowling with friends or getting a piggyback ride from the unobtrusively handsome guy hired by Central Casting to play my boyfriend. All that to say, I am happy. This is the moment that's carried me through thankless hospital shifts and the sleepless nights that often follow. For the next week, life will be crisp white wine, creamy lobster rolls, and laughing with my friends until tears stream down our cheeks. A short honk blasts from the parking lot. Even before I open my eyes and see her, I'm smiling. "Oh Harriet, my Harriet!" Sabrina shouts, half falling out of her dad's old cherry-red Jaguar. She looks, as ever, like a platinum Jackie O, with her perfectly toned olive arms and her classic black pedal pushers, not to mention the vintage silk scarf wrapped around her glossy bob. She still strikes me the same as that first day we met, like an effortlessly cool starlet plucked from another time. The effect is somewhat tempered by the way she keeps jumping up and down with a poster board on which she scrawled, in her god-awful serial killer handwriting, "Say it's carol singers, a Love Actually reference that could not, actually, make less contextual sense. I break into a jog across the sunlit parking lot. She shrieks and hurls the poster at the car's open window, where it smacks the frame and flaps to the ground as she takes off running to meet me. We collide in an impressively uncomfortable hug. Sabrina's exactly tall enough that her shoulder always finds a way to cut off my air supply, but there's still nowhere I'd rather be. She rocks me back and forth, cooing, "You're here." "I'm here," I say. "Let me look at you." She draws back to give me a stern once-over. "What's different?" "New face," I say. She snaps her fingers. "Knew it." She loops an arm around my shoulders and turns me toward the car, a cloud of Chanel No. 5 following us. It's been her signature scent since we were 18 and I was still sporting a Bath and Body Works concoction that smelled like vodka-soaked cotton candy. "Your doctor does great work," she deadpans. "You look 30 years younger. Not a day over newborn." "Oh, no, it wasn't a medical procedure," I say. "It was an Etsy spell." "Well, either way, you look great." "You too," I squeal, squeezing her around the waist. "I can't believe this is real," she says. "It's been too long," I agree. We fall into that hyper-comfortable kind of silence, the quiet of two people who lived together for the better part of 5 years and still, after all this time, have a muscle memory for how to share space. "I'm so happy you could make this work," she says as we reach the car. "I know how busy you are at the hospital." "Hospitals? They have you move around, right?" "Hospitals," I confirm, and nothing could have stopped me. "By which you mean, you ran out of their mid-brain surgery," Sabrina says. "Of course not," I say. "I skipped out of their mid-brain surgery. Still have the scalpel in my pocket." Sabrina cackles, a sound so at odds with her composed exterior that the whole first week we lived together, I jumped every time I heard it. Now all her rough edges are my favorite parts of her. She throws open the car's back door and tosses my suitcase in with an ease that defies her lanky frame, then stuffs the poster in after it. "How was the flight?" "Same pilot as last time," I tell her. Her brow lifts. "Ray? Again?" I nod. Of sunglasses on the back of the head frame. "Never seen him without them," she muses. "He absolutely has to have a second set of eyes in his neck," I say. "The only explanation," she agrees. "God, I'm so sorry ever since Ray got sober, I swear he flies like a dying bumblebee." I ask, how did he fly back when he was still drinking? "Oh, the same." She hops in behind the steering wheel, and I drop into the passenger seat beside her. But his intercom banter was a fucking delight. She digs a spare scarf out of the center console and tosses it at me, a thoughtful if ultimately meaningless gesture since my bun of chaotic dark curls is far beyond saving after 3 back-to-back flights and a dead sprint through both the Denver airport and Boston Logan. "Well," I say, "there wasn't a pun to be found in those skies today." "Tragic," she tuts. The car's engine growls to life. With a whoop, she peels out of the parking lot and points us east, toward the water, the windows down and sunlight rippling over our skin. Even here, an hour inland, yards are dotted with lobster traps, pyramids of them at the edges of lots. Over the roar of the wind, Sabrina shouts, "How are you?" My stomach does this seesawing thing, flipping from the absolute bliss of being in this car with her and the abject dread of knowing I'm about to throw a wrench into her plans. "Not yet," I think. "Let's enjoy this for a second before I ruin everything." "Good," I shout back. "And how's the residency?" she asks. "Good," I say again. She glances sidelong, wisps of blonde snaking out of her scarf to slap her forehead. We've barely spoken in weeks and that's all I get? Bloody? I add. Exhausting. Terrifying. Electrifying, though not necessarily in a good way. Sometimes nauseating. Occasionally devastating. Not that I'm involved in much surgery. 2 years into the residency, and I'm still doing plenty of scut work. But the slivers of time spent with an attending surgeon and a patient are all I think about when I clock out, as if those minutes weigh more than any of the rest. Scut work, on the other hand, goes by in a flash. Most of my colleagues dread it, but I kind of like the mundanity. Even as a kid, cleaning, organizing, checking off little tasks on my self-made chore chart gave me a sense of peace and control. A patient is in the hospital, and I get to discharge them. Someone needs blood drawn, and I'm there to do it. Data needs to be plugged into the computer system, and I plug it in. There's a before and an after, with a hard line between them, proof that there are millions of small things you can do to make life a little better. And how's Win? Sabrina asks. The seesaw inside me jolts again. Sharp grey eyes flash across my mind, the phantom scent of pine and clove wafting over me. Not yet, I think. What? I shout, pretending not to have heard. This conversation is inevitable, but ideally it won't take place while we're going 80 miles an hour in a popcorn car from the 60s. Also, I'd rather have it when Cleo, Porth, and Kimmy are all present so I won't have to rip off the band-aid more than once. I've already waited this long. What's a few more minutes? Undeterred by the vortex of wind ripping through the car, Sabrina repeats, WIN. How's Win? Electrifying, though not necessarily in a good way. Sometimes nauseating. Occasionally devastating. Good, I think. The I think part makes it feel less like a lie. He probably is good. The last time I saw him, he was virtually illuminated from within. Better than he had been in months. Sabrina nods and cranks up the radio. She shares the cottage, and its associated cars, with about 25 almost cousins and siblings, but there's a strict rule about returning the radio presets to her dad's stations at the end of a stay, so our trips always begin with a burst of Ella Fitzgerald, Sammy Davis, Jr., or one of their contemporaries. Today, Frank Sinatra's Summer Wind carries us up the pine-dotted drive to where the cottage perches atop a rocky cliff. It never gets any less impressive. Not the sparkling water. Not the cliffs. Certainly not the cottage. Really, it's more like a mansion swallowed a cottage, and then wore its bonnet and imitated its voice in an unconvincing falsetto, Big Bad Wolf style. At some point, probably closer to the year 1900 than to now, it was a family home. That part of it still stands. But behind it, and on either side of it, the expansions stretch out, their exteriors perfectly matched to the original building. Off to one side there's a 4-car garage, and across the creek on the other, a guest house sits tucked among the moss, ferns, and saltnut trees. The car glides right past the garage, and Sabrina cuts the engine in front of the front door. Nostalgia, warmth, and happiness rush over me. Remember the first time you brought me and Cleo here? I ask. That guy Braden had ghosted me, and you and Cleo made a PowerPoint about his worst qualities. Braden? She unbuckles her seat belt and hops out of the car. Are you talking about Bryant? I peel my thighs off the hot leather and climb out after her. His name was Bryant. You were convinced you were going to marry Bryant, Sabrina says, delighted. Now you don't even remember the poor guy's name. It was a powerful PowerPoint, I say, wrestling my bag out of the back seat. Yeah, or it could have something to do with one Miss Cleo James giving us free psychotherapy that whole week. My dad had just gotten engaged to wife number 3 before we took that trip, remember? Oh, right, I say. She was the one with all the dogs. That was number 2, Sabrina says. And to be fair, she didn't have them all simultaneously. More like she had a revolving door that magically brought new designer puppies in as it swept her adult dogs straight back to the pound. I shudder. So creepy. She was, but at least I won the cousins' divorce betting pool that year. That's how I scored access to the cottage during Lobsterfest. Cousin Frankie's loss was our gain. I clasped my hands together in a silent prayer of thanks. Cousin Frankie, wherever you may be, we thank you for your sacrifice. Don't waste your gratitude. I think he lives on a catamaran in Ibiza these days. Sabrina yanks my bag free from the crook of my elbow, taking my hand to haul me up to the front door. Come on. Everyone's waiting. I'm last, I say. Porth and I got in last night, she says. Cleo and Kimmy drove up this morning. We've all been sitting on our hands and vibrating, waiting for you to get here. Wow, I say, things descended into orgy territory pretty quickly. Another trademark Sabrina laugh. She jiggles the doorknob. I guess I should have specified we were all sitting on our own hands. Now, that changes things considerably, I say. She cracks open the door and grins at me. Why are you looking at me expectantly? I ask. I'm not, she says. I narrow my eyes. Aren't lawyers supposed to be good at lying? Objection, she says. Speculative. Why aren't we going inside, Sabrina? Wordlessly, she nudges the door wider and gestures me through. Okay ye. I creep past her. In the cool foyer, I'm hit with the smell of summer, dusty shelves, sun-warmed verbena, sunblock, the kind of salty damp that gets into the bones of old Maine houses and never quite dries out again. From the end of the first-floor hallway, back in the open kitchen/living room, part of the extension, of course, I hear Cleo's soft timbre followed by Porth's low chuckle. Sabrina kicks off her shoes and drops the keys on the console table, calling, "Here!" Cleo's girlfriend, Kimmy, comes bounding down the hall first, a blur of curves and strawberry blonde hair. "Harry," she cries, her tattooed fingers grabbing for my face as she plants loud kisses on each of my cheeks. "Is it really you?" She shakes me by the shoulders. Are my eyes deceiving me? You're probably confused because she got a new face on Etsy, Sabrina tells her. Huh, Kimmy says. I was wondering what Danny DeVito was doing here. That probably has more to do with the edibles, I say. Kimmy doesn't cackle, she guffaws. Like every one of her laughs is Heimlicked out of her. Like she's constantly being caught off guard by her own joy. She's the newest addition to our little unit by years, but it's easy to forget she hasn't been there since day one. I missed you so much, I tell her, squeezing her wrists. Missed you more. She claps her hands together, her red gold bun wobbling like an overeager pom-pom. Do you know? Know what? She glances at Sabrina. Does she know? She does not. Know what? I repeat. Sabrina threads an arm through mine. About your surprise. On my right, Kimmy catches my other elbow, and together, they perp walk me down the hall. What surprise? I stop so hard and fast that my elbow hits Kimmy's ribs. I only dimly register her grunt of pain. My senses are fully concerned with the man rising from the marble breakfast bar. Dark blonde hair, broad shoulders, a mouth improbably soft when compared to the hard lines that make up the rest of his face, and eyes that shine steel grey from afar but, I know from experience, are ringed in mossy green once you get up close. Like, for example, when you're tangled with him beneath a blush sheet, the diffused glow of your bedside lamp painting his skin gold and giving his whisper a texture. His shoulders are relaxed, his face totally calm, like being in the same room as me is not the worst thing that could have possibly happened to either of us. Meanwhile, I'm basically a walking, breathing bottle of soda into which a Mentos has been plopped, panic fizzing up, threatening to spew out between my cells. Go to your happy place, Harriet, I think desperately, only to realize I'm literally in my happy place, and he is here. The very last person I expected to see. The very last person I want to see. Wyn Connor. My fiancé. 3. Real life. Monday. Okay, Esso is not my fiancé anymore, but 1. Our friends don't know that yet, and 2. When you're engaged to a person as long as I was to Wyn Connor, you don't stop accidentally thinking of him as your fiancé overnight. Or, apparently, even over the course of months. Which is how long we've kept up this ruse. A ruse that was supposed to end this week, while I was here. Without him. We'd hammered out the details over a competitively cordial email exchange, how we'd take turns on trips like our friends with the children caught in our would-be divorce. He insisted I get the first trip. So why is he here, standing between Porth and Cleo in the kitchen like the grand prize on some ill-conceived game show? Surprise! Sabrina sings. I gape. Gawk. Freeze, while the seesaw in my chest swings back and forth with the force of a well-manned catapult. His hair has grown long enough to be tucked behind his ears, a sure sign that the family furniture repair business has been swamped, and he's grown a beard too, but it doesn't soften the hard line of his jaw or firm up his pouty lips. I'm still painfully aware of the way the right half of his cupid's bow sits higher than the left. At least his dimples are somewhat hidden. Hello, honey. His smoky velvet voice makes it sound like he's feeding me lines in a salacious stage play. This man has never once called me honey. He never even calls me Harry, like our friends do. Once, when I had a terrible flu, he called me baby in such a tender voice, my feverish brain decided it would be a good time to burst into tears. Aside from that, it's always been strictly Harriet. Whether he was laughing or frustrated, peeling off my clothes or ending our relationship in a 4-minute phone call. As in Harriet, I think we both know where this is going. Or. Kimmy squeals. Look at her. She's speechless. More like my frontoparietal network is short-circuiting. Before I can land on word number 2, Wyn crosses the kitchen, ropes an arm around my waist, and hauls me up against him. Stomach to stomach, ribs to ribs, nose to nose. Mouth to mouth. Now my whole brain seems to be on fire, random pieces of data flying at me like Hitchcockian crows, the taste of cinnamon toothpaste. The quick thrum of a heartbeat. The rasp of an unshaven cheek. The soft brush of lips, once with purpose. His kissing Emmy, I realize, full seconds after the kiss has ended. My legs are watery, all my joints mysteriously vanished. Wyn's arm tightens around me as he draws back, his grip very likely the only thing keeping me from face-planting onto the Amos's knotty pine floors. Surprise. His grey eyes communicate something more akin to welcome to hell, I'll be your host, the devil. Everyone's watching, waiting for me to say something a bit more effusive than I managed to squeak out, I thought you couldn't get away. Things changed. His eyes flash, his mouth twisting unhappily. He means Sabrina bullied him, Porth cuts in, lifting me off the ground in a bear hug so tight it makes me cough. Sabrina tosses my bag onto the ground. I like to think of it as problem solving. We needed Wyn here for this. We got him here. People like to say opposites attract, And sure, that's true, Wynn's the restless and calloused son of two ex-ranchers, and I'm a surgical resident whose most torrid fantasy of late is mopping alone in the dark. But Porth and Sabrina are one of those couples cut from the same oddly specific cloth. Like his girlfriend, Porth's a Photoshop good-looking, thick, dark hair with a wave, strong jaw, perfect white smile, type a lawyer with a long-term signature scent, Tuscan leather, Tom Ford. Despite all their similarities, it took the two of them a ridiculously long time to accept that they were in love with each other. You don't call, you don't write. Porth teases. I know, I'm sorry, I say. It's been so hectic. Well, you're here now. He tousles my hair. And you look tired? I guess. That's just her new face, Kimmy says, popping up onto a stool and stuffing her hand into a bag of Takis Fuego on the counter. You look gorgeous. Cleo squeezes past Porth to hug me, her subdued lavender scent folding around me as her head tucks neatly beneath my chin. Even the height differences between Cleo, Sabrina, and me always seemed like proof we belonged together, balanced one another out. Of course gorgeous, Porth says, but I was going to say hungry. You want a sandwich or something, huh? Takis. Kimmy holds the shiny purple bag out in my direction. I'm good, my mouth says. You are very bad, actually, my brain argues. Cleo frowns. You sure? You do look sort of peaked. Sabrina ducks her head. They're right, huh? You're, like, milk-colored. You okay? No, actually I feel like I'm going to puke and pass out, and I'm not sure in which order, and having everyone's undivided attention and worry on me is making things 100 times worse, while the feeling of his undivided attention is pure torture. I'm fine, I say. Just furiously wishing I'd opted to put on a bra before my flight, or styled my hair, or maybe even just spilled a bit less mustard down my boobs whilst eating that airport hot dog. Oh God. He's not supposed to be here. The next time I saw him, I was supposed to be in a sexy Reformation dress with a hot new boyfriend and a full face of makeup. In this fantasy, I'd also learned how to apply a full face of makeup. Most importantly, I was supposed to have no perceivable reaction to him. Shit. As badly as I've wanted to avoid imploding our friend group over the past few months since the breakup, I now just as badly need to get the truth out so I can get away from him. There's something I need. Honey. Wynn's back at my side, his hands catching my waist as if in preparation to throw me over his shoulder and abscond if necessary. Sabrina and Porth have something to tell you, he says pointedly. To tell everyone. My skin tingles under his grip. I'm suddenly convinced I'm not wearing any shorts, but nope, I can just magically feel his calloused fingers through the denim. When I try to extricate myself, his fingertips sink into the curves of my hips. Don't move, his eyes warn. Bite me, I try to make mine reply. The right peak of his lips twitches irritably. Sabrina is getting a bottle of champagne out of the stainless steel and glass refrigerator, but she doesn't look celebratory. She looks downright melancholy. Porth goes to stand behind her, setting his hands on her shoulders. We have a couple of announcements, he says. And Wynn already knows, because, well, we had to give him the full picture so he understood why it was so essential that he's here this week. That all of us are. Oh my God! Kimmy half screams, instantly ecstatic. Are you two having a... Oh God, no. Sabrina says. No. No. Definitely not. It's the house. She pauses for a breath, then swallows and lifts her chin. Dad's selling it. Next month. The kitchen goes pin drop silent. Not comfortable quiet, shocked quiet. Cleo waltzed onto a stool at the counter. Win's hands scrape clear of me, and he immediately puts several feet of distance between us, no longer considering me at risk of confessing, apparently. I stand there, an astronaut untethered from her spaceship, drifting into nothingness. I've already lost the person I expected to marry. I've already moved across the country from all my best friends. And now this house, our house, this pocket universe where we always belong, where no matter what else is happening, we're safe and happy, that's going away too. All the panic I felt at finding myself trapped here with Win is instantly eclipsed by this new dread. Our house. Where, the summer after sophomore year, Cleo, Sabrina, and I slept in a row of mattresses we'd dragged to the middle of the living room floor and dubbed super bed, staying up most nights talking and laughing until the first rays of sunrise spilled in from the patio doors. Where Cleo whispered, as if it were a secret or a prayer, "I've never had friends like this," and Sabrina and I nodded solemnly, the three of us holding hands until we drifted off. The fire pit out back where, in lieu of a blood pact, which struck me as dangerously unsanitary, the three of us had burned the same spot on our pointer fingers against the hot metal, then made ourselves laugh until we cried, concocting increasingly ridiculous scenarios where we could use our fingerprint scars to frame one another for various heists. The wooden staircase on which Porth once orchestrated an elaborate cardboard luge race for us, and the little wood-paneled library in front of whose hearth Cleo first told us about a girl named Kimmy. The nail that stuck up from the pier where, a year later, Kimmy cut her foot open, and the rickety staircase Win had carried her up afterward while she demanded the rest of us chuck grapes at her open mouth, fan her with invisible palm fronds. And Win. The first time I kissed him. The first time I touched him, period. Here. This house is all that's left of us. This will be our last trip. Sabrina tugs her scarf from her head and tosses the slip of silk across the counter. Our last trip here, anyway. The words hang in the air. I wonder if the others are also scrambling for a solution, like maybe if we pass around a hat and combine our spare change, we'll find $6 million to buy a vacation home. Can't you? Kimmy begins. No, Sabrina cuts her off. Wife number 6 doesn't want Dad to have it, since he bought it with my mom, I guess. Never mind that there are 4 more recent wives she could fixate her jealousy on. She rolls her eyes. Dad's already got a buyer lined up and everything. It's a done deal. Porth rocks Sabrina's shoulders, trying to shake her out of the dark mood. My gaze wanders toward Win, a subconscious part of me still expecting the sight of him to drain away my stress. Instead, the second our eyes meet, my heart starts jackhammering. I look away. It's not all bad news, though, Porth says. We actually have some good news too. Amazing news. Sabrina looks up from the champagne she's been defoiling. Right. There's something else. Oh, right, there's something else, Porth mimics, teasing. Don't treat our engagement like a sidebar. You're what? At first I'm not sure who shrieked it. Me. I shrieked it. Well, me and Cleo, who shoots up from her stool so fast, she knocks it over and has to catch it against the island with her hip. Sabrina's cackle is halfway between giddy and disbelieving. You're what? I repeat. Dude, I know, she says. I'm as surprised as you are. Kimmy snatches Sab's hand and gasps at the gigantic emerald winking on her ring finger. Which is approximately when I realize that someone's going to notice my missing engagement ring. I stuff my hands in my pockets. Very natural. Just a girl with her fists in her tiny, useless women's shorts pockets. You said you'd never get married, Cleo says with a scrupulous dent between her brows, eyeing the gemstone and its white gold mount. Under any circumstances. You said not with a gun to my head. And who could blame her? Even setting her father's trail of ex-wives aside, Sabrina is a divorce attorney. She spends 8 hours a day, at minimum, surrounded by reasons not to get married. Tell us the story, Kimmy says as Cleo continues. You once told me you'd rather spend 5 years in prison than 1 year as a wife. Babe. Kimmy pokes Cleo in the ribs. We're celebrating. Sabrina changed her mind. People do that, you know. People do, Sabrina almost doesn't. Sometimes I'll go back and forth about what I want for breakfast for so long that it's already lunch. Sabrina eats the same exact yogurt and granola every day, the only variation being whatever seasonal fruit she adds. Sabrina coils an arm around Porth's waist. Yeah, well. Finding out we'd be saying goodbye to the cottage cleared some stuff up for me. Her voice gives the slightest waver before going steely again. Whether Porth and I are married or not, I'm in this for the long haul, and I'm tired of trying to be smart at the expense of my own happiness. I want this to be forever, and I don't want to pretend that's not what I want. Kimmy sets a hand across her chest. That's beautiful. Porth smiles down at Sabrina, rubbing her shoulder tenderly. Her eyes light on me, a grin spreading over her classic red lips. And honestly, we were kind of inspired. It feels like the moment before a car accident, when the tires have started to hydroplane and you know something terrible is likely coming, but there's still a chance the tread will find purchase and you'll never know what agony you narrowly avoided. And then Sabrina goes on. I mean, look at Harry and Wyn. They've been together like 10 years, and they are making it work, even while they have to be long distance. Clearly love actually can conquer all. 8 years, Wyn corrects quietly. Kimmy squeezes his bicep. 8 years, and you're still never more than 3 feet apart. By my estimation, Wyn is approximately 2 feet 11 3/4 inches from me when she says this, but at the comment, he hooks an arm around my neck and says, yeah, well, even after all these years, Harriet has a way of making me feel like we've just met. Kimmy clutches her heart again, missing the irony he intended only for me. A whoop goes up around the room as Sabrina pops the champagne's cork. I feel like I'm floating over my own body. Adrenaline is doing weird things to me. Normally, I'd rather roll down a mountainside covered in broken glass and sticky traps than create conflict, but the longer this goes on, the harder it's going to be to get out of our lie. That's amazing. My voice lifts 2.5 octaves. But I have to tell you. Harriet. And there he is again, at my side with arms coming around me from behind and his chin resting atop my head, and now, when think of your M*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Happy place flashes through my mind, all I can think is, if only I was still on Sober Ray's Death Trap airplane. That's not, Wyn goes on, the end of the announcement. Again Kimmy claps her hands together on a gasp. Still not pregnant, Sabrina says. Kimmy sighs. Porth's beaming with his very distinct "I've got an amazing surprise for you" smile. The one that preceded the New Orleans-themed birthday he threw for Cleo, or the moment he presented me with the stethoscope he'd gotten engraved as a med school graduation present. He and Sabrina share a knowing smirk. Oh, come on, Cleo says. Kimmy throws 2 tackies at Sabrina's head. She swats them away. Fine, fine. Tell them. We're getting married, Porth says. Confused looks are exchanged throughout the room. That's usually what follows an engagement, Cleo says. No, I mean on Saturday, he clarifies. We're getting married. Here, with the 6 of us. Nothing fancy. Literally a little ceremony down on the dock, with all our best friends. My whole body goes icy cold, then blisteringly hot. My face and hands are numb. Win releases his hold on me again, and when my gaze slices up toward his, I see my own misery reflected on his face. We're trapped here. My ears ring, my friend's voice is becoming a muffled warble. A blue Estelle champagne flute is forced into my tingling fingers for a toast, and my hearing clears enough to catch Poth crying, "To everlasting love." And Sabrina adding, "And our best friends forever." There's no other way we'd want to spend this last week at the cottage. Go to your GD happy place, Harriet, I think, followed by, "No, not that one. Too late." 4. Happy place. Mattingly, Vermont. A street downtown lined in old red brick buildings. An apartment over the Maple Bar, our favorite coffee shop, for our junior year. Cleo and I have met our new roommate Poth only once, but Sabrina had a class on international law with him last spring, and when he told her rooms were opening up in his place, we jumped. He's a year ahead of us, a senior, and 2 of his roommates have already graduated, while the third, a business major, is spending the fall semester abroad in Australia. I'll take his room, because in the spring I'm doing a term in London. The other roommate and I can easily switch places over winter break. Mattingly's a small school, so even though we don't know Poth Noyok, we know his reputation, the party king of Paxton Avenue. Called such partly because he throws amazing themed parties but also because he has a habit of showing up at other people's parties with top-shelf liquor, a dozen beautiful friends, and an incredible playlist. He is a Mattingly legend. And living with him is great. Though he and Sabrina, both natural leaders, occasionally butt heads. The real Poth is better than the myth. It's not just that he's fun. He loves people. Loves throwing them parties, picking out perfect gifts, making introductions between people he thinks should meet, finding the quietest person in the room and bringing them into the thick of things. The world has never felt so kind, so positive. Like everyone is a potential friend, with something fascinating and brilliant to offer. By the time I leave for London, I almost wish I were staying. The city is gorgeous, of course, all that old stone and ivy blending seamlessly into sleek steel and glass. And thanks to the last semester, I'm more prepared than ever to socialize with strangers. Most nights, at least a handful of people from the study abroad program go out for pints in one of Westminster's endless supply of pubs, or grab crispy fish and chips wrapped in newspaper and eat it as we walk along the Thames. On weekends, there are champagne picnics in sprawling gardens and day trips to art galleries, hours of browsing as many iconic London bookshops as possible, Foyles and Daunt Books, and a whole slew of others on Cecil Court. As time wears on, people couple off into friendships and relationships. That's how I escape the constant pining for my friends and our corner apartment overlooking Mattingly's red brick downtown. I start spending more and more time with another American, named Hudson, and in those hours when we're studying or not studying, I stop, if only for a while, imagining the seasons passing outside Poth, Cleo, Sabrina, and mystery roommate's bay window, the heaps of snow melting away to reveal a quilt of springy pale green and bursts of trout lily, wild geranium, bishop's cap. The closer summer gets, though, the less of a distraction Hudson offers. Partly because we're both obsessively studying for exams, and partly because the thing between us, this romance of necessity, is approaching its sell-by date, and we both know it. My parents text me roughly 500 times more than usual as my flight home nears. Can't wait to hear all about the London program in a few weeks, Dad says. Mom writes, the ladies at Dr. Sherberg's office want to take you out to lunch while you're here. Cindy's son is considering Mattingly. Dad says, saved a 10-part documentary on dinosaurs. Mom says, think you'll have time to help me get the yard cleaned up? It's a disaster, and I've been so swamped. I'd hoped to have a quick trip to see them before flying back to Vermont, but they're so excited. I end up spending 2 months counting down the seconds in Indiana, and then fly directly to Maine to meet my friends for Lobsterfest. My flight gets in late. It's already dark, the heat of the day long since replaced by a cold, damp wind. There are a couple of cars idling in the lot, headlights off, and it takes me a second to find the cherry red sports car. Sabrina specifically got her driver's license so we could cruise around in it this summer. But it's not Sabrina standing against the hood, face illuminated by the glow of a cell phone. He looks up. A square jaw, narrow waist, messy golden hair pushed up off his forehead except for one lock that falls across his brow the second our eyes meet. Harriet. His voice is velvety. It sends a zing of surprise down my spine, like a zipper undone. I've seen him in pictures of my friends over the last semester, and before that, on campus, but always from a distance, always on the move. This close, something about him seems different. Less handsome, maybe, but more striking. His eyes look paler in the cell phone's glow. There are premature crow's feet forming at their corners. He looks like he's mostly made out of granite, except for his mouth, which is pure quicksand. Soft, full, one side of his cupid's bow noticeably higher. A whole semester apart, I say, and you look exactly the same, Sabrina. Symmetrical dimples appear on either side of his mouth. Really? Because I cut my hair, got colored contacts, and grew 4 inches. I narrow my eyes. I'm not seeing it. Sabrina and Cleo had won too many boxes of wine, he says. Apiece. Oh. I shiver as a breeze slips down the collar of my shirt. Sorry you got stuck with pickup duty. I could have scheduled a cab. He shrugs. I didn't mind. Been dying to see if the famous Harriet Kilpatrick lives up to the hype. Being the object of his full focus makes me feel like a deer in headlights. Or maybe like I'm a deer being stalked by a coyote. If he were an animal, that's what he'd be, with those strange flashing eyes and that physical ease. The kind of confidence reserved for those who skip their awkward phases entirely. Whereas any confidence I have is the hard-won spoils from spending the bulk of my childhood with braces and the haircut of an unfortunate poodle. Sabrina, I say, tends to embellish. Weirdly, though, her descriptions of him didn't come close to capturing the man. Or maybe it was that because I knew she had a crush on him, I'd expected something different. Someone more polished, suave. Someone more like Porth, his best friend. The corners of his mouth twitch as he ambles forward. My heart whirs as he reaches out, as if planning to catch my chin and turn it side to side for his inspection to prove that I've been oversold. But he's only taking my bag from my shoulder. They said you were a brunette. My own snort laugh surprises me. I'm glad they spoke so highly of me. They did, he says, but the only thing I can corroborate so far is whether you're a brunette. Which you're not. I am definitely a brunette. He tosses my bag into the back seat, then faces me again, his hips sinking against the door. His head tilts thoughtfully. Your hair's almost black. In the moonlight it looks blue. Blue? I say. You think my hair is blue? Not, like, Smurf blue, he says. Blue-black. You can't tell in pictures. You look different. It's true, I say. In real life, I'm 3-dimensional. The painting, he says thoughtfully. That looks like you. I instantly know which painting he must be referring to. The one of me and Sabrina strewn out like God and Adam, Cleo's old figure drawing final. It hung in Mattingly's art building for weeks, dozens of strangers passing it daily, and I never felt so naked then as I do now. Very discreet way of letting me know you've seen my boobs, I say. Shit. He glances away, rubbing the back of his neck. I sort of forgot it was a nude. Words most women only ever dream of hearing, I say. I in no way forgot you were naked in the painting, he clarifies. I just forgot it might be weird to tell someone they look exactly the same as they do in a painting where they're not wearing clothes. This is going really well, I say. He groans and drags a hand down his face. I swear I'm normally better at this. And normally, I do my best to put people at ease, but there's something rewarding about throwing him off balance. Rewarding and charming. Better at what? I say through laughter. He rakes one hand through his hair. First impressions. You should try sending a big-ass nude painting of yourself ahead when you're going to meet someone new, I say. It's always worked for me. I'll take that into consideration, he says. You don't look like a Wyndham Connor. His brow arches. How am I supposed to look? I don't know, I say. Navy blue jacket with gold buttons. Captain's hat. A big white beard and a huge cigar. So Santa, on a yacht, he says. Mr. Monopoly, on vacation, I say. For what it's worth, you're not the stereotypical image of a Harry Kilpatrick either. I know, I say. I'm not a Dickensian street orphan in a newsboy hat. His laugh makes his eyes flash again. They look more pale green than grey now, like water under fog rather than the fog itself. He rounds the front of the car and pulls the passenger door open. So, Harriet. He looks up, and my heart stutters from the surprise of his full attention back on me. You ready? For some reason, it feels like a lie when I say, yes. Wind makes driving the Jaguar along those dark, curving roads seem like a sport or an art form. One corded arm drapes over the wheel, and his right hand sits loose atop the gearshift, his knee bobbing in a restless rhythm that never disrupts his control over the gas pedal. As we get closer to the water, I crank the window down and breathe in the familiar brine. He follows suit, the wind ruffling his hair against his cut glass profile. That one chaotic strand always finds its way back to the right side of his forehead, as if connected by an invisible string to the peak of his Cupid's bow. When he catches me studying him, his brow lifts in tandem with his lips. Quicksand, I think again. An old predator-prey instinct seems to agree, my limbic system sending out marching orders to my muscles, be ready to flee, if he gets any closer, you'll never get away. You're staring, he says. Suspiciously. Just calculating the odds that you are in fact my friend's roommate and not a murderer who steals his victims' cars, I tell him. And then picks their friends up from the airport, exactly on time, he asks. I'm sure plenty of murderers are punctual. Why do you think our entire generation expects everyone to turn out to be a murderer? He asks with a laugh. As far as I know, I've never met a single one. That just means you've never met a bad one, I say. He glances at me as a bar of moonlight passes over him. So I hear you're some kind of genius, Harriet Kilpatrick. What did I tell you about Sabrina and embellishment? So you're not an aspiring brain surgeon. Aspiring's the operative word, I say. What about you? What's your major? He ignores my question. I would have assumed surgeon was the operative word. This coaxes another snort of laughter out of me. Eyes back on the road, he smiles to himself, and my bones seem to fill up with helium. I look out the window. What about you? After several seconds of silence, he says, what about me? He sounds vaguely displeased by the question. Is what I've been told about you accurate? I ask. He checks the mirror again, teeth scraping over his full bottom lip. Depends what you've been told. What do you think I've been told? I say. I'd rather not guess, Harriet. He uses my name a lot. Every time, it's like his voice plucks a too tight string in a piano deep in my stomach. What's actually happening is my sympathetic nervous system has decided to reroute the path of my blood to my muscles. There are no butterflies fluttering through my gut. Just blood vessels constricting and contracting around my organs. Why not? I ask. Do you think they said something bad? His jaw squares, eyes back on the headlight slicing through the dark. Never mind. I don't want to know. He's gone back to bouncing his knee, like there's too much energy in his body and he's siphoning it out. They told me it would be impossible to tell whether you were flirting or not. He laughs. Now you're trying to embarrass me. Maybe. Definitely. I'm not sure what's come over me. But they did say that. In actuality, Sabrina had bemoaned not being able to tell, even while adamantly proclaiming that she liked him too much to make any kind of move anyway. It would have disrupted their living situation too much. Either way, Wynne says, I'm much better at flirting than that makes me sound. Have you ever considered, I say, leaning over to insert myself into his frame of view, that might be the problem? He smiles. Flirting never killed anybody, Harriet. Clearly you're unfamiliar with the concept of the Regency-era duel, I say. Oh, I'm familiar, but since I rarely find myself flirting with the unwed daughters of powerful dukes, I figure I'm okay. You think we're just going to skate over you being well-versed in Regency customs? Harriet, I don't get the feeling you skate over anything, he says. I give another involuntary snort of laughter, and his dimples deepen. Speaking of highborn ladies, he says, they teach you how to laugh like that at etiquette school. No, I say, that has to be bred into you across centuries. I'm sure, he says. I'm not like that, by the way. Gently bred to laugh through your nose? His chin tips, his gaze knowing. The impression you have of me. I don't play with people's feelings. I have rules. Rules? I say. Such as? Such as, never tell the rules to someone you've just met. Oh, come on, I say. We're step-friends now. You might as well tell me. Well, for one thing, Porth and I made a pact to never date our friends. Or each other's friends. He casts me a sidelong glance. As for step-friends, I'm not sure what the policy is. Wait, I say. You don't date your friends. Who do you date, Wynne? Enemies? Strangers? Malevolent spirits who died in your apartment building? It's a good policy, he says. It keeps things from getting messy. It's dating, Wynne, not an all-you-can-eat barbecue buffet, I say. Although, from what I've heard, maybe for you they're the same thing. He looks at me through his lashes and tuts. Are you slut-shaming me, Harriet? Not at all, I say. I love sluts. Some of my best friends are sluts. I've dabbled in sluttery myself. Another bar of moonlight briefly lights his eyes, paling them to smoky silver. Didn't suit you, he guesses. Never got the chance to find out, I say. Because you fell in love, he says. Because men never really picked me up. He laughs. Okay. I'm not being self-deprecating, I say. Once men get to know me, they're sometimes interested, but I'm not the one their eyes go to first. I've made peace with it. His gaze slides down me and back up. So you're saying you're slow release hot? I nod. That's right. I'm slow release hot. He considers me for a moment. You're not what I expected. Three-dimensional and blue-haired, I say. Among other things, he says. I expected you to be Porth 2.0, I admit. His eyes narrow. You thought I'd be better dressed. Then a torn sweatshirt and jeans. I say. No such thing. He doesn't seem to hear me, instead studying me with a furrowed brow. You're not slow release hot. I look away, fumble the radio on as heat scintillates across my chest. Yeah, well, I say, most people don't start by seeing me naked before we've spoken. It's not about that, he says. I feel the moment his gaze lifts off me and returns to the windshield, but he's left a mark. From now on, dark cliffs, wind racing through hair, cinnamon paired with clove and pine, all of it will only mean Wyn Connor to me. A door has opened, and I know I'll never get it shut again. Regency era or not, in a lot of ways, he ruins me. 5. Real life. Monday. We're trapped in the kitchen for the length of 3 more toasts to undying love before Wyn finally asks our friends to excuse us and pulls me away to settle in. Kimmy purrs throatily, and Puff high-fives her for it, which makes Cleo shudder because high-fives are her personal fingernails on a chalkboard. As Wyn and I are all but running up the steps, we silently struggle for control of my suitcase. By which I mean, I'm carrying it until he pulls it easily out of my hand and shifts it to his opposite hand, where I can't reach it. I've got it, he says. Stop trying to be charming, I hiss. No one's watching. I'm not, he says. Too, I say. No. He jerks my bag further out of reach as I lunge for it. I'm doing this for the sheer pleasure of annoying you. If that's all, I say, then you don't have to try so hard. Your mere presence is doing the trick. Yeah, well, he says, you've always made me want to aim a little higher, Harriet. We're nearly home free when Sabrina appears behind us at the top of the stairs. I forgot to tell you. We put you in the big bedroom this time. Wyn and I not only screech to a halt, cartoon style, but he snatches my hand, like if he doesn't, Sabrina might scream and drop her champagne in shock at discovering us in a strange reversed flagrante delicto, everyone fully clothed and no one touching. At least he didn't go straight for a handful of ass. The big bedroom, he repeats, his hand relocating to the small of my back. I lean into him so hard he has to catch the wall with his shoulder so we both don't topple over. I wonder if we look even 1% like a couple in love, or if we're fully projecting rivals in a spaghetti western showdown. We're always in the kids' room, I say. That's what Sabrina's family calls it, because it has 2 twin beds, rather than 1 king, like each of the other 2 bedrooms. Cleo and Kimmy offered to take it this time, Sabrina says. You 2 only get to see each other like once a month, we're not going to make you spend your visit in separate beds. As long as Wyn and I have been together, we've pushed the twins together. We don't mind, I say. Sabrina rolls her eyes. You never mind. You're the queen of not minding. But in this case, we do. It's a done deal. Clea and Kim already unpacked. But Wyn cuts me off. Thanks, Sabrina. That was thoughtful of you all. Before I can feebly protest, he herds me into the largest bedroom, like he's a cattle dog and I'm a particularly difficult sheep. The second the door snicks shut, I whirl on him, prepared to attack, only to be hit with the full force of his closeness, the strange intensity of being behind a closed door together. I can feel my heart beating in the back of my throat. We're close enough that I can see his pupils dilating. His body has decided I'm a threat he needs to analyze as quickly as possible. The feeling is mutual. It was easy to be angry when we were downstairs, surrounded by our friends. Now I feel like I'm standing naked on a spotlighted platform for his inspection. He finds his voice first, a low rasp. I know this isn't ideal. The ludicrousness of the statement jump-starts my brain. Yes, Wyn. Spending a week locked in a bedroom with my ex-boyfriend is not ideal. Ex-fiancé, he says. I stare at him. He looks away, scratching his forehead. I'm sorry, he says. I didn't know what to do. His eyes come back to mine, too soft now, too familiar. She called me with a speech. About how this was the end of an era. About how she'd never asked me for anything and she never would again. I tried calling you. It only rang once, but I left a voicemail. There was a very good reason I hadn't gotten the message. I blocked your number, I say. I got tired of lying awake late into the night with my thumb hovering over his contact number, practically aching from wishing he'd call, tell me the whole thing had been a mistake. I needed to take the possibility away, to free myself from waiting for it. His eyes go stormy. His lips part. He looks toward the balcony, grooves rising between his eyebrows. He just has one of those vaguely tortured faces, I remind myself. He can't help it, and he certainly doesn't need my comfort. He's the one who derailed our life together in a 4-minute phone call. His jaw muscles leap as his pale fog eyes rain on me. What should I have done, Harriet? Found an excuse. Simply told her no. Not have broken my heart like it was a last-minute dinner plan. Not have made me love you in the first place. I shake my head. He steps closer until he's a question mark, hanging over me. I'm really asking. On a sigh, I drop my eyes and massage my temples. I don't know. But now there's nothing we can do. You can't break up at a wedding. Especially when the guest list is 4 people. Maybe we give them tonight, he says. Celebrate everything, tell them tomorrow. I look up at the ceiling, buying some time. Maybe in the next 4 seconds the world will end, and I'll be spared making this decision. Harriet, he presses. Fine, I bite out. I'm sure we can stomach each other for one more night. His gaze narrows, limiting the intake of light to his eyes and sharpening their focus to better suss out my expression. Are you sure? No. I'm fine, I say. It's fine. I slump against the edge of the bed. After a beat, he shakes himself. I'm glad we're on the same page. Sure. He nods. Fine. Fine. I push off the bed. He retreats a step, keeping the space between us. We can tell them things have been rocky for a while, and seeing how happy they were made us realize we've grown apart. My chest stings. It's not the exact phrasing, but it's close enough to what he said to me months ago. We were kids when we got together, and things are different now, and it's time we accepted that. You honestly think they won't suspect anything? Harriet. His eyes flash. They didn't even know we'd been hooking up for a whole year. I step backward, only to collide with the bed so hard I rebound right into him. We snap apart like each of us is convinced the other is made of wasps, but the faintly spicy scent of him has already hit my bloodstream. This might be harder than that, I say stiffly. Wynn's hand rakes back through his hair, his t-shirt riding up to expose a sliver of his waist so sensually you'd think there was an art director in the corner barking orders. I force my eyes back to his face. We can handle one night. He's trying to make one night sound like a mere accumulation of minutes. I know better. When we're together, time never moves at a normal pace. I rub my eyes with the heels of my hands. We should have told everyone months ago. But we didn't, he says. At first, it wasn't intentional. I was just too stunned, hurt, and yes, in denial. Then, a few days after the breakup, a box of my stuff had arrived on my doorstep. No note, so abrupt I half wondered whether he'd dumped me while en route to the nearest UPS. Then I was angry. So I mailed his stuff back to him on the same day. Even tossed my engagement ring in loose when I realized I couldn't find the blue velvet box it came in. 3 days after that, a second package, a small lump of brown paper, arrived. He'd sent the ring back. I knew him well enough to know he was trying to do the right thing, which only made me angrier, so I'd immediately mailed it back to him. When he got it, he texted me for the first time in 2 weeks, "You should keep the ring. It belongs to you." "I don't want it," I replied. More like, I couldn't bear it. "You could sell it," he said. "So could you," I said. 5 minutes passed before he messaged again. He asked if I'd told Cleo and Sabrina. The thought nauseated me. Telling them was going to destroy our friend group, 10 years of history down the drain. "Waiting until I can catch them both at the same time," I said. It was only halfway a lie. I told a couple of co-workers at the hospital but barely texted with Cleo and Sabrina. We were all so busy. Sabrina and Porth worked late for their respective law firms most nights, and because running a farm meant lots of 4 a.m. wake-up calls, Cleo and Kimmy went to bed early. Out in Montana, Win has the Connor family furniture repair business to run, and his mom to help out. And then there's me, in my own time zone out in San Francisco, 2 years deep into my training at UCSF. Most days I'm operating at a level of tired that goes beyond yawns and eyelid twitches to reach straight to my core. My organs are tired. My bones are exhausted. My time off is usually spent at the pottery studio down the block, or watching old episodes of Murder, She Wrote while cleaning the apartment Win and I picked out together 2 years ago, before things went south with his mom's Parkinson's and he went back to Montana. The long-distance arrangement was supposed to be temporary, only as long as it took for Win's younger sister to finish grad school and move back, take over Gloria's care. So Win left, and we made it work, until we didn't. I didn't have to ask whether Win had told Porth about the breakup. I would have heard from everyone if he had. So instead I'd asked about Win's mom. "Does Gloria know?" "Not the right time," he said. After a minute he added, "She's been trying to get me to go back to SF. She already feels so guilty I'm here. Tried to check herself into an assisted living home without telling me. If I tell her now that we broke up, she'll blame herself." I loved Gloria, and I hated the idea of upsetting her. Still, I thought about suggesting Win tell her the truth. That as far as he was concerned, it was all my fault. He messaged me once more, "Can we wait to tell everyone? Just a little while?" And I'd not only agreed, I'd been immensely relieved to put off those conversations, to relegate them to the realm of problems for future Harriet. After 2 months, on a night that I found myself perilously close to calling him, I finally blocked his number. Though I'd occasionally unblock long enough to engage with him in the group chat, I'd always been a sporadic texter, so I figured the others wouldn't notice. A month after that, I'd initiated the email conversation over how to handle the yearly trip, and we'd settled on the plan. The plan that currently lay in shambles somewhere in the kitchen. That was 2 months ago, and now future Harriet has some choice words for past Harriet about her shitty decision-making abilities. She's the reason we're in this situation. I focus on the thin ring of green around Win's irises rather than the entirely too overwhelming totality of him. "How will it work?" He shrugs. "We just pretend we're together a little longer, then come clean." I start to cross my arms, but Win's standing too close, so rather than wedge my arms between our stomachs, I awkwardly return them to my sides. "Yeah, I got that. I'm talking about the rules." I brace myself so I can say, nearly evenly, "Do we touch? Do we kiss?" He glances sidelong, a little embarrassed, guilty. They know what I'm like with you. A very diplomatic way of saying they'll expect him to be touching me, constantly. Pulling me into his lap or hooking me under his arm or wrapping my hair around his hand and kissing me at the dinner table as if we're entirely alone, burrowing his face into my neck while I'm talking, or tracing my bottom lip when I'm not, and the point is, some people live the bulk of their lives in their minds, me, and some are highly physical beings, Win. Briefly I fantasize about pitching myself out the window, over the cliffs, and into the ocean, swimming until I reach Europe. I'd happily take Nova Scotia. But as someone who's not a highly physical being, I'd probably knock myself unconscious on the way down and awake to a shirtless Win performing mouth to mouth. No touching when no one's around to see it, I say quickly. When we're with the others, we'll do whatever we have to do. His head cocks. I'm going to need more specific guidelines than that. You know what I mean, I say. He stares, waits. I stare back. Holding hands, he asks. I'm not sure why that of all things makes my heart shoot up into my esophagus. Acceptable. His chin dips in confirmation. What can I touch? Lower back, hips, arms. Do you want me to draw you a diagram? I say. Desperately. It was a joke, I say. I know, he says. And yet that doesn't make me any less curious. Back, hips, arms, stomach are fine, I say, stomach warming 10 degrees for every word. Mouth, he says. I glance over at the side table. A black leather folder sits propped up there, like a dinner check waiting to be collected. Are you talking about touching my mouth or kissing it? Either, he says. Both. I grab the folder and flip through it, pretending to read while I wait for my synapses to stop screaming. Itinerary. At my evident confusion, Win juts his chin toward the document I've been reading. We've got personalized itineraries. But we do the same thing every year, I say. I think that's the point, he says. It's a keepsake. Plus, Sabrina plans some individual surprises for us for Saturday, so she and Poth can have a little alone time before the wedding. Oh my God. I study the page in earnest. She's got bathroom breaks on here, Win. When I look up, he's caught off guard. A memory flares bright, swelling from the back of my mind until it overtakes the present. Win and I hopscotching across the wet rocks at the bottom of the cliffs behind the house. Yelping and leaping aside as the tide's icy fingers race toward us. From down the beach, the sound of our friends' laughter spiraled up into the night sky, carried by the smoke of our bonfire. I'd volunteered to run up to the house for another six-pack, and Win, who never sat still if he could help it, came along. We raced each other up the rickety stairs to the cottage's back patio, choking over laughter. You're a 6-foot-tall block of muscle, Win. How am I beating you? His hand caught mine as we reached the patio, the flagstone aglow with the strange green light of the heated saltwater pool. It was the first time he'd touched my fingers. We'd known each other only a few days then, on our first group trip here, and my whole body hummed from the simple contact. He murmured, "You hardly ever say my name." I must have shivered, because his brow pinched, and he peeled his sweatshirt, the Mattingly one with the tear in the neck, over his shoulders. I told him I was fine, through chattering teeth. He stepped in closer, slowly, and pulled his sweatshirt down over my head, pinning my arms to my sides and making my hair wild with static. Better? He asked. It terrified and thrilled me how, with that one quiet word, he could make my insides shimmer, shake me up like a snow globe. When we were with the others, I could still barely look at him. But because Win and I had been the last to arrive, or maybe because the others had decided our friendship should begin with a trial by fire, we'd been sharing the kids' room all week, and every night, when we turned off the lights, we'd trade whispers back and forth from our beds on opposite sides of the room. Talk for hours. I rarely said his name, though. It felt too much like an incantation. As if it would light me up from the inside, and he'd see how much I wanted him, how all day long my mind caught on him like a scar in a record. How, without even trying, I knew exactly where he was at all times, could likely cover my eyes, get spun around, and still point to him on the first try. And I couldn't want him. Because my best friend did. Because he'd become an important part of Sabrina's and Cleo's lives, and I wouldn't mess that up. Besides, I told myself, my reaction to him didn't mean anything. Just a biological imperative to procreate, setting off little fireworks through my nervous system. Not the kind of thing you could build any kind of lasting relationship on. I told myself I was too smart to think I was falling in love with him. Because I couldn't. I wouldn't. If only I'd been right. Now Win pulls the itinerary out of my hands, his gaze traveling across the open page. I genuinely love how organized Sabrina is, I say. But there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. And when you're mentioning bowel movements on your group vacation schedule, I think you've hit it. Win returns the folder to the end table. You think this is bad, but it's nothing compared to the packing list Pot sent me. He told me how many pairs of underwear to bring. So either my personalized surprise on Saturday is going to end badly, or he thinks I'm incapable of counting my own underwear. Don't sell yourself short, I say. I'm sure it's a little of both. As he laughs, his dimples flash, little dark pricks in his scruffy jaw. For a second, it's like we've come unglued from the timeline, tumbled back a year. Then he steps back from me. The next 15 minutes are scheduled for relaxing before lunch, he says, so I'll leave you to it. I nod. He nods. He moves toward the door, hesitates there for a second. And then he's gone, and I'm still frozen where he left me. I do not relax. 6. Real life. Monday. Teachy big bedroom is a disaster. A beautiful, amazing, nightmarish disaster. The kids' room is at the front of the hallway and thus is part of the original house. This is at the back, in the behemoth extension. There are no wonky doors that get stuck, or windows you have to prop open with books, or floorboards that snap and groan when no one's even touching them. This room is pure luxury. The king-sized bed has 4 zillion thread count sheets. A set of double doors opens onto a balcony that overlooks both the saltwater pool and the bluffs beyond it, and there's both a massive stone tub and a 2-person shower made of dark slate and glass. However, if I could make one minor interior design suggestion, it would be to put one or both of the aforementioned amenities behind a door. As it stands, they're out in the open. Sure, the toilet gets to hide in a shameful little cabinet, but if I plan on changing my clothes at any point during this week, my options are, 1. Accept that I'll be doing so with an audience of 1, namely my ex-fiancé, 2. Stuff myself into the shit closet and pray for good balance, or 3. Find a discreet way to sneak down to the infamous outdoor shower stall over by the guest house. All this to say, I spend my 15 minutes of relaxation taking a private shower while I can. Then I pull on a pair of jeans and a clean white t-shirt. One of Win's and my few areas of overlap is our complete absence of personal style. His work has always required him to dress practically, and most of his clothes quickly get beaten up, so there's no point in having anything too nice to begin with. For me, though, the over-reliance on tight Levi's and t-shirts has more to do with the fact that I hate making decisions. It took me years to figure out what kind of clothes I like on my body, and now I'm sticking with it. Another solar flare, bright memory, Win and me lying in bed, lamplight spilling over us, his hair a mess, that one obstinate lock on his forehead. His mouth presses to the curve of my belly, then the crease of my hip. He whispers against all my softest parts, perfect. A shiver crawls down my spine. Quite enough of that. I knot my hair atop my head and trudge back downstairs. Everyone's moved out to the wooden table on the back patio. 4 feet worth of charcuterie runs down its center, and because Sabrina is Sabrina, there are place cards, ensuring that Cleo and Kimmy are seated in front of the vegan offerings, while I'll be face to face with a brie wheel so big it could be fixed to a wheelbarrow in a pinch. Win looks up from his phone as I step onto the patio. I can't tell if the momentary splash of anxiety across his face is wishful thinking on my part, because as soon as I clock it, he puts his phone away, breaks into a smile, and reaches out to collect me around the waist, pulling me in against his side. Rigidly, I drop into the wrought iron chair next to his, and his arm rearranges, loosely crooking around my shoulders. Sabrina rises from her seat at the head of the table. I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at your itineraries yet. Is that what that was? Cleo says. I've been using it as a doorstop. Kimmy, with 2 gherkins sticking out of her mouth like walrus tusks, adds, so much of it was redacted, I assumed it was a deposition. Those are just a couple of surprises, Sabrina says. The rest of the week will be our usual fare. Win takes a hard chomp of carrot, the force of which rattles down my body. I can't get a good breath without hundreds of the nerve endings along my rib cage and chest pressing into him, which means I'm barely getting any oxygen. Grocery gladiators. Kimmy squeals right as Cleo says hopefully, murder, she read. Yes and yes, Sabrina says, confirming we will be doing 2 of our usual and most diametrically opposite main activities, a trip to the local bookstore, Cleo's and my favorite, and a very ridiculous way of grocery shopping, which has been Porth and Kimmy's great passion ever since they teamed up 3 years ago and started a winning streak, insomuch as one can win at grocery shopping. Win and I used to debate whether Sabrina concocted the game of grocery gladiators because she got tired of how long our trips to the market were. There's a heavenly bakery in one corner, and a whole local snack section, and between the 6 of us, it's like shopping with very bougie, somewhat drunk toddlers, one person wandering off every time the rest of us are ready to go. But tonight I figured we'd swim, do our usual cookout and all that, Sabrina says. I just want to bask in the togetherness. To togetherness, Porth cries, initiating the 5th toast of the day. As soon as Win removes his arm from around my shoulders, I scooch my chair sideways under the pretense of grabbing the open Prosecco to refill my glass. To grocery gladiators, Kimmy joins in. To drinking your body weight in wine and hoping you wake up and realize this was all a dream, I think. Across the table, Cleo's looking at me thoughtfully, a little divot between her delicate brows. I force a smile and lift my flute in her direction. To that one guy at Murder, she read, who still gives us the student discount. Cleo's mouth quirks faintly, like she's not fully convinced by my display, but she clinks her glass, water. Cleo gave up alcohol years ago because it irritated her stomach, to mine anyway. May we always be so lucky, and so youthful. Shoot, bottle's empty, Sabrina says from the end of the table. I lurch to my feet before Win can volunteer. He starts to rise anyway, and I shove him back down in his chair. You stay here and relax, honey, I say, acidly sweet. I'll get the wine. Thanks, Sab calls as I beeline for the back doors. Door should be open. Another facet of Mr. Amos's upgrade to the cottage, he had the old stone cellar converted to a top-of-the-line vault for his immense and immensely expensive wine collection. It's password protected and everything, though Sabrina always leaves it open so any of us can run down and grab something. Too quickly I find a bottle whose label matches the one on the table. I'm guessing that means it's not $1,000 Prosecco, but with Sabrina, you never know. She might have pulled out all the stops for us, regardless of whether our unrefined palates are able to appreciate said pulled stops. It makes my heart twinge, thinking of this perfect final week she's planned for us and my utter inability to enjoy it. One day. Let them have one perfect day, and tomorrow will come clean. By the time I get back upstairs, everyone's laughing, the very picture of a laid-back best friends trip. Wynn's gaze snags on mine, and his dimpled smile doesn't fall or even falter. He's fine. No big deal that his ex-fiancée's here, or that we're essentially staying in a honeymoon suite with an extreme every surface here is specifically designed with fucking in mind vibe. No discernible reaction to my presence. This time, the zing that goes down my spine feels less like a zipper undone and more like angry flame on a streak of gasoline. It's not fair that he's fine. It's not fair that being here with me doesn't feel like having his heart roasted on a spit, like it does for me. You can do this, Harriet. If he's fine, you can be too. For your friends. I set the wine bottle on the table as I round it and come to stand behind Wynn, sliding my hands down his shoulders to his chest, until my face is beside his and I can feel his heartbeat in my hands, even and unbothered. Not good enough. If I'm going to be tormented, so is he. I burrow my face into the side of his neck, all warm pine and clove. So, I say, who's up for a swim? Goosebumps rise from his skin. This time, the zing feels like victory. I'm starting to suspect, Kimmy says, that we might be a wee bit inebriated. Inebriated. Who? Us? I say, slowly trying to push myself to my feet on the slippery stand-up paddle mat as Kimmy crouches on the far end. Wife number 5 bought the mats for aqua yoga a couple of years back, and I'd forgotten all about them until tonight. Kimmy screams, and Poth dives out of the way as the mat flips over, dumping us back into the pool for easily the 6th time. The 3 of us pop out of the water. Kimmy flicks her head back to get her matted red gold hair out of her face. Us, she confirms. All of us. Well, I say, jerking my head toward the patio table, where Cleo, Sabrina, and Wynn are deep in a game of poker, maybe not them. Oh, no, Poth says. Sabrina absolutely is. But competition sobers her up, and her big goal of the week is to finally beat Cleo. And to get married, I point out. And that, Poth agrees, swimming toward the side of the glowing pool. Kimmy's already trying to wrangle her way back upright on the paddle mat, but I kick my way over to follow Poth. How did it happen? I ask. Don't you want to hear it from her? He asks. No, I want to hear the detailed version, I say. Sabrina's terrible at telling stories. I heard that, she cries from over at the table, then lays her hand down. And I'm not terrible. I'm succinct. Straight flush. Beside her, Cleo grimaces a little and says, almost guiltily, royal flush. Sabrina groans and drops her forehead to the table. From behind us comes the unmistakable sound of another Kimmy belly flop. Conspiratorially, Poth says, I asked her a year ago, and I'm so surprised, I accidentally smack him. A year? I cry. You've been engaged a year. He shakes his head. Back then, she was still saying she never wanted to get married. Wouldn't even take the ring. And then, a few weeks back, she found out about the house, and... He glances toward the poker match. Sabrina's absorbed in shuffling. She asked me. What? He grimaces and rubs the back of his neck. And I said no. Because I thought it was, like, this knee-jerk reaction. You know how it is for her. This house was the last place she felt like she had a family, before her parents split. And then once she brought you and Cleo here and then the rest of us, this cottage is the place she considers home. So when her dad told her he was selling it, I figured she was scrambling to put some kind of anchor down. That wasn't a good enough reason for me to say yes. So you proposed and she said no, I reply, and then she proposed and you said no. He nods. But that was a month and a half ago, and I thought she was mad at me for it. Until a couple weeks ago. She asked me again, with this for real proposal. Like, planned an elaborate scavenger hunt and everything. Wow, I say. Porth vibes. I know, he agrees. Anyway, at the end, she got down on one knee in Central Park, like a bona fide romantic, and told me that she's always known she wanted to be with me forever, but she was so scared that was impossible, she'd never let herself say it aloud. Because of her parents, you know. And Cleo's. He gives me an apologetic look as he adds, and yours. It was something she and I bonded over early on, her dad, who burned through marriages like they were limited series thrillers, and my parents, who stayed together but rarely seemed happy about it. Sabrina had never wanted to get married, lest she have to go through a vicious divorce. I was more scared of marrying someone who couldn't bring himself to leave me or to keep loving me. It was why I hadn't let myself cry when Win dumped me, or ask for answers or a second chance. I knew the only thing more painful than being without him would be being together knowing I no longer truly had him. Porth, Win, and Kimmy were all the product of loving, lasting marriages, and Cleo's parents had split when she was little but stayed on excellent terms. They still lived a block apart in New Orleans and had regular family dinners with each other and their respective spouses. Anyway, Porth says, Sabrina decided she'd been letting her dad have too much impact on her life. She didn't want to make any more decisions just for the sake of not doing what he'd do. So I said yes and then planned my own proposal. Well, naturally, I say. You're the party king of Paxton Avenue. He laughs, flicks back his wet hair. I needed her to know I wanted it too, you know. Maybe it's weird to combine the wedding with this goodbye trip, but I don't know. I just need this week to be absolutely perfect for her. My chest aches. My palms itch. I'm really, really happy for you, I tell him. He grins crookedly, plants a loud smooch atop my head. Thanks, Ha. We really couldn't have figured our shit out without you and Win. I hope you know that. Oh, come on, I say. I'm serious, he replies. You were the first ones to cross that friendship line, and to prove it could work. Sap says all the time that she spent way too much time worrying that going after what she wanted could jeopardize what the six of us already had, and watching you two keep loving each other for all these years, that really helped her believe we could do this. My throat squeezes, and my eyes go straight to the poker match. Win's not looking, is focused on his phone, but heat unfurls from my hairline to my collarbone anyway. Behind us, Kimmy cries, I did it. I'm a god, right before she topples again. I think I need to pee, I tell Porth, hauling myself from the pool. Or drink water. One of those. If you can't tell the difference between those, Harry, Porth calls after me, I think you need to see a doctor. Porth, I say, pausing in the doorway. I am a doctor. Seems like a conflict of interest. He flips backward, away from the wall, and strokes toward Kimmy. I towel off as I make my way through the cool, silent house. The kitchen is a mess, so I wipe down the counters, add the empty bottles to the recycling, and then head toward the powder room tucked back by the laundry. No one ever uses this one, because it's been here in some form since the early 1900s and thus is approximately 2 feet wide. I take hold of the sink as I try to catch my breath. In the mirror, my face is already sunburnt, my hair a salty, tangled mess. So much for that shower. Maybe I can sneak away for a quick rinse while everyone's still out back. Maybe I can throw all my clothes back into my bag and run away and, I don't know, not ruin my best friend's wedding. Oh God. This is a disaster. Wash my hands with the luxurious grapefruit-scented soap Mr. Amos stocks all his hotels with, take one last deep inhale, and open the door. My first instinct when I see Win waiting in the narrow hall is to slam the door shut in his face. Like this is a bad dream, and if I close it and open it again, he'll have disappeared. But as usual, my body is 2.5 steps behind my brain, so by the time I've registered him and the sound of overlapping voices down the hall in the kitchen, he's already pushing me back and shutting us in together. My heart is hammering. My limbs feel hot and unsteady. I'd already turned off the light, and for some reason he doesn't reach to switch it back on, so we're cast in the dim, candlelight glow of the sensor-operated nightlight mounted beside the mirror. "What are you doing?" I ask. "Relax." The dark makes his voice sound too close. Or maybe that's the 6 inches between us. "You can't shove a woman into a dark room and tell her to relax," I hiss. "I couldn't figure out how to get you alone," he says. "Have you considered that might be intentional?" I say. He huffs. "Our plan isn't going to work." "I know," I say. His brow lifts. "You do?" "I may have just mentioned that," I say. He sinks back against the door, chin lifting, a deep inhale filling his lungs to the point that our chests brush. I try to step backward and am met with a towel rack. "We'll have to stick it out 5 more days," I say. He rebounds from the door. Our chests press together, a current of angry electricity leaping from his skin into mine, or maybe the other way around. "You just agreed with me that we couldn't do this." "No, I said we can't follow through with our plan. They need this week to be perfect, Win. Sabrina's already a bundle of nerves. This could mess up everything." "Oh, it's going to mess up something," he growls. "Talk to Porth," I say. "If you leave that conversation feeling good about blowing up this week, then I can't stop you. But you're not going to." He sighs. "This is so unbelievably messed up." "It's certainly not ideal," I say, parroting his phrasing from earlier. His eyes flash. "Hilarious." "I thought so." I lift my chin like I am not at all intimidated by his closeness. Like there definitely aren't hundreds of hornets batting around in my chest trying to get to him. Our glares hold for several seconds. I'm not sure he's ever glared at me. As a categorically conflict-averse person, I'm surprised how powerful the glare makes me feel. I'm finally getting a rise out of him, getting past that granite facade he used to shut me out. "Fine," he says. "Then I guess we have to do this." He catches my hand. My whole body feels like it's made of live wires, even before I register the cool white gold loop slipping over my finger. I jerk back before he can get the ring on. He lets me, but again, the towel rack doesn't. "Someone's going to notice if you're not wearing it," he says. "They haven't so far," I say. "It's only been a couple of hours," he says. And Kimmy was dancing and singing into a wooden spoon to that one Crash Test Dummies song for the vast majority of that. People were busy. "So we commandeer the playlist," I say. "I can easily think of at least 26 songs that will put Kimmy into show mode." Win's eyebrow arches. It tugs on his mouth, revealing a sliver of glow-in-the-dark smile. That snow globe feeling hits, where up is down and down is up and everything is either glitter or corn syrup. "Why do you even have this?" I demand. "Because," he says, "I knew I was going to see you, and it's yours." "I gave it back," I remind him. "Well aware of that," he says. "Now are you going to put it on, or should we go tell them it's over now?" I shove my hand out, palm up. I'm sure as hell not letting him slide my old engagement ring onto my finger. He hesitates, like he's debating saying something, then sets it in my palm. I put it on and hold my hand up. Happy? He laughs, shakes his head, and starts to leave. He turns back, leaning into the door. How long should we say it's been? Since we last saw each other, if anyone asks. They won't ask, I say. My vision's adjusted to the dark enough that I can see, in detail, the creases at the corners of his eyes deepening. Why not? Because it's a boring question. I don't think it's a boring question, he says. I'm desperate to know the answer. I'm on pins and needles, Harriet. I roll my eyes. A month. His eyes close for a moment. If I knew they would stay closed, I wouldn't be able to help myself. I'd trace a finger down his nose, around the curve of his mouth, not touching him but relishing in the almost. I hate how entangled we still feel on a quantum level. Like my body will never stop trying to find its way back to his. His eyes slit open. Did I come to San Francisco, or did you come to Montana? I snort. His eyes flash. I haven't had time to do laundry in the last month, I say. I definitely didn't fly to Montana and walk around a ranch in a 10-gallon hat. Sambally, he asks, how many pairs of underwear do you own? Now, that I'm sure no one will ask you, I say. You haven't done laundry in a month, he replies. I'm just doing that math, Harriet. Well, if I run out, at least Porth's packing list for you has me covered. And if you visited me, he says, no part of your visit would have been me marching you around a ranch in a 10-gallon hat. What exactly do you think I do all day? Furniture repair, I say with a shrug. Rodeo clowning. Maybe that one senior water aerobics class Gloria was always trying to get us to go to when we used to visit. Date beautiful women, breathe in the Montana air, and feel whole body relief to have left San Francisco, and me, behind. How is Gloria? I ask. Wynn's head falls back against the door. Good. He doesn't go on. It stings like he meant for it to, this reminder that I'm not entitled to any more information about his mother, his whole family, than this one-word reply. Then his face softens, mouth quirking. I did try the water aerobics class with her. Yeah, right. He sets a hand across his heart. I swear. My snort of laughter catches me off guard. Even stranger, it doesn't stop after one, instead devolving until it's like popcorn is exploding through my chest, until I feel almost like I'm crying instead of laughing. All the while Wynn stands there, leaned against the door, watching me, bemused. Are you quite finished, Harriet? For now. He nods. So I visited you in San Francisco. Last month. Any trace of humor evaporates from the air. That's the story. He studies me for a beat too long. My face prickles. My blood hums. We both jump at a sudden, high-pitched blast of sound from down the hall. Wynn sighs. Porth got an air horn app. God save us, I say. He used it like 15 times before you got here. As you can imagine, it hasn't gotten old. I bite my lip before any hint of a smile can surface. I refuse to let myself be charmed by him. Not again. Well. He pushes away from the door. I'll leave you to. He waves toward me, as if to wordlessly communicate standing alone in this dark bathroom. That would be great, I say, and then he's gone. I count to 20, then let myself out, heart still pounding. After pausing in the kitchen long enough to fill my abandoned wineglass to the very brim, I step back out into the brisk chill of night. Everyone's bundled up now, a fire burning in the stone pit, my friends crowded around and wrapped in a mishmash of towels, sweatshirts, and blankets. I take a seat beside Cleo and she pulls me into a side hug, rearranging her flannel blanket over my bare legs too. "Everything good?" she asks. "Of course it is," I insist, snuggling closer. "I'm in my happy place." 7. Happy place. Knott's Harbor, Maine. The kids' room. Warped floorboards and crooked windows, creamy drapes, and twin beds topped in matching blue-gray quilts on either wall. My first week back with my friends after my London semester, and I'm sharing a room with a virtual stranger. A pleasantly musty smell, tempered by lemon verbena furniture polish. By cinnamon toothpaste. By pine, clove, wood smoke, and strange pale eyes that wink and flash like some nocturnal animal. Not that I'm looking at him. I can't keep looking at him. But within hours of meeting Wing Connor, it's obvious he has his own gravity. I can't bring myself to look at him straight on in the full light of day, always start loading dishes or drawing a net through the pool when he's too close. From the early mornings curtained in mist to late at night, my subconscious tracks him. I'm living 2 separate weeks. One of them is bliss, the other torture. Sometimes they are indistinguishable. I laze in the pool with Cleo while she reads some artist's memoir or encyclopedia exclusively about mushrooms. I wander the antique shops, junk shops, fudge shops in town with Sabrina. Porth and I walk up to the coffee place and the little Red Lobster roll stand with the constant hour-long line. We play chicken in the pool, never have I ever around the fire pit. We pass around bottles of Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Chardonnay. "Will your dad mind that we're drinking his wine?" Win asks. I wonder if he's worried, like I was the first time Sabrina brought Cleo and me here, if he's realizing she'd have every right to present us with bills at the end of the week, bills that the rest of us couldn't afford. Of course he'd mind, Sabrina replies, if he ever noticed. But he's incapable of noticing anything that's not inside a Swiss bank account. He has no idea what he's missing, Cleo says. All of my favorite things happen outside of Swiss bank accounts, Porth agrees. All my favorite things are here, I say. In the hottest part of the day, we take turns leaping off the end of the pier below the bluff, making a game out of not reacting to the icy shock of the Atlantic, then lie on the sun-warmed platform watching the clouds stampede past. Sabrina plans our drinks and meals to perfection. Porth finds ways to turn everything into an elaborate game or competition, as in the case of the pier jumping game we named Don't Fucking Scream. And Cleo, almost out of nowhere, asks questions like, "Are there any places you go back to again and again in your dreams, or would you redo high school if you could?" Porth says he would, because he had a great high school experience. Cleo says she would, because she had a horrible time and would like the chance to correct it, and the rest of us agree it would take a many-dollar offer to tempt us to relive our own mediocre experiences. After that, Cleo asks, if you could have another life entirely, separate from this one, what would you do? Porth says, right away, he'd join a band. Sabrina takes a minute to decide she'd be a chef. Back when my parents were still together, she says, when we'd come out here for the summer, Mom and I would cook these elaborate meals. It was a whole day thing. Like we had nowhere to be, nothing to do but be together. While she's always shared blunt observations and flippantly self-aware comments about her family life and her past, like sorry if that came out too strong. It's my child of a narcissist complex. I still think I have 30 seconds to make my case before everyone gets bored. It's rarer for her to share happy memories. It's a gift, this bit of tenderness she's brought out to show us. It's an honor to be trusted with something so sacred and rare as Sabrina's softness. With Cleo's extra life, she tells us, she'd farm, which makes everyone laugh so hard the wooden pier trembles under us. I'm serious, she insists. I think it'd be fun. Yeah, right, Sabrina says. You're going to be a famous painter, with landscapes in every celebrity's LA mansion. When she turns the question to me, my mind blanks. I've wanted to become a surgeon since I was 14. I've never considered anything else. You can do anything, Harry, Sabrina presses. Don't overthink it. Overthinking is the thing I'm best at, though, I say. She cackles. Maybe in your other life you figure out how to monetize that. Or maybe, Cleo says, in our other lives, we don't have to figure out how to monetize anything. We can just be. Without sitting up, Porth reaches over to high-five her. I love you, Cleo says, but I do not high-five. He lets his hand drop to his stomach, unbothered. He asks Win what he'd do with his second life. I don't look over, but I feel him stretched out under the sun on my left, a second star, a thing with its own gravity, light, warmth. He sighs sleepily. I'd live in Montana. You've already done that, Porth says. You're supposed to say you'd go to the South Pole and rehabilitate penguins or something. Fine, Porth, Win says. I'd go to the South Pole, for the penguins. There's no right answer, Cleo says. Why would you move back to Montana, Win? Because in this life, I decided not to stay there, he says. I decided to do something different than my parents did, be someone different. But if I had another one to live, I'd want the one where I stayed too. I chance a glance at him. He turns his cheek flat against the wooden pier, and our gazes hold for the span of 4 breaths, his damp arm and mine barely touching. A silent conversation passes between us, high and high back, and you're smiling at me, and no, you're smiling at me. I turn my eyes back to the sky and shut them tight. By the time we crawl into our beds on opposite sides of the kids' room, the buzzing in my veins still hasn't let up. Win, however, is so still that I assume he's instantly fallen asleep. After some time, his voice breaks the quiet. Why do you always start cleaning when I come into the room? My laugh is part surprise, part embarrassment. What? If everyone's out back and you're in the kitchen, the second I come inside, you go for a sponge. I do not, I say. You do. The blankets rustle as he rolls onto his side. Well, if I do, it's a coincidence, I say. I love cleaning. They told me that, he says. I laugh. How did that come up? Did you ask for the least interesting thing about me? A few weeks after I moved in, the apartment was completely disgusting, he says. And I'm not even that clean of a guy. I finally asked Sabrina about it, and she said they must have gotten used to you always scrubbing everything. I think I'm the only person who's taken out the trash in the last 6 months. Cleo picks up after herself, but she won't touch Sabrina's mess. I smile at the dark ceiling, my heart swelling with affection for both of them. Cleo's great at boundaries. She probably thinks if she lets Sabrina's toothpaste splatter accumulate long enough, she'll notice. Yeah, well, if I didn't intervene, the counter would be more toothpaste than porcelain by now. You're being unrealistic, I say. The entire apartment would be toothpaste. You don't seem to mind that our friend is a disgusting slob. I've always liked cleaning, I say. Even when I was little. Really? Yeah, I say. Both my parents had to work a lot, and they were always stressed out about money, but they were also good about making sure my sister and I had everything we needed. There wasn't a ton I could do to help, except cleaning. And I like how it's so measurable, like you immediately see that what you're doing is making a difference. Whenever I get anxious, I clean, and it relaxes me. A long silence. Do I make you anxious? What? Of course not, I say. His blankets rustle again. When I came into the room tonight, you started rearranging the drawers. Coincidence, I insist. So you're not anxious, he says. I'm never anxious here, I say. Another pause. What are they like? Who? Your family, he says. You don't talk about them all that much. Are they like you? I prop my head up in my hand and squint through the dark. What am I like? I don't know how to explain it, he says. I'm not good with words. If you'd rather, you can act it out, I say. He turns onto his back again, waves his arms in a circle. A gigantic orb, I guess. He laughs. I guess I'm not good at charades either. I mean it in a good way. A gigantic orb in a good way, I say. So. He faces me once more. It's easier to meet his eyes in the dark. Are they gigantic orbs too? It's impossible to say, since I still have no idea what that means. But my parents are nice. Dad's a science teacher, and Mom works at a dentist's office. They always made sure my sister and I had what we needed. You said that already, he says. Reading my hesitation, he says, sorry. You don't have to talk about it. There's not a lot to say. We fall back into silence, but after a while, it bubbles over. They don't love each other. The words hang there. He waits, and it doesn't matter that I've decided not to talk about this. It comes out anyway. They barely knew each other when they got married. They were in college still, and my mom got pregnant with my older sister. Mom was supposed to go to medical school, and Dad was supposed to go to grad school for astrophysics, but they needed money, so she dropped out to raise Eloise, and he got a job substitute teaching. By the time I was born, it was already like this weird late 20th century marriage of convenience. Do they fight? He asks. Not really, I say. My sister's 6 years older than me, and she was kind of a wild child, so they used to argue with her, but not with each other. About her dropping AP classes without talking to them, or coming home with a belly button ring, or announcing her plans to take a backpacking gap year. Mom and Dad never screamed, but Eloise did, and when, inevitably, they sent her to her room or she stormed out of the house, everything would always seem somehow quieter than before. A dangerous quiet, like one tiny peep might make the cracks spread, the house collapse. My parents weren't cruel, but they were strict, and they were tired. Sometimes one or both of them had to get a weekend job to fill in the financial gaps if the minivan broke down, or Eloise chipped a tooth, or I got a virus that led to pneumonia, which dovetailed nicely with a need for chest x-rays. By the time I was 9, I might not have known what deductible meant, but I knew it was one of those words trotted out when Mom and Dad were bent over paper bills at the kitchen table, massaging their eyebrows and sighing to themselves. I also knew that my dad hated when my mom sighed. And that, conversely, my mom hated when my dad sighed. Like both of them were hoping that the other would be fine, wouldn't need comforting. All the quiet made me strain for hints and clues until I became an expert in my parents' moods. Eloise had been out of the house a long time, since the blow-up fight when she'd told them she wouldn't be going to college, and things were a lot better now, but they'd never fully forgiven her, and I didn't think she'd forgiven them either. They're good parents, I say. They came to every single thing I was a part of. In 5th grade, for a talent show, I did this series of magic tricks that were actually little science experiments, and you'd think they'd watched me give a lecture at NASA. We only ever ate out for special occasions, but that night they took me for ice cream at Big Paulie's cone shop. Talking to Win like this feels like whispering my secrets into a box and shutting it tight. A sliver of a grin appears through the dark. So you've always had a sweet tooth. All of us do. We ordered multiple rounds, I say. Like we were doing birthday shots. We stayed until the place was closed, well after my normal bedtime. One of my most vivid memories was falling asleep against the back seat, feeling so happy, glowy with their pride. I lived for those rare nights when everything clicked and we were all happy together, when they weren't worried about anything and could just have fun. When I won the high school science fair my sophomore year, and Dad and I spent the night making s'mores over the stovetop and binge-watching a documentary on jellyfish. Or when I graduated salutatorian, and the front office team from Dr. Sherberg's dental practice threw me a mini party, complete with a truly hideous brain cake Mom had baked. Or when I got the letter about my scholarship to Mattingly, and the three of us stayed up late, poring over the online course catalogue. You, my girl, I remember Mom saying, are going to do great things. We always knew it, Dad had agreed. What about your parents? I ask Win. They come from ranching families, right? And now they run a furniture repair business. What are they like? Loud. He doesn't elaborate. My first impression of him has proven true. Win doesn't like talking about himself. But I feel greedy for more of him, the real Win, the parts under the smoky sultry eyes. Happy loud, I say, or angry loud? His smile lights up the dark. Happy loud. He pauses. Plus, my dad's deaf in one ear but insists on always asking questions from the other room, so sometimes just loud. And I've got an older sister and a younger one. Michael and Lou. They're loud too. They'd love you. Because I'm loud? Because they're brilliant like you, he says. And also because you laugh like a helicopter. Unfortunately, that causes me to prove his point. Wow. Stop hitting on me. It's cute, he adds. Another full body flush. Okay, now you really need to stop flirting with me. You make it sound so easy, he says. I believe in you, I say. And you have no idea how much that means to me, he replies. I turn over and bury my face in my pillow, mumbling through a grin, good night, Win. Sleep tight, Harriet. The next night follows the same pattern. We climb into bed. We fall into silence. And then Win turns onto his side and asks, why brain surgery, specifically? And I say, maybe I thought it sounded the most impressive. Now I can constantly respond to things with well, it's not brain surgery. You don't need to be any more impressive, he says. You're already. In the corner of my eye, he waves his arms in that huge circle again. A freakishly large watermelon, I say. He lets out a low laugh, his voice gone all raspy. So was that it? You chose the hardest, most impressive thing you could think of. You ask a lot of questions, but you don't like answering them, I say. He sits up against the wall, the corner of his mouth curling, dimples sinking. What do you want to know? I sit up. Why didn't you want to guess what our friends told me about you? He stills. No hand running through his hair, no jogging knee. A very still Win Connor is an almost lewdly beautiful thing. Because, he says eventually, my best guess would be they told you I'm a nice guy who barely got into Mattingly and didn't get my credits in time to graduate, and honestly might never manage to. They love you, I say. They'd never say anything like that. It's the truth. Porth's off to law school next year, and I was supposed to be moving to New York with him, but I failed the same gen ed math class for the second time. I'm hanging on by a thread. Who needs math? I say. Mathematicians, probably, he says. Are you planning to become a mathematician? I ask. No, he says. That's good, because they're all going to be put out of business once this calculator thing catches on. Who cares if you're bad at math, Win? His gaze lifts. Maybe I hope to make a better first impression than that. No part of me believes, I say, that you struggle with first impressions. He brushes his thick hair up off his forehead, and it stays there, all except that one strand, of course, which is determined to fall sensually across his eyebrow. Maybe you make me a little nervous. Yeah, right, I say, spine tingling. Just because you don't see me grabbing a mop every time you walk into a room doesn't mean I don't notice you're there. It feels like a bowling ball has landed in my stomach, a sudden drop. Then come the butterflies. Blood rerouting, vessels constricting, I tell myself. Meaningless. Why? I ask. I don't know how to explain it, he says, and please don't ask me to act it out. You make me a little nervous too, I admit. He's waiting for me to say more, the weight of his focus on me. An ache starts behind my ribs. Like having this small bit of him has transformed all the pieces I can never have into a kind of phantom limb, a pain where there should be more win. Why, he says finally. Too handsome, I say. A strange look flits across his face, something like disappointment. He averts his gaze. Well, that has nothing to do with me. I know that, I say. That's the thing. Abnormally good-looking people aren't supposed to also be so. So. He arches a brow. I wave my arms in a circle. He cracks a smile. Spherical? I latch onto the closest word I can find. Vast. Vast, he repeats. Funny, I say. Interesting. It's like, pick a lane, buddy. He laughs, tosses a pillow across the room at me. I never would have pegged you for a snob, Harriet. Huge snob. Huge. I toss the pillow back with another circular wave of my arms. It lands about 3 feet shy of his bed. What was that? The pillow you threw at me, I say, perhaps you remember it. I know it's a pillow, he says. I'm talking about the throw. Now who's a snob? I say. Just because I'm not an athlete. It's a pillow, Harriet, he says, not an Olympic throwing hammer, and we're 4 feet apart. We're like 10 feet apart, I counter. Absolutely not. He stands and starts across the room, counting each step. I catch myself cataloguing his arms and stomach, the juts of his hip bones above his gym shorts. 3, 4, 5. You are taking massive strides right now. I jump up to measure the distance myself. Our elbows graze as we pass, and every fine hair down my arm rises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When I turn, he's standing right behind me. The dark quivers between us. My nipples pinch, and I'm terrified he'll notice, and desperate for him to notice, to feel his eyes all over me. He clears his throat. Tomorrow. My voice comes out thin. Tomorrow what? We'll measure the distance, he says. Whoever's guess is closest wins. Wins what? I ask. His lips twitch. One of his perfectly curved shoulders lifts. I don't know, Harriet. What do you want? You say my name a lot, I say. You hardly ever say mine, he replies. That's why I had to get you to say wins what. I smile at the floor, which underscores how close we're standing. Wins what, win? When I look up, his lips are pressed tight, his dimples out full force. I honestly forget what we were talking about. Another head rush. A belly flutter. Warning bells clanging through my nervous system. We were talking about how badly we both need to go to sleep, I say. He pretends to believe me. We climb back into our respective beds. We talk through the next night too. I tell him I'm still not used to all the casual physical affection between our friends. How Cleo snuggles into my side like a cat nestling into towels fresh from the dryer, and Sabrina hugs me hello and goodbye, and Porth tousles my hair as he's passing through a room. Would you rather I didn't touch you? Wyn asks quietly. As quietly, I say, you don't ever touch me. Because I haven't known, he says, if you want me to. Everything in me twists and tightens. He tucks a pillow under his ear and shifts onto his side, his bare chest and long, lean torso tinged with the first bit of morning, the freckles on his sculpted shoulders visible in the streaks of light. My train of thought is disappearing around a corner, leaving me alone with a half-naked Wyn Connor, when he says, just to be clear, you're always welcome to touch me. I become acutely aware of every place the cool silk sheets skim my legs. I shake the blankets out. What an extremely generous offer. Not generous at all, he says. I'm voracious for physical touch. Can't get enough. So I've gathered, I say. If I ever meet someone in need of casual physical touch, I'll give them your business card. The corner of his mouth tugs downward. Remember what you told me about Sabrina? No, what? That she exaggerates, he says. So does Porth. I pitch myself higher on my elbow. So which were the exaggerations, Wyn? The hot TA who left her phone number on your last essay of the term? The flight attendant who bought all your drinks? The identical triplet Russian acrobats? The triplets, he says, were literally just some girls I met in a bar and talked to for 30 minutes. And for the record, they were gymnasts, not acrobats, and they were very nice. One can't help but notice you didn't protest about the TA and the flight attendant. He sits up against the wall. The man cannot stay in one position for longer than 40 or so seconds. How about we discuss your romantic history? What about it? I say. Sabrina said you were dating another American while you were in London. Hudson, I supply. You never bring him up, Wyn says. I don't bring him up because he and I agreed our relationship was temporary, right from the start. We knew when we went home, we'd be too busy, too focused, for each other. Focus was the second biggest thing Hudson and I had in common. The first was a love of the same chip shop in London. Not the stuff of romantic legend, but it worked out okay, and no one got hurt. I'm an open book, I say. What do you want to know? Wyn's teeth scrape over his bottom lip. Is he a genius like you? I'm not a genius, I say. Fine, Wyn says, is he brilliant like you? Is he going to be a surgeon? Brilliant. The word fizzes through me. He wants to be a thoracic surgeon, I say. He goes to Harvard. Wyn scoffs. Tickle in your throat, I say. What's he look like? Wyn asks. As I consider, his grin twitches. Can't remember. Dark hair, blue eyes, I say. Like you, he says. Identical. I sit up too. Side by side, you couldn't tell us apart. Wyn's eyes slink down me, then climb back to my face. You're a very lucky woman. The luckiest, I say. Once, when I was sick, he went to class as me. Can I see a picture? Wyn asks. Seriously? I'm curious, he says. I lean over the bed and feel around for my phone on the ground, then carry it over to him, swiping through my camera roll. I choose a picture of Hudson that shows off his high cheekbones, his pointed chin, his glossy dark hair. When I hold it out, Wyn grabs my wrist to steady it and squints at the screen. Then he slides my phone from my hand and brings it closer to his eyes. Why isn't he smiling? He is, I say. That's how he smiles. It's subtle. This guy, Wyn says, only smiles when he's looking in the mirror. Which is also how he masturbates. While wearing his Harvard sweatshirt. Oh my God, Win. You are officially the snob among us. I reach for my phone, but he rolls onto his stomach, taking it with him. Slowly, he swipes back through my pictures, taking each in before moving to the next. I flop down next to him and peer over his shoulder as he pauses on a shot of me in the library, hunched over a notebook, several towers of textbooks lined up in front of me. Cute. He glances over his shoulder at me, then back to the phone before I can react. He spreads his thumb and finger over the image to zoom in on my face. I watch him in profile, his face lit up, his dimples shadowing. So fucking cute, he repeats quietly. Heat blooms in every nook and cranny of my body. This time when I reach for my phone, Win lets me take it. He sits up. Only a handful of inches separate our faces. I can smell his clove deodorant. His gaze is heavy on my mouth. I told you, I manage, you need to stop flirting with me. His eyes lift. Why? Because my best friend has a crush on you. Because this group of friends matters too much to risk ruining it. Because I don't like how out of control I feel around you, how whenever you're nearby, you're the only thing I can focus on. I say, you don't date your friends. You're not my friend, Harriet, he says quietly. What am I, then? I ask. I don't know, he says. But not that. Our gazes lash together, a heady pressure building between us. His want and mine have started to overlap, two halves of a Venn diagram drawing together on the twin bed. We can't, I murmur. Because of Sabrina, he asks. My heart spikes. No. It comes out thin, unconvincing. I don't see her like that, he says. You see everyone like that, I say. I don't, he says, voice firm. I really don't. Win, I say quietly. This is. What word did he use earlier this week? Messy. I know, he says. Trust me, I'm trying not to feel like this. Try harder. I want to sound light and teasing. Instead, I sound as angsty as I feel. Is that what you want? I can't bring myself to lie, so I just stand. We should get at least a little sleep. After several seconds, he says, good night, Harriet. 8. Real life. Tuesday. The first thing I register is a heaviness across my stomach, a bar of gentle pressure, like a weighted blanket, only concentrated. A cold breeze wriggles through the sheets. I nestle back into the delicious warmth behind me. My head spins from the motion. My stomach roils. Something stiff rocks against the backs of my thighs, and a bolt of heat, of want, goes down my center. Holy shit! I scramble upward, eyes snapping open on the pewter grey of morning, blanket snared around my thighs. I'm on the floor. Why am I on the floor? Why am I on the floor with him? I search my immediate surroundings for clues. King-sized bed. Window open above it, a damp wind whispering in. Bare legs, covered with goosebumps. And the shirt I'm wearing, no. Shit. 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 Tissue paper thin. Faded to near transparency, long enough to reach a third of the way down the fronts of my thighs but somehow not long enough to cover my whole ass. A cartoon horse barrel racing with a cartoon cowboy on its back, yellow serifed font superimposed over it. This ain't my first rodeo. No, 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 absolutely not. This is not my shirt. Sure, it used to be my favorite shirt to sleep in, but once that UPS box of my stuff showed up, a whole 2 days after our breakup, I'd stuffed this shirt along with every other trace of win I could find into the crate and barrel box from our first set of shared dishes and shipped it right back to him. Why am I fixating on the shirt? Surely, I should be panicking about the fact that my ex-fiancé is lying on the floor beside me, bare-chested, face half buried in a pillow, his arm still a dead weight across my lap and his erection wedged against me. Peaced. I shove him. He rocks right back into the same position. I've always been a terrible sleeper, whereas Win, who never stops moving while awake, sleeps so hard that I used to check his pulse in the night. Get up. I shove his shoulder harder. His eyes flutter open, slitting against the half-light of morning. What? He grumbles, one eye closing to better focus on me. What's wrong? What's wrong? I hiss back. How did this happen? How could I let this happen? How could you let this happen? Hold up. He pushes himself up, scrubs his hair back. Tell me what happened. What happened? My whisper pitches up to a tea kettle whistle. We slept together, Win. His eyes widen. Slept together? He laughs hoarsely. When would we have slept together, Harriet? In between you and Kimmy doing body shots and me literally carrying you up the stairs. But I look around for all that evidence I'd catalogued. I'm wearing your shirt. Because you puked on yours, he says. And when I went to get you another one, you demanded, quite vehemently, the I've been to so many fucking rodeos shirt. I gawk at him, trying to recall the night he's describing. That doesn't sound like me. Are you kidding? He says. You once told me you wanted to be buried in that shirt. And then that you didn't want to be buried, so I'd have to cremate you in it. I don't demand things, I say. Yeah, he says. That part was a pleasant surprise. Wait. The front of my head throbs. I push my hands against it, hard. Why am I on the floor? Because you refused to take the bed, he says. And why are you on the floor? Because, he says, I refused to take the bed first. I think you were trying to make a point, but you passed out pretty fast, and then I was worried you might get sick again and choke on your own vomit. Oh. Another nail pounds into the spot above my right eye. My stomach makes a noise like a possum who's both dying and in heat. I remember chugging the glass of wine in the kitchen and going back onto the patio. I remember Port playing one of his famous party playlists through the fancy outdoor speakers hidden in fake rocks, and everyone dancing, except Cleo and Win, who hung back by the fire, deep in conversation, and I remember how despicably beautiful he looked, backlit by the flames. Then Port hauled him and Sabrina bodily over to the rest of us, and I remember telling Win that sitting by the fire, he'd looked like the devil, and him saying, "Stop flirting with me, Harriet," and me feeling angry and something else entirely. Things get fuzzy after that. Probably for the best, if that last little flicker is anything to go on. Why don't you feel like complete shit right now? I ask. Probably, he says, because I drank half as much wine as you, and 100% fewer shots than you took off Kimmy's stomach. That was true. I say. I did a body shot. No, you didn't do a body shot, he says. My shoulders relax. You did 4 body shots. Why didn't anyone stop us? I ask. Probably because Cleo went to bed early, Sabrina and Port were having the time of their lives, and every time I came near you, you'd rub your ass on my crotch until I left you alone. I scoot abruptly back from him. There is absolutely no way I did that. Don't worry, he says. It was clearly vengeful grinding. I rub the heels of my hands over my eyebrows. Win reaches back for the glass on the nightstand behind us. Drink some water. I don't need water, I say. I need a time machine. I'm not made of money, Harriet. Water's all I've got. I swipe the glass from him. As soon as I've drained it, he plucks it from my hand and stands, padding into the bathroom portion of our fuck palace and turning on the faucet. I crawl toward the balcony and push up onto my knees to open the door, dragging the blanket outside with me to swallow some big gulps of fresh sea air. The sun's barely come up. There's too much mist to see much of anything. Everything's a shimmering grey. Here. I flinch at the sound of his voice. Wynne stepped out beside me and holds the refilled glass out, along with a couple of ibuprofen. Begrudgingly, I down the pills. I don't need you to take care of me, I say. You've always made that clear. He lowers himself to sit beside me on the damp wood, his arms coiled around his knees, his gaze out on the water. Or where the water must be, hidden behind the silver curtain. Since when do you drink like that? I don't. At his look, I add, under usual circumstances. But as you'll recall, these circumstances are less than ideal. He pushes his hair out of his face. Can I ask you something? No, I say. He nods, his gaze steady on the invisible horizon. My curiosity bubbles up until I can't ignore it. Fine. What? You're happy, aren't you? He looks at me sidelong, the corners of his mouth tense, thoughtful ridges between his brows. That exaggerated seesawing sensation rocks through me, only with the added benefit of there being a turbulent ocean of alcohol in my stomach. There's no right answer. Tell him he did the right thing, and he gets absolution. Tell him I'm not happy, and I'm admitting that even now, a part of me wants him. That he's gone back to being my phantom limb, an unstoppable ache where something's missing. I'm saved by the bell. Except the bell is an air horn up at top volume, blasting through the hallway, followed by a muffled shriek, Kimmy, of grocery. Gladiators. Bitches. Porth lays on the air horn again. Wynne lumbers to his feet, his question forgotten, my answer avoided. At least someone remembered to hydrate before bed. 9. Real life. Tuesday. I have never loved a grocery store, I say, like I love this grocery store. I love all grocery stores. Sabrina wheels our cart around an end cap toward the Crayola Bright produce section. Honestly, I have a hard time with grocery stores now, Cleo says. Once you start growing your own fruits and veggies, everything else pales in comparison. Oh, is that so? Sabrina pauses to feel a couple of mangoes. I wouldn't know. Something about the way she says it makes it clear it's a barb. Or it at least suggests that, and then the way Cleo's eyes flick up but don't fully roll confirms it. I've told you, Cleo says. You can visit in the winter. Things are too busy now. She shoots me a look. Open invitation, Harry, if you and Wynne want to come up to the farm then too, we'd love to have you. I focus on checking a box of strawberries for mold. Because this adorable coastal market has been blessed by angels, there isn't the tiniest bit of fuzz. I check 3 more boxes, all of them mold-free. Seriously, I say. This is the best grocery store on the planet. You like this grocery store because you don't have to make any decisions because you're always with us, and I'm good at making lists, Sabrina says. And you hate every other grocery store because I'm not there to meal plan for you. If you moved back in with us, we could fix that. She turns to Cleo. And Porth and I are amazing house guests, by the way. We always bring chocolate babka from Zabar's. She says it flatly, in her unbothered Sabrina way, but I can tell by Cleo's expression that the little jabs are landing with some force. We didn't cancel your visit because we think you're bad house guests, she says. Things just got hectic. Before Sabrina can reply to that, I jump in. Well, I'm so glad you and Kim could still make the trip work. That means a lot. Cleo's mouth softens into a smile. I'm glad too. She brushes a hand over Sabrina's elbow. I mean, how often do two of your best friends get married? Sabrina grins now too, irritation apparently forgotten. Well, in this case, at least twice, since we'll still have to do a big family wedding next year. Plus, if Porth has his way, there will probably be 3 or 4 more sprinkled in there somewhere. Well, of course, I say. You've got to make sure it sticks. From the far end of the shop, I can hear Kimmy barking orders at Win and Porth like she's a musher. Their strategy in this pseudo-game is always to go as fast as possible, which means they end up having to circle the whole store like 3 times, while Cleo, Sabrina, and I lazily meander, testing fruit and sorting through the impressive imported cheese fridge. There are usually even a couple of Cleo's favorite nut cheeses. The game's gotten more elaborate over the years. We are now to the point where Sabrina makes the list, cuts it into tiny one-line strips, folds the strips, puts them in a bowl, and has each of us take turns pulling random grocery items out until both teams have an even number. Another reason I know this is not a real game, Sabrina clearly does not give one single shit about winning, and she is always hyper-competitive. Hold on a sec. Cleo ducks down the row of fridges and returns with 3 large coconut waters. She drops 2 into our cart and pushes the other at me. You're green. Sabrina examines me. More like chartreuse. A flash of memory, Porth shoving green drinks with paper umbrellas into our sweaty hands as we danced around the patio. I wince. Don't say that word. Sabrina cackles. What about puce? Puce is more like a dark red, Cleo puts in helpfully. Like if one were to puke up red wine. Sabrina asks. I grab a loose Maine blueberry and throw it at her. At the front of the store, someone is whooping. We Are the Champions starts to play over phone speakers. Wow, Sabrina says, tossing a couple of blueberries into her mouth. They win again. Who would have thought? How is Kimmy even alive, I ask, let alone whooping and cheering? I don't know, dude. She's superhuman, Cleo says. Plus, she woke me up to tell me about the body shots, and I took the opportunity to pour 3 gallons of water into her mouth. Her brow arches. Kind of surprised Win didn't think to do that for you. He was totally sober when I went to bed. I busy myself with another package of blueberries. Aha! I spin back. See that? Mold. Every rose has its thorn, Sabrina says, angling our cart back toward the front of the shop. Just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. Another flash of memory, me, kneeling on the ground, atop the comforter Win's dragged to the floor. Arms up, baby, he says gently. He peels the ruined white t-shirt over my head, runs a cool washcloth over my collarbones, collecting what's left of my mess. I can barely keep my eyes open. Did you get me the shirt about the rodeos? The I've been to so many fucking rodeos shirt. I got it, he says. Arms back up. I must not lift them high enough, because his rough palms catch the undersides of my biceps and ease them over my head. Then the buttersoft fabric is being tugged down around me, pulling against the tops of my thighs. I love this shirt, I grumble. I know, he says, sliding my hair out from under the collar. That's why I brought it. Now go to sleep. Huh? Cleo jolts me out of the memory. You actually are puce now. That word. I press my hand over my mouth and bolt for the bathroom. I've never finished a chapter on one of these trips, let alone a book, but I've always loved coming here, picking out my next read. Win and Cleo split off for non-fiction, and Kimmy darts to romance. Porth heads for general fiction, and Sabrina veers toward horror. I alone head for the black coffin mounted to the wall, door ajar and waiting, mysteries painted in gold letters at the top of the box. I step through it to the room beyond, a space nearly as large as all other genres combined. I'd never been a big reader until the summer before I started at Mattingly, when all my high school extracurriculars and AP summer work abruptly ended. My acceptance to, and funding for, the school of my dreams was already assured, and I was bored for the first time in my life. I found the dime store mystery in Eloise's old room, now the family office, when I went in to look for packing tape. I sat on the windowsill to read the first page and didn't look up until I'd finished the book. Afterward, I went straight to the library for another. I probably read 20 cozy mysteries that summer. I run my fingers along the paperback spines, each title featuring a worse pun than the last. As I pull one out, Cleo appears at my side. I thought you'd read that one. This. I hold it up. Maybe you're thinking of Dying to Give. The one about the auctioneer murdered at the fundraiser. This one's Dying to Sieve, about a baker who finds a body inside a bag of flour. A whole body, she says. It's a really big bag, I say. Or a really small body, I'm not sure, but for a mere $6.99, I could find out. Did you find something already? She holds up a dictionary-sized tome with a giant illustration of a mushroom on its pale green cover. Didn't you already read that one? I say. Her mouth curls. You're thinking of fabulous fungi. This is miraculous mushrooms. How silly of me, I say. She leans away from me to peer through the doorway to the rest of the store. So what do you think about all this? All what? Sabrina and Porth, she says. Getting married. In like 4 days. I guess when you know, you know. I slide the book back onto the shelf and keep skimming. Yeah. A moment later, she says, I guess things have just felt a little off with her. Really? I haven't noticed anything, but then again, I haven't been exceptionally present the last few months. I've known that the next time we really talked, I'd have to talk about the breakup. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, Cleo says, swirling her raspberry iced tea. But last month, she texts me out of the blue that she and Porth were going to come up for a visit. And I said yes, because she seemed set on it. Only later I realized we were way too swamped, so I asked to reschedule, and I've barely heard from her since then. When we got in yesterday, I tried to talk to her about it, but she brushed it off, and then today she seems mad about it again. My fingers stop, hooked over a spine, murder in the maternity ward. I think she's just taking this cottage thing hard, I say. I don't think it's personal. Cleo screws up her mouth. Maybe. She lifts her braids off her shoulder, shaking them to fan her neck. There's no airflow in here, and the humidity is dense. I guess I'll try to talk to her again tonight. I just wanted to see if you'd noticed anything different with her. Nope. I say, probably a bit too chipper. I think everything seems totally normal. Cleo's head cocks. I'm fully expecting her to cry you and Win broke up, didn't you? At any second. Instead, she tucks her arm through mine and rests her head on my shoulder. I'm probably just tired, she says. I always worry more when I'm tired. I frown. I've been so self-absorbed, and/or drunk, that somehow I missed the way her face has thinned, and the faint purple blots beneath her eyes. Hey, I say. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? That's a weirdly evasive reply for Cleo. Because you run a whole-ass farm, I say. And you are but one dainty 5'2" woman. Her smile brightens her whole face. Yes, but you forget, my girlfriend is a 5'10" Scandinavian American goddess who can drink 4 barrels of moonshine and still win a grocery store race. Clee, I say. She checks over her shoulder, then drops her voice. Okay, yes, I'm stressed, she says. The truth is, Kimmy and I went back and forth about bowing out of this year's trip for the last 3 weeks. When I told Sabrina we might have to miss it, it did not go well, so we decided we'd come for a couple of days. Only now we can't head back early after all, so we're scrambling to have neighbors go take care of things for us at home. I'm so sorry, I say. How can I help? It's okay. It's 1 week of stress. Well, and the full week it will take us to catch up on the time away. Hey! For some reason, quite possibly all the subterfuge I'm currently engaged in, I jump when Sabrina pops her head in between us. Cleo does too. Don't sneak up on us. I literally just walked up, Sabrina says. Did I catch you two in the middle of a drug deal or something? She reaches between us to grab Cleo's book, scrutinizing the cover. Mushrooms? Again? Cleo's lips thin. They're fascinating. What about you, Sab? I cut in. Did you find anything? Oh my God, yeah, she says. This book is a fictional take on the Donner Party. How nice, I say. She cackles, grabs the book out of my hand. I didn't realize I was holding one. I must have yanked it out when she surprised us. Harry, she says, reading the back of it. This book is every bit as fucked as mine. I guarantee it's not, I say. An interior designer finds a hand behind a wall, she says. Yes, but it's cozy. I take the book back. How is that cozy? She asks. It's a cozy mystery, I say. It's hard to explain. Okay. Her voice wrenches up into a wordless yip of surprise as Kimmy appears at her shoulder. Beside me, Cleo grabs for the edge of the bookshelf, as if for support. Why is everyone so jumpy? Kim asks. Sabrina's reading about the Donners again, Cleo says. It's fiction, Sabrina says. Cleo asks, where are Porth and Win? Are they finished? Kimmy shrugs. I passed Porth by the fancy books. What are the fancy books? I ask. She means he's looking for something the New York Times has described as revelatory, Sabrina says. Actually. Porth walks up with a paper bag already in hand. I picked this because the Wall Street Journal gave it such a cranky review I needed to read it myself. It's by this married couple who usually publish separately. One of them writes literary doorstop novels and the other writes romance. What? Kimmy snatches the book. I know them. Seriously? Porth asks. I went to college with them in Michigan, she says. They weren't together yet, though. Her books are really horny. Is this one horny? The Wall Street Journal review didn't touch on the horniness, Porth says. Is Win done? Sabrina asks. Checking out now, Porth confirms. What did he get, a Steinbeck novel, she asks. Porth shrugs. Dunno. There's no way Win's getting a Steinbeck novel. I'm surprised he's buying a book, period, since we never have time to read on these trips and he's cautious with his spending. But if he was going to get a book, it wouldn't be about the American West. He would have felt like too much of a caricature. Porth and Sabrina herd us toward the register. Cleo gets her mushroom book and I buy Death by Design, and then we step out onto the cobbled street. The sun is high in the sky, no trace of mist left, only dazzling blue. Across the street, Kimmy spots a flower cart in front of the florist and, with a squeal of delight, pulls Cleo after her. Porth and I are gonna grab more coffee. Sabrina tilts her head toward the warm cup, the cafe next door with the awning-sheltered walk-up window. We've already been twice today. Once before the market, once after. Want anything? She asks. I'm good, thanks, I tell her. Win? He shakes his head. As they wander off, we stand in silence, avoiding gazes. I meant to tell you, he says finally. I talked to Porth last night. And? He clears his throat a little. You're right. We'll have to tell them after this week. I'm not sure why that floods me with relief. The rest of my week is now guaranteed to be torturous. But at least Porth and Sabrina will get their perfect day. Win gets a text. He's not usually so attentive to his phone. While he's checking it, I lean toward him a little, trying to peer into his paper murder, she read bag. He stuffs his phone back into his pocket. You can just ask. Ask what? I say. His brow lifts. I stare back at him, impassive. Slowly, he slides his purchase from the bag and holds it out to me. It's huge. The Eames Way, the life and love behind the iconic chair. This is a coffee table book, I say. Is it? He leans over to look at it. Shit. I thought it was an airplane. Since when do you buy coffee table books? I ask. Is this some kind of trick question, Harriet? He says. You know these don't require a special license, right? Yes, but they require a coffee table, I say. And Gloria's won't have room for this. Win's mother is a pack rat. Not in a gross way, just in a sentimental one. Or rather his father was, and Gloria hasn't changed much about the Connor family home since her husband passed. The last time I was there was hardly an inch of space on the refrigerator. She had a printout of a group picture we'd all taken at the cottage on our first trip taped up there, right next to a save the date for one of Win's cousins, who'd already gotten married, divorced, and remarried since then. His older sister Michael's engineering degree sat on the mantel, right next to a framed one-page short story his younger sister, Lou, wrote when she was 9, beside a framed photo of Win's high school soccer team. Aside from the lack of space in his childhood home, this book had to have cost at least $60, and Win's never been one to spend money. Not on himself, and not on anything whose value is primarily aesthetic. In our first apartment together, he used a tower of showboxes as a side table until he found a broken one on the street that he could fix. He slides the coffee table book out of my hand and drops it back into his bag. I'm still staring, puzzled, trying to make sense of all the tiny differences between the Win of 5 months ago and the Win in front of me, but he's gone back to checking his phone. Kimmy comes bounding up with a bundle of sunflowers. Where are Porth and Sabrina? She asks, shielding her eyes against the sun. Sabrina needed more coffee, Win says. And Porth needed more Sabrina. Oh. She clutches her heart. They're so cute. Terrifying, but cute. I catch Win peeking into the bag again, sort of smiling to himself. In my chest, a metric ton drops onto the proverbial seesaw. Oh my God. The beard, the slight softening of his body, the $60 coffee table book. All of the texting. Is he nesting? Is he dating someone? The seesaw jolts back in the other direction. A burst of cold air conditioning and roasted espresso beans wafts toward us as Sabrina and Porth emerge from the coffee shop's lesser-used interior. I don't know about y'all, Sabrina says after a loud slurp on her paper straw, but I could use some popovers. Ordinarily, the thought would make my mouth water. Right now, the idea of dumping fried egg and jam into my seething stomach is worse than hearing Puce 1,000 times in rapid succession. I smile so hard my molars twinge. Sounds great. Or sunflowers. Sab loves those. Porth leans over to smell them. Kimmy thrusts the bundle toward him. These are for you and Sabrina. They're just a sample, Cleo puts in. We went ahead and ordered some bouquets for Saturday. I know you want it to be simple, but it's not a wedding without flowers. Sabrina goes from eyeing the bouquet like it might be some kind of Trojan horse, sneakily stuffed with tiny mushroom encyclopedias, to clapping her hands together on a gasp. Cleo? You didn't have to do that. She hooks an arm around Cleo's head, pulling her in for a hug. They're gorgeous. You're gorgeous, Cleo says, starting down the street, the rest of us following like baby ducks. No, you guys, Porth says, I'm gorgeous. Wyn hangs back beside me, asks tersely, what just happened in there? In where? I say. Your brain, he says. Body shots, I say. My brain is full of body shots. Both a surgeon and a medical anomaly, he says. What can I say? I reply flatly. I know. He waves his arm in a circle. Vast. My stomach lurches at the years-old inside joke. I was going to say hungover. 10. Happy place. Mattingly, Vermont. A new apartment for our senior year, the first floor of appealing white Victorian at the edge of town. Windows that rattle whenever the wind blows, a half-collapsed porch where Sabrina and I intend to spend the fall sipping brandy-spiked hot cider, and a patch of side yard where I promise to help Cleo plant a vegetable garden, broccoli, cauliflower, kohlrabi, things that can withstand the frost that will arrive in a few short months. Wyn was supposed to be in New York right now, sharing a loft with Porth, making his way in a new city while his best friend studies law at Fordham. If he hadn't failed that math class a second time or overlooked his history gen ed requirement, everything might be different. Instead, he's living with us. To save money, Cleo and I share the biggest room. Sabrina gets the next one. Wyn has the showbox originally intended for me. The morning after move-in day, Porth has donuts delivered for us. The note reads, if you don't all come to grad school in New York next year, I will be pressing charges. Realistically, I'll have to go to whatever medical school will take me. Likewise, Sabrina will have to choose her next city based on her own law school admission, and Cleo will do the same with an MFA program. But the idea is alluring all of us together in a new city even as I'm unsure how I'll survive 1 year as Wyn Connor's roommate. Our whole first week in the place, we managed not to be alone together. Finally, though, we bump into each other early one morning in the stuffy kitchen. The sun started to come up, and he's making coffee. He fills a mug with the Montana state flag printed on one side and passes it to me. I want you to know I understood what you said, he murmurs. Back in Maine. His voice, still husky with sleep, pulls all the tiny hairs on the back of my neck to eager attention. His closeness, here in the quiet morning, is overpowering. I don't want you to worry about this year, he tells me. I won't make things weird. I manage something that sounds sort of like good and sort of like someone with both stage fright and strep throat has taken a crack at public yodeling. And then he's nodding curtly, letting himself out the back door to cut our grass before the day gets too hot, and once again, I'm left waiting for a spell to break. He's true to his word all year. A couple of times a week, he goes out with women the rest of us never meet. Then, in winter, he starts seeing one woman, again and again, a dancer named Allison. She's beautiful. She's nice. But she never stops by for longer than a few minutes before the two of them leave for the night. I try to be happy for him. That's what a friend would do. You're not my friend, Harriet sometimes replays in my mind. He struggles with his math class, so I volunteer to help him. On Tuesdays, we study late into the night in Mattingly's dusty golden library. He moans, groans, says his brain wasn't made for this kind of thing. What's it made for, then? I ask, and he says, tumbleweeds. They like to just roll through. I've noticed that he does that, talks himself down, self-deprecates, and he does it like it's a joke he's in on, but I think he might mean it, and I hate it. While we're studying for finals, he brings me vending machine coffee and chocolate chip mini muffins, Snickers bars, and Skittles, and even with all that caffeine and sugar and the rush of being close to him, I drift off to sleep, face down on a textbook, and wake to him nudging my shoulder from across the table. When I lift my face, he grins and smudges the transferred ink away from my cheek. Thanks, I say sleepily. What are friends for? He says. You're not my friend, Harriet. The four of us cook elaborate dinners together in our cramped kitchen, Sabrina acting as sous chef. We sit on the front porch while Cleo sketches us in 100 different poses, and when it snows, Win and I take long walks through town to get hot chocolate or maple lattes, despite the fact that he hardly touches sweets. When one of us goes to Hannaford for groceries, we double-check whether the other needs anything, and even if I say no, when Win walks into the apartment, he'll set a pint of blueberry ice cream on my desk in front of me, without a word. And when Sabrina and I get our respective acceptance emails from Columbia, her from their law school and me from their medical school, and in a shocking twist, Cleo announces she's going to work on an urban farm in New York City rather than getting her MFA, I don't even resist the prospect of the four of us finding a new place with Porth in New York, of sharing yet another set of walls with Win Connor. He's become my best friend the way the others did, bit by bit, sand passing through an hourglass so slowly, it's impossible to pin down the moment it happens. When suddenly more of my heart belongs to him than doesn't, and I know I'll never get a single grain back. He's a golden boy. I'm a girl whose life has been drawn in shades of grey. I try not to love him. I really try. 11. Real life. Tuesday. Usually on Tuesday we take a day trip to Acadia National Park, the most beautiful place I've ever seen and, perhaps more importantly, the location of our favorite popover restaurant. I've been dreaming about fluffy, strawberry-slathered rolls for weeks, but now all I want is to climb into a cool, dark hole with a barrel full of Tums and a 2-liter bottle of ginger ale. After a quick stop home to change, hydrate, and pee, we repack the cars with picnic supplies. The process of getting everyone and everything out the door is like herding cats on acid. Like the cats are on acid, and the cat shepherd is also on acid. Right as Porth returns from using the restroom, Kimmy realizes she forgot her sunglasses and darts back inside. Sabrina says, "Do you think the first 2 hours of their days on the farm are Cleo sending Kimmy back into the house for every individual item of clothing she's forgotten to put on?" And once more when she accidentally puts her pants on her head, Cleo calls from down by the cars. "That's not an accident, babe," Kimmy says, barreling back outside. "I'm just waiting for the day you finally embrace my forward-thinking approach to fashion." "Wear whatever you want," Cleo says. "I'm more concerned with what's underneath." Or, Kimmy kisses the side of Cleo's neck. "I don't know if you're being lascivious or sentimental, but either way I'll take it." Sabrina slaps her forehead. "The wine. Can you run down to the cellar and grab it? Pick anything pink or white? I guess." She shakes her head. "It's the Didier Dagenau Silex from 2018. You mind?" "It's not that I mind," I say. "It's just that I recognized very few of those words." "Silex," she repeats, jogging her multiple tote bags up her shoulders. "It says that on the label, followed by Didier Dagenau, and you're looking for the 2018. It's a white." I drop my own bag inside the door as I double back. The door to the wine cellar sits ajar, the lights already on. Allegedly, there are bottles worth $20,000 down there. Hopefully none of those also starts with Silex and ends with O. As I descend, a faint rustling rises to meet me. At the bottom of the steps, I round the corner and stop short at the sight of Win, limned in the soft golden overhead lighting like some tortured fallen angel as played by James Dean. Silex something something, he says. Sabrina must have forgotten she'd already sent you to get it. I turn to go. I've been staring at this spot for like 10 minutes. It's not here. I hesitate. When I pictured retreating to a cool, dark cave, this wasn't what I had in mind, but if Sabrina has her heart on this particular wine, we're not leaving until we find it. I mean that literally. When she gets an idea into her head, there's little room for deviation. See also her reaction to Cleo cancelling her and Porth's visit to the farm. I let out a breath and cross toward him, crouching in front of the shelf to run my fingers across the labels. I've checked everywhere, he says, grumpy. It's basically a universal law that if one person looks for something for an extended period of time, then the next person to walk up to it will spot it immediately. How's that going? He asks. Among the dozens of Chardonnays, Rieslings, Sauvignon Blancs, Gewürztraminers, no Silex. Satisfied, he says. The hair at the nape of my neck tugs upward at his bemused tone. My brain wanders to the absolute worst place it could possibly go in this particular room. The cellar, for us, is full of ghosts. Not the scary kind. Sexy ghosts. I straighten up. Just grab a white that doesn't look too expensive. His eyes flash. You want me to look for a Big Lots clearance sticker, Harriet? Choose something they have more than one of, I say, practically running for the stairs, like he's a riptide I need to claw free from. Halfway up the steps, I notice the door's shut. Then I reach the top, and the knob won't twist. Won't even budge. I knock on the door. Sab? At the bottom of the steps, Win steps into view, a bottle of wine in hand. The door must have locked, I explain. Why'd you shut it? He asks. Well, I was hoping it would automatically lock, from the outside, and I'd be trapped down here with you, I deadpan. He ignores the sarcasm and climbs up, brushing me aside to try the knob himself. Seems to be locked, he says, probably to annoy me. He pounds on the door. Cleo? Porth? Anyone? I can feel heat rising off his skin. I descend a couple of steps, check my pockets for my phone as I go. Once again, my pockets are tiny, and my phone must be in my bag, in the foyer. Call someone, I say. Win shakes his head. I left my phone in the car. You don't have yours? Upstairs, I say. We'll have to wait until they get sick of waiting and send someone to hurry us up. Win groans and drops onto the top step, setting the bottle down by his ankle. He bows his head and knots his fingers together against the back of his neck. At least I'm not the only one panicking. Of course, I'm freaking out about being here with him, and he's freaking out because he's claustrophobic. He has been ever since he was a kid, and a broken armoire fell on him in his parents' workshop while no one else was home. He was trapped for hours. As soon as the doors open, he'll be fine. Whereas I'll still be reeling from the purchase of a stupid coffee table book. The whole stairwell sways as an awful realization hits me. I latch onto the banister to keep from falling over. What? What's wrong? Win leaps up, steadying me by the elbows. His drawn mouth is visible in bits under the black splotches swimming across my vision. We were taking 2 cars, I squeak out. We were taking 2 cars, so all 4 of them could have left in the Rover. His eyes darken, clouds creeping across the green. They wouldn't. They might, I say. We don't need to assume that's what happened. They could be back any second. He stares at the ceiling, doing some kind of mental calculation. I descend the rest of the steps, trying to regain the space between us. But he follows. This isn't my fault, Harriet. Did I say it was? I ask. You stormed off, he says. There's an implication there. I spin back to him. Win. We're in a 12-foot box. That wasn't storming. There isn't room for storming. But if your point is to remind me that I shut the door, point received. I'm not blaming you. Who the hell has a door that locks from the outside? It's a panic room, I point out. That's what the little panel on the wall does. We could unlock it if we knew the code. His gaze clears. He climbs the stairs in 3 long strides to examine the panel. There's a button to call 911. How long will it take for them to realize something's wrong? Will they drive all the way out to pick up the pre-hike popovers without trying to call us? If they do call, will they assume we don't answer because we're driving? My stomach resumes its roiling nausea. You want to call or wait? Win asks. Now I'm doing the math of how expensive it might be to replace this door if the fire department has to axe it down or blow it up or something. I think. I take a steadying breath, try to find a grip on some version of my mental happy place that has nothing to do with this house or this man. I think we have to wait, for at least a while. It's obviously not the answer he wanted. Unless you don't think you can. I'm fine, he says tersely, perching on the bottom step. He sets the wine aside and yanks his hiking boot off. Oh my God, Win, I say. It's been 5 minutes. How long until you're dropping your pants and designating a pee corner? He tears the foil from around the wine bottle's cork. I won't need a pee corner. I'll use this bottle when we're done drinking it. You, on the other hand, you're going to be out of luck unless you learn to aim fast. I unfold my arms only to recross them when his gaze tracks the movement straight to my chest. Are you walking around with a corkscrew in your pocket at 10:30 in the morning? No, he says, I'm just happy to see you. Hilarious. His eyes steadily hold mine as he sets the wine bottle into his boot and smacks the whole arrangement against the wall. I yelp. What are you doing? He drives the boot against the wall again 3 more times. On the last hit, the cork leaps up the bottle's neck a half-inch. With another 2 quick snaps against the wall, the cork pops out entirely. Win lifts the open bottle toward me. I'm concerned that you know how to do that, I say. So you don't want any. He takes a swig. As the bottle lowers, his eyes dart over his shoulder, toward the alcove under the stairs. Heat swiftly rises from my clavicles to my hairline. Don't go there. Don't think about that. I know it's ill-advised, but a part of me is desperately hoping there's something to the whole hair of the dog school of treating hangovers when I grab the bottle and take a sip. Nope. My stomach does not want that. I pass it back to him. Puff taught me that trick, he says. I've never needed to use it before now. Oh, you haven't found yourself imprisoned with any other jilted lovers in the last 5 months? He snorts. Jilted? Not exactly how I remember it, Harriet. Maybe you have amnesia, I suggest. My memory's fine, Dr. Kilpatrick, though I do appreciate the concern. As if to prove his point, his eyes dart toward the nook under the stairs again. He can't be seeing someone. He'd never go along with this act if he was. Win may be a flirt, but is not disloyal. Unless he's in something brand new. Not officially exclusive. But if it were brand new, then would he have already reached comfortable relationship status? The little so-called clues could just as easily be random bits of information I'm jamming together to tell a story. But that doesn't mean he isn't seeing anyone. The bottom line is, I have no idea what's going on in his life. I'm not supposed to. He takes a few more sips. I guess it doesn't do the trick for him either, because within minutes, he's pacing. He rakes his hands through his hair as he walks in circles around the space, sweat brimming along his forehead. If only you'd brought your coffee table book. Win looks abruptly back at me, eyes sharply appraising. Then we'd have something to look at, I say. His brow arches, tugging on his lip. What do you have against my coffee table book, Harriet? Nothing. Did you suffer some kind of coffee table book related trauma in the last 5 months? That thing cost $60, I say. He shakes his head, goes back to pacing. Is it a gift? I say. Why would it be a gift, he says. Not an answer. Because you never spend that kind of money on yourself, I say. The tops of his cheeks flush a little, and I really regret asking now. We go back to sitting in silence. Well, I'm sitting. His power walking in tiny rectangles. Even after everything, it's hard to see him like this. When the defense of his charm gets peeled back, he's always so expressive. It's partly what made me pour out so many secrets to him all those years ago, the feeling that he absorbed some piece of whatever I gave him, felt what I felt. Unfortunately, the reverse was also true. You've been crammed in much smaller spaces, I remind him as he's passing me on his 90th lap. Best guess, I haven't been counting. His gaze flashes toward the space under the stairs again. Not what I meant. My face flames. Like every single car you've ever been in, I clarify. Buses are bigger than this, he says. True, I say. But they also smell worse. It smells great down here. It smells damp. It's Maine, I say. It is damp. He tips his head back. I'm freaking out, Harriet. I stand up. It's okay. They'll be here soon. You don't know that. His eyes flicker back to me, the tension around his mouth revealing his dimples. They might think we decided to hang back. I swallow. Sabrina wouldn't stand for that. We're supposed to all be together. He shakes his head. He sees all the holes in that logic just like I do. Sabrina might be annoyed if she thought we stayed back to score some alone time, but she's already shaken up the natural order of things on our behalf, with giving us the nicest bedroom. Aside from that, if she tried to call and we didn't answer, it's not like she'd speed back here and storm upstairs to try to catch us in the act. I try a different tack. You come down here all the time. And you've probably been down here much longer than this, honestly. I try not to go back there. I try not to revisit the memory. The summer after he, Cleo, Sabrina, and I all graduated. Before we moved to New York to join Porth. We'd driven down from Vermont, with all our stuff packed and ready for the big move. Porth had flown in from the city, fresh off finishing his time as a 4-1L. It was his idea to play sardines, a kind of reverse hide-and-seek. We turned off all the lights, then rolled dice to see who'd hide first. Win lost. We gave him 5 minutes to hide before we spread out to search through the dark for him. Somehow I knew, the same way I always seemed to, exactly where he was. I found him in the cellar. Under the stairs, there was a waist-high rack of wine, but behind it there was a dark nook, empty space, and he was tucked inside it. I almost missed him, but on a double take, I spotted a shifting shadow. We'd lived together all year but were never truly alone, not like that. For walks, sure, or in the library, where there was always someone around the corner at the reference desk. I'd almost convinced myself we'd truly made it to the level of platonic friends until, per the game's rules, I climbed over that wine rack to curl up in the dark with him, and my thumping heart and flipping stomach proved they'd never stopped waiting for this moment, this closeness. I clear my throat, but the memory seems to stick in my windpipe. We must have been down here for at least an hour. I have no idea if that's true. I just know every second before we touched felt like a century. Then once we did, time lost all meaning. I think of the black hole documentary I watched with my dad a few years ago, how astrophysicists speculated that there were places in our universe where the rules of time and space inverted, moments becoming a place where you could stay indefinitely. I had a good distraction then, Wynne says. No flirtation, no charm. Earnest Wynne. Matter-of-fact Wynne. You had the exact same distraction. I hold my arms out to my sides, shimmering my hands. He looks skeptical. Fine, then distract me, Harriet. I tut. Where are the famous Wynne Connor manners? His eyes glint, only the left dimple winking into being. Distract me please, Harriet. His voice drops a little. I suppress the shiver that sizzles down my spine. He takes another sip of wine and goes back to pacing, clenching and unclenching his fists. His hands, I know, go numb when his claustrophobia kicks in. I have to do something. I have only one idea. I stand, brush past him, and swing one leg over the rack under the stairs. What are you doing? He asks. Helping. Careful not to topple the 30 or so bottles slotted through the rack, I swing my other leg over, hunching so as not to hit my head on the underside of the stairs. Yes, the extra 1 square foot of space is a huge relief. If you put yourself into a smaller space, inside this room, I say, then you'll know you can get out of that space whenever you want. But we still can't get out of the room, he says. It's not a perfect science, I say. But it's something. And honestly, no matter what, we're not trapped. Worst case, we call the fire department. But let's try this first. I can't afford an Amos-approved door, and I don't want you to have to return that coffee table book. A huff of laughter as he swings his leg over. That's a good sign. I sidestep to make room for him, but with the angle of the stairs, stooping isn't enough this far back. I lower myself to the ground and scoot into the corner. Now what? He grumbles. Now? Now we put our heads together and try to solve the Zodiac murders, I say. Sit down, Wynne. He promptly obeys. At this point, I think he's in the exact right headspace that I could tell him to stand on his hands and sing Ave Maria and he might do it. Pretend you're playing the game, I say. Pretend we need to be as quiet and still as possible until they find us. Raggedly, he says, that's not going to work. Wynne. His neck bows, his shoulders rising and falling with his shallow breaths. Wynne. I'm sorry, he says. I'm trying not to freak out. Don't apologize. Without thinking, I reach for his hand. After the initial spark of surprise, of recognition, I realize his fingers are ice cold and shaking. I flatten his palm between mine. Look at me. Talk to me. He keeps his head down. Talk to me, I press again. About what? He asks. Anything, I say. The first thing that comes to mind. Getting trapped under the armoire, he says. That's all I can think about. Being sure I was going to die before anyone found me. Losing feeling in my leg, and then the pain coming back worse when the shock wore off. Okay, anything other than that, I amend. I think about my meditation app, the visualization exercise I've been relying on these past 5 months. Tell me about a place you love. He gives one firm shake of his head. I'm sorry. Hey. I scoot closer. Our knees bump. You don't have to apologize. Not for this. I thought I was over this shit, he huffs. I'm doing so much better. Everything is so much better, I thought this would be better too. It stings, hearing that, everything is so much better. I brush the thought aside, clear my throat again. Tell me about when we played that game. I don't mean to say it. Or I don't know, maybe I do. Maybe I need to know that he remembers, that he hasn't totally forgotten what it felt like to love me, while I'm trapped with him burned onto my heart, my brain, my lungs, my skin. Finally, his gaze lifts. There's a beat of perfect stillness. I was hiding, he says thickly. And you came down first. You almost missed me. And then what? And then I moved, he says. I blink. You moved. So you'd see me, he explains. And you did. I scared the shit out of you, and I felt bad. You never told me that, I say. Well, I did, he says. I hadn't been alone with you, not really, in a year, and you came down the stairs, and I wanted to touch you so badly. But you didn't see me, and you started to turn, so I moved. My sternum heats. My thighs heat. Even the backs of my knees melt a little, wax too near to a flame. And then we heard footsteps, he goes on, and you were going to be completely visible, so I pulled you back into the corner with me, where you'd be hidden. His fingers twitch between mine. Some of the warmth is returning to them. I pulled you into my lap, he says hoarsely. And I prayed Porth would go back upstairs without finding us, and he did. I could feel your heart racing, so I knew you must be able to feel mine too, and then I realized I was hard. I was so fucking embarrassed. I expected you to get out of my lap once we were alone. His eyes returned to mine, his pupils dilated from fighting the dark. But you didn't. My heart races, the liquid warmth rushing out from my center as it replays in my mind. How I stayed there, in his lap, with his arms around me, terrified that any movement would break the spell. Finally, one of my ankles started to go numb, so I shifted the slightest bit, and he let out an uneven breath at the motion that made me feel like I'd swallowed a hot ember. Hungry, and desperate, and brave all at once. How he always made me feel. Then you touched my jaw. He lifts my hand slowly, sets it against his scratchy jaw. I didn't mean to, I get out, almost defensively. I don't even know if I mean way back then or now. My pulse is screaming through my palm and fingertips into his skin. The memory of that fevered first kiss in the dark presses in on us from all sides. I thought I made you. He tips his head so that my hand slides back toward his ear. Just by wishing. Wishing for things doesn't make them happen, Win, I say. His hand circles my wrist, his thumb gentle on the tender underside of it. Oh, he says, his voice softly teasing. Then what was it that made you finally kiss me, Harriet? 8 years have passed, and still my nerve endings light up with the memory of how our breath caught in an uneven back and forth, each of us waiting, debating what would come next, until I couldn't take another second not knowing what it was like to kiss him. I didn't kiss you, I say. You kissed me. He smiles unevenly. Now which of us has amnesia? The rest of the memory crashes over me. How I tipped my chin up until our mouths brushed, not quite a kiss. How his lips parted and his tongue slipped into my mouth, and a full-body sigh, the pure undiluted sound of relief, slipped out of me. At the noise, he hauled me further up into his lap, any hesitancy dissolving into a fever, a need. My skin erupts with goosebumps at the memory of his whisper against my ear, "You're so soft, Harriet," as his hands stole up my shirt to find more of me. "The others won't like this." I'd whispered back, "I like it," and his laugh shifted into a groan, and then a promise, "I do too. I'm not sure I've ever liked anything more." Sabrina had wanted to bring her boyfriend Demetrios on the trip, but Pot had argued that it would transform the vacation into a couple's trip, which would ruin it altogether. In the end, everyone agreed it was best for the trip to stay friends only. I doubted they'd be any happier to hear that two of those friends were secretly going at it in the wine cellar. I couldn't bring myself to care. Not until the second set of footsteps sounded on the stairs. That had snapped us back to reality. We'd jolted apart, put ourselves to rights, by the time Cleo found our hiding spot and joined it, per Sardine's rules. I'd spent the whole rest of the night bracing myself for it to never happen again. But when we shut ourselves into the bedroom that night, Wynne picked me up and set me on the dresser, kissing me like not even 30 seconds had passed. That was then. The mystery was the thrill. Now I know how he'd taste, how he'd touch me, how quickly he'd become the foremost need in my personal Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Which is why I need to put distance between us again. His gravity's too strong. I should probably just be grateful it hasn't pulled all my clothes off me and dragged me into his lap. "Harriet," he murmurs, like it's a question. His hand slides up along my cheek, the calluses on his fingers so familiar. I find myself leaning into his palm, letting him take some of my weight. "Tell me about San Francisco," he says softly. My veins fill with ice. Logic regains a foothold in me. "You know what San Francisco's like," I say, straightening away from him, cold air rushing in to kiss my skin as his hand falls away. "There's a big-ass Ghirardelli store, and it's always a little cold and wet." His nose drops, his mouth close enough that I can taste the wine on his breath. "The Ghirardelli store?" "The whole city," I say. "Tell me about your residency," he says. A flare hits my solar plexus. Warning bells jangle. I know what he's getting at, or rather whom he's getting at, and a mix of anger and nausea squirms through my gut. "What about the coffee table book?" I say. His lips curve in uncertain amusement. "What?" My ears roar. My throat tightens. "Who's the coffee table book for?" He stares at me. If he won't say it outright to me, then I guess I'm going to have to be the one to ask. "Are you dating someone?" I bite out. The amusement melts off his face. "What the fuck, Harriet? Are you serious right now?" "That's not an answer," I say. His gaze wavers across my face. "What about you?" he rasps. "Are you with him?" There it is. Acid rises through my stomach. A cleaving goes through my chest. I refuse to cry. Not over something that happened 5 months ago. Not over someone who's already told me he doesn't want me. "That's what you think of me?" I scoot back from him until the wall meets my back. "You still honestly believe I cheated on you, and beyond that, you think I'd turn around and do it to someone else too?" "That's not what I'm saying," Wynne says, his voice gravelly. "I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm trying to ask." "Trying to ask what, Wynne?" I demand. "If you're happy," he says. "I want to know that you're happy too." Now it's my turn to stare at him in disbelief. He still wants absolution. And what can I say? That I'm not happy. That I've tried dating someone else and it was the emotional equivalent of binging on saltines when all I wanted was a real meal. Or that there are whole parts of the city I avoid because they remind me of those first few months in California, when he still lived with me. That when I wake up too early to my screaming alarm, I still reach toward his side of the bed, like if I can hold on to him for a minute, it won't be so hard to make it through another grueling day at the hospital, in a never-ending series of grueling days. That I still wake from dreams of his head between my thighs, and reach for my phone whenever something particularly ridiculous happens in the cozy mystery I'm reading, only to remember I can't tell him. That I spend more time trying not to think about him than actually thinking about anything. All that heady nostalgia and sweltering lust has become combustible, erupting into anger. Yes, Win, I say. I'm happy. He starts to reply. Overhead, a rapid series of beep sounds, followed by the door bursting open and Sabrina's voice, Harriet. Win? Are you okay? I call, we're fine. If he can be happy, surely I can be fine. 12. Real life. Tuesday. Before dinner, WYN goes for a run. I'm reasonably certain this is an excuse for him to use the outdoor shower by the guest house, so I take the opportunity to fume while I lather up in the shower in our bedroom. Afterward, I riffle through my assortment of t-shirts, tanks, jeans, and sundresses. Basically, I packed a blob of white, black, and blue. And then there's the lone splash of red, which I'd thrown in more to please Sabrina than because I actually planned to wear it. She'd sent the dress to me on my last birthday. Without even knowing my size, she'd always had an eye for that sort of thing, and I'd tentatively thought of it as my getting back out there dress, though in my few depressing attempts to get back out there, I hadn't been able to bring myself to wear it. Now it strikes me more as the kind of too short, too tight, too red dress you'd wear to the wedding of a man who jilted you, with plans to tip over his cake and set his tie on fire. In brief, it's perfect. I stuff myself into it, twist my hair into a clip, slip the one pair of hoops I brought through my ears, and grab my heels on my way out the door. Downstairs, Sabrina's watching the progress of our approaching cab on the phone while plying everyone with water. Well, everyone except Win, who isn't in the kitchen. Hydrate, 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 she chants. Tonight, we're going full 21-year-olds on spring break. Kimmy guffaws, her strawberry blonde waves jouncing with the motion. You all should be very glad you didn't know me when we were 21. For Loco still had caffeine in it then. I got great pictures of the body shots, by the way, Porth says. Those will be perfect for the photo wall. Photo wall. I repeat. The back of my neck tingles in the second before I hear his voice, for the wedding. I turn toward the patio door he stepped through, his hair damp and at one lock curled toward his brow. He's wearing a grey t-shirt, half tucked into slate blue chinos, and the color combination brings out all the green in his eyes as they rove over what I now must rename my vengeance dress. He misses a half step in the process but recovers quickly, averting his eyes as he heads to the fridge and starts filling his water bottle. I wonder if my cheeks are nearing the color of the skin-tight chiffon yet. It takes me a second to retrace the conversation to where we left off. So what's this about a photo wall for Saturday? I manage. Something I can help with? No, it's not for our wedding, Sabrina says. The photo wall is for yours. Remember? Porth says. We got your parents' contact info so we could get your baby pictures. We've been slowly accumulating a wall of humiliation for years. The flush in my face is downright itchy now. This isn't ringing any bells whatsoever. You weren't part of the conversation. You were tame that semester, Win says, without looking over. Sabrina glances up from her phone and clocks the dress for the first time, her face lighting up. Harry. Va voom. I told you red was your color. I force a smile. You were right. This has become my go-to date night dress. The sound of water splatting against the floor draws all of our attention to the fridge. Shit. Win's gaze snaps away from me like a whip to the water spilling out over his full water bottle onto the floor. Cleo yelps as she lurches off her stool at the marble island, out of the water's path. Her new mushroom book, or maybe her old one, goes flying out of her hand. Sorry, Win says under his breath, grabbing a lobster print tea towel off the dishwasher handle so Cleo can sop up some of the water that hit her clingy black midi dress and boots. In this outfit, she could easily be the gorgeous front woman of a famous 90s grunge band. As Win stands from soaking up the rest of the water on the floor, Porth claps a hand on his shoulder. You okay, man? You seem kind of out of it. Fine, Win says, tossing the now drenched towel onto the counter. Fine. The second fine sounds even less convincing than the first. Now we're getting somewhere. I slide past the marble island to pull his water bottle from his hand, holding eye contact as I take a long sip. Thirsty, he says dryly. I shove the bottle back toward him. Not anymore. Cab's here, Sabrina announces, jumping up from her own stool. Book down, Cleo. Finish that water, Kimberly. We're out of here. As I'm climbing into the passenger van, I take zero care to keep my barely covered ass out of Win's face. I feel a smidge less bold once I'm smooshed into the back seat between him and Sabrina, but at least I'm spared from small talk by the early 2000s pump-up playlist that Porth blasts from the front passenger seat. Plus, Win's on his phone the entire ride over anyway. A handful of minutes later, we pull up in front of our old haunt, the Lobster Hut. It's a ramshackle dive with no sign and no indicator of its moniker on either its cocktail napkins or its sticky laminated menus, though somehow everyone knows what to call it. The first time I came here, I was 19 years old, fresh off my first breakup. Sabrina knew they didn't card, and that was back when Cleo could knock back 6 tequila shots and still be on her feet, fending off fratboy advances with diatribes about Modigliani paintings. We sang, we danced, we downed the steady stream of fireball that kept appearing at our high top in the corner, and I finally stopped checking my phone compulsively for some word from Bryant. When we got home, and Sabrina and Cleo both flounced off to shower, the loneliness crept back in, and the booze had filed down all my defenses. I beelined toward the powder room no one ever used, nudged on the faucet, sat atop the toilet, and cried. Not about Bryant. From the loneliness, from the fear that I would never escape it. Because feelings were changeable, and people were unpredictable. You couldn't hold on to them through the force of will. Cleo and Sabrina found me there, and Sab insisted she'd break down the door if I didn't let them in. Then I'll have to, go to a polo match with my dad as an apology, she said, and I won't let you forget that until one of us dies. As soon as I unlocked the door, the tears dried up, but the knot in my throat made it hard to speak. I tried to apologize, to convince them I was fine, just embarrassed, as they wrapped their arms around me. You don't have to be fine, Cleo said. Or embarrassed, Sabrina said. I stood in that tiny bathroom, letting them hold me until the heavy feeling, the unbearable weight of loneliness, eased. We're here, they promised. And the loneliness never found such a foothold again. No matter what, I'd always have the two of them. At least I used to think that. After this week, things will change between all of us. They'll have to. Don't think about it, I tell myself. Don't go there yet. Be here, on the sidewalk in front of your favorite dive ever. Sabrina, Porth, Cleo, and Kimmy are already at the front door. I take one step to follow them, only for my heel to catch in a crack between two cobblestones. Win appears at my side, dutifully steadying me by the elbow before I can break my ankle. Careful, he says in a low murmur. You're not used to wearing shoes like that. Anger shoots through me like an emergency flare, the only thing bright and hot enough to be seen through the fog of nostalgia. At this point, Win, I say, jerking my arm free, you have no idea what I am or am not used to. I stalk off through the portholed front doors into the dark bar. A karaoke version of Love is a Battlefield folding around me at full volume. The smell of fried haddock and paprika-dusted potato wedges hangs thick in the air, right alongside the tang of beer and vinegar, and the year-round Christmas lights strung back and forth over the ceiling dust the crowd in every color of glitter. As I catch up with Cleo, she looks over, the lights accentuating the bits of gold in her eyes and the matching gold undertones in her deep brown skin. Leaning in, she says, "This place never changes, does it?" "Everything changes eventually," I say, and then, at her odd expression, force a smile and thread my arm through hers. "Remember when the lobster rolls here used to be like $6? She's not falling for the false cheeriness. A divot forms between her winged brows. "You okay?" Hard to breathe in this dress without worrying about the seams splitting, I say, but otherwise good. She still looks unconvinced. Cleo's always been able to see through me. When we lived together, I used to watch her paint for hours and think, how does she always see things so clearly? She knew what colors to start with and where, and none of it made sense to me until, suddenly, it all looked exactly right. Wind brushes past us, swims through the crowd toward the two small tables Sabrina's already claimed at the back of the room. Cleo catches me watching him. We had a little argument, I admit, surprised by the relief I feel at sharing this tiny sliver of truth with her. "You want to talk about it?" she asks. Let me rephrase that. Maybe you should talk about it. "It's fine," I say. I don't even know what it was about, really. "Oh, yeah." Cleo nods. Am I hungry, tired, stressed, or are you actually being the worst fight? I know it well. I snort. "You and Kimmy don't fight." She drops her head against my shoulder. "Harriet. I'm a sober introvert homebody, and my girlfriend is a human party bus, complete with flashing lights and spinning dance poles. Of course we fight." Across the bar, Sabrina waves us over. "Well, whatever's going on between you and Win," Cleo says as we start across the packed bar together, "you'll figure it out. You always do." My stomach sinks guiltily. "Anyway, how are you? I feel like we haven't had a single second to talk yet." "I'm good," she says. "Tired. Not used to this schedule. Kim and I usually get up between 4:30 and 5. "Excuse me," I say. "That just brought my hangover back." She laughs. "It's not that bad. I actually mostly love it. I love being up before anyone else and seeing the sunrise every day, being outside with the vegetables and the sunshine." "Sometimes I still can't believe you're a farmer," I say. "I mean, it's so cool, don't get me wrong. I just really did think you'd have got in the Met someday." She shrugs. "It could still happen. Life's long." That makes me snort with laughter. I don't think anyone says that. "Maybe not," she says, "but if they were truly present, maybe they would." So wise, I say. So deep. Read it on the inside of a Dove chocolate wrapper, she jokes. "What about you, huh? How's the residency?" "Good." I know I've said it too brightly from the way her brow lifts. I forge ahead anyway, with the spiel I give my parents every time we talk. "It's busy. Long hours and a lot of work that has nothing to do with surgery. But the other interns are nice, and one of the fifth years has kind of taken me under her wing. It could be a lot worse. I mean, I'm helping people." Thinking of the hospital always floods my body with adrenaline as if I'm there, scrubbed in, someone's skull open on a table in front of me. "Happy place," I remind myself. "That's where you are. The Lobster Hut. Knott's Harbor." "I always knew our girl was going to save the world," Cleo says. "I'm so proud of you, Harry." We all are. I glance away, chest cramping. Same goes for you, I say. A whole ass farm. And we maxed out our CSA. She clarifies, the crop sharing subscription we do for locals. We officially can't grow enough for everyone who wants in. In 3 years. I cry. You're incredible. And to think, she says, a mere decade ago, we were dancing on these tables to that one management song that played every 15 minutes. You, I say, never danced on those tables. I distinctly remember Sabrina commanding us to get up on them, and you calmly saying, no thanks. Cleo laughs. There is nothing my parents drilled into me like good boundaries. God, that must be terrible, I say. Miles and Deandra must lie awake every night, in their matching houses, wishing they could do it all over again. Oh, I'm sure, she agrees. It probably kills them, knowing how many baby showers I've had to miss, simply because I had no interest in going to them. Brave, I say. I spent my last day off at my new hairdresser's daughter's bat mitzvah, so I don't relate. Oh, Harry, she says, wincing. You deserve to honor yourself. Well, I toasted myself at the bat mitzvah, I say. She grins, but her brow remains lifted skeptically. I don't think she's ever totally understood why I find it easier to fulfill other people's expectations than to set my own. Underneath her tiny frame and button nose, Cleo's always had a spine of steel. Back in college, she could drink the better part of a bottle of Tanqueray, and you still wouldn't convince her to do anything stupider than continuing an in-depth conversation about nihilism with a wasted field hockey player. And then one day, she decided she didn't like how she felt when she drank, so she just stopped. It was the same way when she changed her mind about going to an MFA program and announced she found a job on an urban farm instead. When Cleo knows her mind, she knows her mind. As we reach the table, I ask Sabrina, did you know Cleo and Kimmy's co-op maxed out? I did, she says. Not that I've been able to see it in action. Cleo slides onto a chair beside Kimmy. We'll find a time this winter. You name the date, Sabrina replies, almost like a challenge. We live too close to each other to go this long without hanging out, Porth puts in. Cleo doesn't reply, and Kimmy casts her a quick sidelong look, the kind of temperature check that passes between two people who know each other inside and out. Cleo's getting irritated. Remember coming here with Kimmy for the first time? I pipe up. Cleo lifts her girlfriend's hand to kiss the back of it. That's right, Sabrina says. This is where we fell in love with you, Kimberly. To be clear, Cleo tells Kimmy, I was in love with you well before that. Or, you guys. Kimmy instantly tears up. You've always made me feel like I belong. Of course you belong, I say. You were our missing link. Porth settles into the chair beside Sabrina's. We needed a redhead to round us out. Keep your eye on those blue-haired ladies, by the way, Sabrina says, looking toward the women nursing sodas at the next table over. When they go, we'll grab one of their chairs. I'm fine to stand, Wynne says, pulling the final available chair out for me. He meets my eyes. Go ahead, honey. Give yourself a break from those heels. I wonder if my fake smile is doing anything to soften my very real glare. Well, someone sit, Porth says. You're making me nervous. You know what? I touch Wynne's bicep. I'll sit in your lap. He balks, and I push him toward the chair. With the air of one resigned to his grisly fate, Wynne sinks into it, and I drape myself across his thighs like a living toga. His arm comes around my back, a highly impersonal touch, but it's all it takes for my body to remember, relive that moment in the cellar. A server stops by, and Sabrina puts in an order for a pitcher of margaritas, a truckload of fries, and Cleo's usual soda with lime. Could I get one of those as well? I call as he's walking away. As badly as I want some alcohol to disrupt the electrical impulses firing through my neurons, I need to stay clear-headed. The memory of Wynn's velvety murmur, arms up, baby. My drunken warble, did you get me the shirt about the rodeos? My spine prickles. The backs of my thighs warm. The crowd is roaring along to Shania Twain now, a bachelorette party tipsily leading the charge from the karaoke stage at the back wall. Before Kimmy, Cleo mostly dated ultra-hip people who were completely uninterested in hanging out with us. Laura, who rode a motorcycle and had the bridge of her nose pierced. Giselle, who always wore red lipstick and never laughed. Trace, who joined a punk band that got huge, and then dumped Cleo for the famous model daughter of another famous model. Then Cleo met Kimmy, a gorgeous and affectionate goofball who never stopped laughing, while working on an organic farm in Quebec. The first time she came on the trip, Kimmy, Sabrina, and I smoked the best joint of our lives in the Lobster Hut bathroom, then performed Goodbye Earl together. From the beginning, she belonged. With Cleo. With us. An uneasiness needles between my ribs. Again, I find myself wondering what will be, exactly, after this week, when the trip is over and the cottage is sold. When Wynn and I come clean. Sabrina has started filling salt-rimmed glasses from the margarita pitcher, and I fight the urge to throw one back. Instead, I lean across the table to grab one of the sodas the server dropped off and, in so doing, inadvertently shove my ass back into Wynn's crotch. Wynn shifts uncomfortably. What did he call it? Vindictive grinding. I drain my soda like it's my last shot of moonshine before an 1800s doctor pries a bullet from my arm, and then lean forward exaggeratedly again to return my glass to the table. While the others are busy pouring their drinks, Wynn drops his lips beside my ear. Can we step outside for a minute? He asks stiffly. I need to speak with you. So did I think. 5 months ago. It's too late to talk. It's too late for him to ask if I'm happy, or how my residency's going, or whether I'm dating the man he pinned our breakup on. I didn't sign up for that. I signed up to play this game, and now I'm going to play it. I sift my hand through his hair, winding the ends around my knuckles. Don't you just love Wynn's hair like this? I shout to the others over the music. Over the sweating lip of his margarita glass, Porth says, he looks like he's the tormented leader of a motorcycle gang. Wynn clenches my hips, a warning that I'm playing with fire. Just haven't had time to cut it, honey. I think it looks great, Winnie, Kimmy says. And the beard. I'm going to shave that too, he says. I turn into him with an exaggerated pout, slinging an arm around his neck. But I like it. The skin above his collar prickles, and our gazes lock in a game of chicken, his hand sliding across my stomach, his palm almost preternaturally warm. On a laugh, Porth says, hey, remember when we swore this would never become a couple's trip? Sabrina takes a sip. Pretty sure you were the only one who cared. Pretty sure you only said it because you didn't want Sabrina to bring her boyfriend, Cleo puts in. That was just an added bonus, Porth says. The main thing was, I wanted to stay young forever. Couples trips seemed like such an old person thing. My parents would go to Florida with my aunties and uncles all the time, and then they'd make us look through 100 separate pictures of them inside a Margaritaville. As long as I've known him, Porth's been morally opposed to chain restaurants. Probably because, like me, he grew up in the suburban Midwest and those were the only offerings at hand. Personally, I find chains comforting. You know exactly what to expect, no huge surprises. Chain restaurants are the murder, she wrote reruns of the food industry. Win leans past me to plop his half-downed margarita onto the table. "You'll have to excuse us," he says, hoisting me out of his lap. "This is Harriet's and my song." I'm sure I look baffled. Our friends certainly do. He gives me no chance to argue, just grabs my hand and pulls me into the crowd, Sabrina's voice trailing after us. How the fuck is Vitamin C's Graduation their song? 13. Real life. Tuesday. We settle on the dance floor, in front of the stage. Stiffly, I wring my arms around his neck and let him draw me in close, partly because Cleo's watching us and partly because at least this way, I don't have to look at his face. "You're playing dirty," I say. "Me?" he replies. "You just gave me a lap dance." "I did not," I say, "and I will never." "Doesn't Win's hair look sexy like this?" he parrots in a breathy voice. I didn't say sexy. When did I say sexy? You did the voice. I knew what you meant. I roll my eyes. I'm playing my part. What part is that? Marilyn Monroe singing Happy Birthday, Mr. President. The part where I'm supposed to be in love with you, I say. He stiffens slightly. Yeah, well, maybe you don't remember this all that well, but back when you were in love with me, you didn't often straddle me in public. Well, considering I haven't straddled you tonight either, I say, one can only assume you're employing reverse psychology right now. Sorry, Win. It's not going to happen. He scoffs but has no comeback. We angrily sway to the music for a few more seconds. We're really not going to talk about what happened in the cellar, he says. Nothing happened in the cellar, I remind him. So you don't have any thoughts about what almost happened? Something he said a long time ago pops into my mind. Tumbleweeds, I say. Rolling through my brain. He shakes his head once, the side of his mouth brushing my temple. Graduation has ended. Someone's singing Wicked Game now, someone who can actually sing. Not as well as Chris Isaak, but well enough to make the song appropriately devastating and inappropriately sexy. It's the kind of auditory hard right turn common to karaoke nights but less than ideal for these specific circumstances. Kimmy and Cleo have moved onto the dance floor, only a few feet away from us. Win takes the opportunity to twirl me, I take the opportunity to get a deep breath of air that smells a little less like his heady mix of pine and clove. Then he brings me back closer, stomach to stomach and chest to chest, so he can murmur in my ear, so. The heels, the dress, the It's a Spell face, the new appreciation for facial hair, any other big changes I should be aware of. My fingers catch the ends of his hair, and once again, goosebumps rise up along his top few vertebrae. I thrill at having the power to stir at least some reaction in him. He might have shaken me up in the cellar, and his life may be so much better without me in it, but that doesn't mean he's any more immune to this thing between us than I am. The coffee table book, I say evenly. The beard, the hair, the constant texting. Anything else I should know? As soon as I say it, I want to take it back. I know how quickly he scrubbed me out of his life. I don't want to know how fast he got the shrapnel out of his heart. His gaze darkens, prying into mine, searching for the answer to some unspoken question. His grip on my waist loosens, his palms gliding down a few inches to settle on my hips. His lips press together. I guess not, he says. When the song ends, we stay locked together for a few seconds, unspeaking, unmoving. Finally, we let go. When we get back to the table, Sabrina has claimed another chair. Before I can take it, Win sits and hauls me across his lap without hesitation. The message is clear: if I keep upping the ante, he'll keep matching the bet. I'm in no mood to fold. I press myself against his chest and let my fingers find their way back into his silky hair. He responds by sliding one hand up the outside of my thigh, the heat of his palm burning through the red chiffon. My pulse seems to drop straight down between my thighs. He nuzzles into the side of my neck, not quite kissing me but letting his lips drag over the sensitive skin on a slow inhale and exhale. "Could I get a glass of white wine?" I yelp as our server appears with the 6 orders of fries Sabrina put in. "Sure thing," he says, mostly avoiding looking at my and Wynn's ridiculous display before turning to scurry back toward the bar. When he brings the wine back, I drink it in one go, because now slowing my brain down seems like the better of 2 fairly terrible options. "You all right there, Harriet?" Wynn asks in his own husky equivalent of the "Happy Birthday, Mr. President" voice. I turn back toward him, leaning in until his firm chest meets mine and our mouths are close. My arms lock tight across the back of his neck, and his gaze slinks down me and back up, the muscles in his jaw flexing. His deep breath presses us closer, his pulse thrumming against my breast. His hands move to my hips, adjusting me in his lap. Drunk on the power, plus 5 months of repressed anger, plus 1 glass of wine, I lean even further into him, feeling my nipples pinch between us as I lower my mouth, like he did, to the spot beneath his ear. "Never better," I say. His fingers unconsciously tighten against my hips, glide down the sides of my thighs until they pass the chiffon and reach bare skin. We may be playing our parts, but that's not all this is. I can feel him stiffening beneath me. It makes every soft place on my body feel like magma, incendiary, volatile. But I'm not going to be the one to back down. "Dartboard's open," Sabrina says from the far side of the table. "Anyone want to play?" "I'm in," Kimmy chirps, jumping up. I hold Wynn's gaze, waiting for him to break. Finally he flicks a look towards Sabrina. "Maybe later." His eyes come back to mine, hard and steely. "I'm pretty comfortable right now." By the end of the night, both she and Porth have exchanged literal, physical business cards. Who knew they even had these? Not me, with a couple of people in the party, and Cleo, Wynn, and I have to basically mop the 2 of them and Kimmy out of the lobster hut and into the cab. Still, Porth finds the wherewithal to play his traditional end-of-the-night soundtrack, the eerily beautiful Julie Cruz song from the opening of Twin Peaks. In the back seat, Sabrina slumps against me, half asleep, a domino effect that forces me into Wynn's chest. He holds onto my knee, and I wonder whether it's his pulse or mine thundering between us. Back at the cottage, the sober among us herd the others into the kitchen and ply them with water. Upstairs we hug each other goodnight, and then, with my heart clanging wildly in my throat, I trail Wynn into the bedroom. I'm suddenly too nervous to close the door and be truly alone with him. He reaches over my shoulder and shuts it himself. His hand stays there, to the left of my head. There's a foot of space between us, but it feels like friction. Like straddling him in a dark alcove under the stairs. Like draping myself across his lap in a crowded bar. His eyes move back and forth over my face, and his tongue sweeps absently across his bottom lip. In a rasp, he asks, "Are we done yet?" I lift my chin. "I don't know what you're talking about." Somehow we've gotten closer. The corner of his mouth hitches, but his eyes stay dark, focused. His breath feathers over my mouth. One more strong inhale, from him or me, would close the gap. "Why are you punishing me?" I try for an angry laugh. It doesn't come. He looks too earnest, too lost, like he's desperately trying to understand. Like he can't fathom that all my love for him didn't just vanish, the way his did for me. That it had to go somewhere, and funneling it into anger is how I've managed to make it through these last 2 days. It makes me feel alone. It makes me feel defeated. He swallows. Can't we call a truce? He asks. Be friends for the next few days. Friends. The irony, the sterility of the word, stings. It's pouring alcohol over my wounded heart. But I can't quite grasp onto my anger. Fine, I say. Truce. Wynn's hand slides clear of the door. He steps back and, after a moment, nods. You take the bed. I can't help but think he doesn't look any happier than I feel. 14. Happy place. Morningside Heights, New York City. A 4-bedroom apartment that the 5 of us can barely afford. 1 full bathroom, with a rigid shower schedule organized by Sabrina, and a half bathroom we call the emergency can because there's nothing but a toilet and a light bulb with a chain in it, and it's creepy as hell. Original hardwood floors that bow in the middle, tired of holding up grad students' thrift store furniture for generations. Windows that get stuck for days at a time and must simply be left, tried again later. When it's hot or when it's raining, the smell of cigarettes past seeps faintly out of the walls, reminding us that we're passing through, that this building has stood here since long before we came to this city, and will be here long after we leave. After Wynn's and my first kiss, in the cellar over the summer, I'd expected that to be it, our curiosity satisfied, our crush squashed. Instead, the moment the door to our shared room at the cottage closed, he'd lifted me against him, kissed me like only seconds had passed. Still, we took it slow that first night, kissing for hours before finally taking off each other's clothes. Are you sure? He'd whispered, and I was. Will we still be friends after this? I'd whispered, and he'd smiled as he told me, you've never been just a friend to me. He'd laid me gently in his twin bed, and when the creak of the bed frame threatened to give us away, we moved to the floor, hands tangling, and whispered into each other's mouths and hands and throats, trying not to call out each other's names to the dark. Every night after had been the same. We were friendly until the door closed, and then we were something else entirely. Still, when we moved into the new place with the others so I could start medical school, and Sabrina could begin 1L at Columbia Law, and Cleo could take up her post at an urban farm in Brooklyn, I expected this delicate thing to fizzle. Instead, it heightens. When everyone's around, we find seconds of privacy, steel brushes of each other's shoulders and hips, the bare skin just beneath our shirts. And when we're alone, the minute the front door snicks shut, he tugs me into his closet-sized room since I share one with Cleo, and for a few minutes, we don't have to be quiet. I tell him what I want. He tells me how it feels. And this thing between us isn't a secret. Though maybe the secret is what makes it fun for him. One night, while everyone else is out, we lie in his bed, his hand tugging at each of my curls in turn. If we aren't friends, I ask, what is this? He studies me through the dark, smoothing my hair back from my forehead so tenderly. I don't know. I just need more of it. He kisses me again, slow and languid, like for once we have all the time in the world. He pulls me on top of him, his hands soft on my waist, our eyes holding. Our breaths rise and break together, our hands knotting against his headboard as he murmurs into my mouth, Harriet, finally. Finally. The word pumps through my veins, finally. You. Finally. I'm on the verge of crying, and I'm not sure why, except that this is so intense. So different than it's ever been. I changed my mind, he tells me. I think you're my best friend. I laugh against his cheek. Better than Porth? Oh, much better, he teases. After tonight, he can't compete. I think you should know, I say, Cleo and Sabrina are my best friends. But you're my favorite man I've ever met. He turns his smile in to kiss the inside of my elbow. I can live with that. We don't talk about what it means or how it will end, but we talk about everything else, text all day, every day, even from the same room. He sends pictures of the new mystery releases during his shifts at Freeman's to see if I want them. Or samples of fabric from the upscale reupholstery job he goes to after his bookstore shifts, especially the more abstract textiles that inevitably look extremely and only like vaginas or penises. I fire back illustrations from the medical journals I'm poring over, or give the textiles informal diagnoses, or send screenshots of Google image searches for cowboys and ask him, "Are any of these your relatives?" To which he always has an answer, like, "Only the one with all the gold teeth." When he dies, I'm actually going to inherit those. When he goes to Montana to visit his family, he comes back with a stack of 10-cent Goodwill paperbacks for me. She'll Be Dying Around the Mountain, Purple Mountain Tragedy, Big Rock Candy Murder, and Cowboy Stake Me Away, the last of which is actually about vampires and was misshelved. When he stops by Trader Joe's on his way home from work, he brings me cartons of ice cream, Maine blueberry or Vermont maple. So much of life is waiting for more of him, and even that torture is bliss. One night, after months of sneaking around, while everyone is home, he offers me a spare movie ticket a work friend of his cancelled, and we leave the apartment together. Outside, he takes my hand and holds it tightly, his pulse tapping into my palm. You. I ask what movie we're seeing. There is no movie, he says. I just wanted to take you on a date. Date, I think. That's new. I hadn't even known to want a date with Wing Connor, but now that it's been spoken, I feel a kind of breathless hapisad. Like I'm missing this night before it's even begun. Every time he offers me more of him, it gets harder not to have it all. We traipse around Little Italy for hours, stuffing ourselves with cannoli and gelato and cappuccinos, or rather I stuff myself while he tries bites. He's not big on sweets. He tells me he didn't grow up eating them, that the Connors were a meat, potatoes, and Miracle Whip family, and then he says, "Did you always love sugar this much?" "Always," I say. "And you just did that thing again." "What thing?" "The thing where you give me the tiniest kernel of win, then turn things back to me." He rubs the back of his head, frowning. I ask, "Why don't you like talking about yourself?" He says, "Remember when you told me you thought you were slow release hot?" I finally stopped falling asleep to that humiliating memory 1 month ago, I tell him, and now I have to start all over. He pulls me closer, hooks his arm around my shoulder as we make our way down the frosty, light-strewn sidewalk. After several seconds, he says, "I think I'm slow release boring." "What are you talking about?" He shrugs one shoulder. "I don't know." I wrap my arms around his waist, beneath his coat. "Tell me," I say. "Please." He hesitates. "It's just," he says, "I'm the kind of guy people are always more interested in before they get to know me." "Says who?" I ask. "Take your pick, Harriet." My brow knits. He laughs, but it's shallow. "I've had like 10 years to come to terms with this," he says. "People are interested right up front, but it never lasts. I told you I don't date friends, and that's why. Because once I get together with someone, really let them in, the novelty wears off fast. It's been that way since high school, when girls would come from out of town for the summer, and it's still that way. I'm not all that interesting." "Stop," I say. "That's bullshit, and you know it." "It's not," he says. "Even with Allison. I thought it would work with her, I really did. I figured I'd been going for the wrong people, so I went for someone more like me, who didn't have all these huge aspirations, so she wouldn't get bored so fast. Then she broke up with me for her yoga teacher. said they connected on a deeper level than I was capable of. I don't know. Simple? He sounds self-conscious. My chest aches, like I feel the little sore spot in him, the thorn deep in between layers of muscle. I'd do anything to get it out. I grab the lapels of his coat and look up into his face. First of all, I say, simple isn't bad. Second of all, simple isn't stupid, and you're not stupid, and I don't know why you're always trying to convince yourself you are, but it really is bullshit, Win. And lastly, you're the opposite of slow-release boring. I like you so much more than when we first met. Partly because you actually answer my questions now, instead of turning everything around to flirt. His brow lifts. And what's the other part? Everything, I say. He laughs. Everything. Yes, Win, I say. I like your body and your face and your hair and your skin, and I like how you're always warmer than me, and how you never sit still except when you're really trying to concentrate on what someone's saying, and I like how you always fix things without being asked. You're the only one of us who will actually take out the trash before it's spilling over. And every time you're doing anything, going to the store or doing laundry or making yourself breakfast, you'll always ask if anyone else needs anything, and I like how I know when you're about to text me from the other side of the room because you make this really specific face. He laughs against my cheek. I wish I could swallow the sound, that it would put down roots in my stomach and grow through me like a seed. He says, the I want to go down on you face. I hug him closer as we pause at a do not walk sign. I didn't have a name for it until now. The light changes, but instead of crossing, he draws me around the corner into an alleyway and kisses me against a brick wall until I lose track of time, of space. We become the only two people in the world. Until a group of fratty drunk guys hollers at us from the street, and even then we don't stop kissing, our smiles colliding, our hands twisted in each other's clothes. When we draw apart, he rests his brow against mine, breathing hard in the cold. I think I love you, Harriet, he says. Love, I think. That's new. And I'll never be happy without it again. Without any forethought, any worry, I tell him the truth. I know I love you, Win. He touches my chin, his hand shaking a little, and slides his nose down along mine. I love you so much, Harriet. At home, we gather our friends at the dining room table Win rebuilt from scraps for us, all our favorite people looking various degrees of terrified to hear what we have to say. Win and I terrified for them to hear it. We're together, Win says, and when no one reacts, he adds, together. Harriet and I. Sabrina runs to the fridge like she's planning to vomit in it, only when she throws the door shut, she's holding a bottle of Prosecco, then grabbing mismatched coupes from the shelf over the stove. And Porth is on his feet, pulling Win into a hug, then squeezing me tight next, lifting me off the ground. He shakes me back and forth before setting me back down. About time our boy finally told you how he felt. Sabrina pops the cork and starts filling glasses. You know that now that you're finally together, you can't ever break up, right? Don't put that kind of pressure on them, Cleo says. The pressure's on whether we admit it or not, Sabrina says. If they break up, she waves the bottle between us implodes. Lots of people stay friends if they break up, Cleo says, then quickly to me, not that you're going to break up. I'm with Sabrina on this one, Porth says. She holds the bottle up as she tries to cup a hand around her ear. What's that? Is that just global warming I'm feeling, or has hell frozen over and Porth is actually agreeing with me on something? I'm agreeing with you, Porth says, because this time, you're right. It was bound to happen eventually. She rolls her eyes, goes back to filling glasses. Harry, I'm serious, Porth says, setting his hands on my shoulders. Don't you dare break my delicate angel's heart. Sabrina snorts. Oh, come on. Win better not break her heart. Cleo says, there's no need for all this pressure. He would never in a million years hurt her, Porth says to Sabrina, passing Win and me each a glass of champagne. Just like that, they are back to their old squabbling selves. And she's been secretly obsessed with him for years, Sabrina argues. Speaking of unspoken sexual tension, Win grumbles, waving his glass in their direction. You two want us to leave you alone for this argument, or can we be done now? You. Sabrina says. Porth pulls a face. Thank you, Sabrina. I'm not saying you're gross, she says. I'm saying the idea of us is gross. Can you imagine? And also, the last thing this friend group needs is another romantic entanglement. We're already playing with fire here, and I really cannot lose this. This, she waves the bottle between us again, is my family. It's mine too, but I'm not worried. I already know, I will love Win Connor until I die. That night, for the first time, I sleep in Win's room. We lie awake late, with the sheets kicked off us, our sweat drying, and he plays with my hair. It's always a complete mystery to me, he murmurs, what you're thinking. I'll help you out, I say. 80% of it is picturing you naked. He kisses my sticky forehead. I'm serious. I am too, I say. You're a mystery to me, Harriet Kilpatrick. My smile falters. I'm a mystery to me too, I say. I didn't realize how little I understood myself until I met Cleo and Sabrina. They're both so sure of how they feel about things. He pulls another curl straight, and the gentle tug sends a current down my center. Well, we should get to know you, he says. I wouldn't know where to start. Something small, he says. Like what? He smiles unevenly. Like, why do you love cozy mysteries? I shrug. I don't know. They're so mild. His kiss against the side of my head melts into a laugh. Mild? The worst thing that can happen to a person happens, right at the start of the story, I explain. And it's like, this feeling of safety. You know exactly what's going to happen by the end. So many things are unpredictable in life. I like things you can trust. He frowns, his golden hair mussed up off his forehead. I'm suddenly sure I've found the one unacceptable answer to his question, the one that makes him realize I am not the cool, sexy, mysterious woman he has confused me with. His teeth scrape over the fullest part of his lip. You can trust me, Harriet. In that moment, he pierces a little deeper into my heart, opens another door, finds an entire walled-off room I didn't realize was there. He pulls me into his chest, and our heartbeats sync. I've never felt so certain of anything, so right, so safe. 15. Real life. Wednesday. Someone is jackhammering inside my skull. I roll over, press my face into the downy mattress. Thunk thunk thunk. A voice breaks the bodiless dark. Everybody decent? My eyes snap open on a bedroom washed in the dim grey of morning. The smell of wet stone and brine wafts in from the open window, and rain pummels the roof. I'm coming in. Sabrina. She's calling through the door. My eyes zigzag around the room, my scrambled egg of a brain piecing together my surroundings. I'm sprawled in the middle of a king-sized bed, wearing only my underwear and Virgin Who Can Drive t-shirt. In 3. Sabrina says. My gaze finds the jumble of spare sheets on the floor, the golden brown leg extending beyond it, the arm tucked under the mess of sun-streaked golden hair. 2. I hurl a pillow at Win's face, and he jolts upright. 1. Sabrina says. That's it. I'm coming in. Cover up your, I wave frantically at Win, goods if you don't want me to see them. His gaze clears, widens. He gathers the bundle of bedding around him and launches himself onto the bed, a trail of sheets spilling out behind him. Good morning, Sabrina says, swinging the door open. What's going on? I jerk the blankets up over Win's lap and mine. Sabrina's mouth curves when she notices the bedding half draped on the bed and half bunched on the floor, as if carelessly thrown there in a moment of passion. Breakfast was supposed to be 20 minutes ago, she says. Didn't anyone read their itineraries? Our novelty itineraries. Win says. For the rough schedule we always keep. Porth's head pops into the doorway, still damp from a shower. Come on. We've got a schedule to keep. Win pushes his hair off his forehead. Are you two on steroids? Bacaliadral. I guess. Cocaine, Win says. Pixie sticks and Robitussin. Up, up, up. Sabrina punctuates her words with impatient claps that I feel behind my eyeballs. Is it possible to be hungover on one glass of wine? I grumble. Once you hit 30, anything's possible, Porth calls, and the swell that carried the two of them in takes them right back out. Win exhales, his shoulders relaxing. The folds in the blankets and pillowcase left little indentations all over his stomach and face. As he stands and ambles toward the bathroom, rubbing his hands over his face, I catch myself studying them like there's going to be a test later. He looks over his shoulder at me, his voice gruff. You want to shower? Any remaining haze of sleep zooms off me, cartoon Roadrunner style. Shower? He looks puzzled, possibly by the sudden lack of blood in my face. Do you need the shower, or can I use it? Right. As in, do you want to shower by yourself? Not do you want to take a shower together? Obviously. I'm good. I squeak. Give me a minute to get my stuff and get out of here. He laughs as he leans into the shower, the water sputtering on. It's nothing you haven't seen before, Harriet. I slide off the bed and start digging through my suitcase for a pair of jeans. I mean, aside from the new tattoo, he says. I turn around before I can tease out the obvious jest in his voice. He's starting to pull off his shorts, and I yelp and spin back to my suitcase. You could wait 30 seconds to start your stripping, I say. Another gravelly, fresh from sleep laugh. If it bothers you so much, close your eyes. I step into my jeans and hop to get them over my butt. He still hasn't turned the fan on, and the steam is building behind me. I can imagine how it's making the ends of his hair curl. What if I close my eyes? He says. How would that help? I grab a fresh t-shirt. I don't know. Maybe it would make you. He trails off as I shuck my sleep shirt off and toss it onto the bed. I hold the fresh t-shirt against my chest and look over my shoulder at him. Make me what? Win clears his throat and turns back to the shower. Feel like I'm not here? Not necessary. I pull my shirt over my head. I think I'm done here. He doesn't turn around again until I'm out of the room. In the hallway, a groan of hurry reaches me, and I backtrack to peer through the open door to the kids' room. Cleo and Kimmy lie in the pushed-together twin beds in the center of the room, the same way Win and I used to. While Cleo looks tidy and well-rested, her braids tucked in a russet-colored bonnet and her skin luminous, Kimmy is starfished out beside her, freckled limbs strewn in every direction, last night's sparkly eyeliner smeared and her hair in a nest atop her head. At least she remembered to take out her contacts, I guess, because she's wearing her dark-framed glasses. Savas, Kimmy moans. You, Cleo gently corrects her. I feel great. Save me, Kimi amends. Cleo pats the sliver of space between them, and I flop into it like they're my parents and it's Christmas morning. I mean, not my parents. I had one of those upbringings where my parents' bedroom was treated like an FBI safe house. Don't go in it, don't look at it, don't even speak of it. Probably because it was the only room in the house that was allowed to accumulate mess, if clean laundry in the process of being folded can be considered mess, and I'm pretty sure if given only the two options, Mom would rather join the witness protection program than let anyone see our laundry. Wynn's family was different. When he and Lou and Michael were small, the Connors had a rule that they couldn't start Christmas morning before the sun was up. So Wynn and his sisters would sit in front of the tinsel tree waiting until the minute the sun rose, then run into Gloria and Hank's room and pile onto their bed, shrieking until they got up. Thinking about Gloria and Hank always gives me a homesick ache, or something like it. I used to feel that pang a lot as a kid, which never made sense, because I mostly felt it at home. I'm hiring a hitman to take out Sabrina for buying that last round of Fireball last night, Kimi says, flinging her forearm over her face. Feel free to Venmo me your contribution. I was starting to doubt you were capable of being hungover, I say. It's all the half drinks, Cleo says. She tries to drink less that way, and then loses track. I didn't lose track. I smeared. She holds her arm out to reveal a row of lipstick tallies that run together. Ah, Cleo says, fighting a smile. My mistake. I need 9 more hours of sleep, Kimi grumbles. Aren't you two hippie farmers used to getting up way earlier then? I lean over Cleo to see the clock on her bedside table. It's unplugged and on the ground a yard away, as if ripped from the wall and thrown there. Whatever time it is. And do you know what time we usually go to bed on those nights before our early mornings? Cleo says. 9. And I'm not saying we get into bed at 9. I'm saying we're fully unconscious by then. Deep REM sleep. I didn't notice REM anywhere on this week's schedule, I say. Oh my God. Kimi lurches upright so fast I expect her to vomit over the side of the bed. Instead, she turns an expression of horror on us. Did I do the worm on a table last night? Cleo and I both burst into laughter. No, I say. You did not. But you certainly thought you did, Cleo adds. Kimi gasps in mock offense. Cleo sits up and leans over me to kiss her. Babe, I love you too much to ever lie to you, she says. You could not do the worm if my life depended on it. Some of your other moves weren't too shabby, though. Hey, Sabrina screams from downstairs. Get your bodies down here. Or else. Hitman, Kimi grumbles. Cleo pops up onto her feet, balanced in a wide second position on either side of the bed frame. Babe, who am I? She presses her hands to her knees and gyrates nonsensically. Okay, if I look that good, Kimi says, I feel a lot better. From somewhere beneath us, perhaps deep in the bowels of the earth, an air horn blasts. Normally when we eat at Bernadette's, we take advantage of the outdoor patio, with its gorgeous view of the harbor and its wide variety of rude, fry-stealing seabirds, even if the temperature requires us to be bundled in fleeces. But by the time we get downtown to the red-shingled Greasy Spoon, the storm has blown back in. In the span of our run from the car to the front doors, we get soaked. We score a table at the back, where the windows look out on the faded grey patio, the striped umbrellas shut tight and wobbling in the wind, lightning streaking down to touch the waves in the distance. Bernie's is packed with summer visitors like us, here for the Lobster Festival's grand opening tonight, and the locals having their morning cups of coffee and reading the Knott's Harbour Register while tolerating the people from away, as they call us. At the counter, I spot my seatmate from the flight over and wave. He harumphs and looks back to his newspaper. Friend of yours? Win murmurs against my ear as everyone's peeling off their drenched outermost layers. His cool breath against my damp skin makes me shiver. I drop into my chair and look up at him. That would depend on which of us you asked. What, Win says, has he been bugging you to define the relationship? Other way around, I say. I'm head over heels, but he's married to the sea. Ah, well, it happens, Win says. The eye contact goes on a fraction of a second too long, then Win's phone buzzes, and his brow furrows as he checks it. I'll be back in a minute, he announces and slides away. I watch him back by the host stand, phone to his ear, his face brightening on a laugh. The expression makes my heart feel like it's blooming and then withering just as fast. It always surprised me how quickly the ratio of his face could change. In a second, he can go from that broody, tender look to almost boyish delight. Every time his expression changed, I used to think the new one was my favorite. Until it changed again and I had to accept that whichever Win was directly in front of me, that was the one I loved most. The server comes up to take our order, bringing with her a wave of maple syrup, coffee, and pine, Bernie's signature scent. If I could walk around smelling like this restaurant for all time, I would. I would also have to start wearing a fanny pack stuffed with blueberry pancakes, though, and that could make things awkward at the hospital. People get all up in arms if their surgeon has a partially zipped knapsack of food strung around their waist. Sabrina puts in our usual drink order. Coffee for everyone but Cleo, who gets a decaf, plus a cup of ice to mellow out Bernie's famously, dangerously, hot and strong brew. We should go ahead and order food too, Porth says, and when the server gets to me, I order my pancakes along with Win's usual, the egg white omelette with sriracha. Gloria? I ask when he gets back to the table and wriggles out of his canvas jacket. He looks vaguely surprised, like he'd forgotten I was even here. Ah, no, he recovers, avoiding my gaze. Work thing. Win's not a liar, but the way he said it feels distinctly like a dodge. Cleo pushes back from her vegan hash, groaning as she massages her stomach. I'm having some kind of Pavlovian response to this place. 3 bites into this meal, and I feel the ghost of all my past hangovers. Porth says, I feel it too. Yeah, but you, Kimmy, and I also drank shots of something that was on fire last night, Sabrina reminds him. Don't think blaming Bernie is appropriate here. I swallow my laugh, which somehow makes it louder, and Porth spins toward me and thwacks me, hard, between my shoulder blades. What the hell, Porth? I cry. You were choking, he says. I was not, I say. Okay, well, I'm not the doctor here, so. And is WEBMD now telling people that if someone's choking the best thing to do is punch them in the back of the head? Win says. It wasn't the back of her head, Porth objects. It was more like mid-spine. Ah, yes, the lesser-known cousin to the Heimlich maneuver, I say. The right hook. I'm sorry, Harry, Porth cries. Instinct took over. You have the instincts of a Victorian women's hospital orderly, Cleo says. Next time, stick with the leeches, I say. Porth frowns. I left those at the cottage. Are you okay? I'm fine, I say. Trust me, Win says. She's quietly plotting revenge. Our Harry? Porth scoffs. Never. You think that? Win sips from his steaming mug. But she knows how to bring a person to their knees when she wants to. I angle myself abruptly back towards Sabrina. So, what is there still to do for the wedding? Sabrina waves a hand. Nothing. Like I said, it's just the six of us and an ordained Unitarian Universalist minister I found online. I wasn't even planning on having flowers until Cleo and Kimmy stepped in. We don't mind helping, Cleo says. You'll get to when we have the big wedding for family next year, Sabrina says, squirting maple syrup into her mug. This week, I just want to be in my favorite place with my favorite people. I want every second to count, and I don't want to miss anything. At the clap of thunder and flash of lightning outside, she gestures toward the window. I mean, what is this? We were supposed to go sailing today. I check my phone's weather app. It'll be sunny and hot tomorrow. We could sail then. Just because the house is selling, Cleo says, doesn't mean this has to be the last time the six of us come here. I try to smile encouragingly at Sabrina, but guilt spirals through me. I want so badly for this week to be perfect, to be good enough to compensate for the fact that it will be the last. Not just in this house but as a sixum. Truce or not, I can't be Wing Connor's friend. Sabrina's gone quiet and sullen, and I know she's already thinking about next week too. I clear my throat. I have an idea. Matching tattoos, Porth says. So close, I say. It's this thing I used to do as a kid because I hated my birthday. Sabrina, a woman deeply devoted to the concept of a birthday month, audibly gasps. It was hard to manage my expectations, I explain. And it seemed like something always went wrong. A pipe burst and my parents had to put repairs on a credit card. Or Eloise was failing a class and needed a tutor. Or Dad's second job called him in for a shift the night we were supposed to go out. No matter how much I told myself I didn't need any big celebration, I always felt disappointed when things fell through, and then guilty because I knew how hard my parents were working to keep things going. A couple days before I turned 10, I had this idea, I say. If I chose one thing I really wanted and knew I could actually get on my birthday, then no matter what else happened or didn't, it'd be a good day. So I told my parents I wanted this Oreo cheesecake, and they got it for me, and my birthday was great. This earns me crickets from the audience. That, Sabrina says, is so incredibly sad. It's nice. I say. It's practical. I had a great birthday. Honey, it's tragic, Sabrina says, right as Porth says, I'm emotionally scarred. I think you're missing the point here, I say. Sabrina sets her mug down. Is the point that all parents invariably fuck up their children for life, and there's no avoiding it, so we should really stop procreating rather than continuing to make one another miserable? Cleo rolls her eyes. Neither the point nor accurate. We can't control how every little thing goes this week, I say. But it's been amazing, and it's going to keep being amazing. So maybe if each of us can choose one thing we must do or have or see or eat this week, then no matter what else, we'll have that. The one thing that we really needed out of this week. And the week will be a success. There's a beat of silence as everyone considers. It's a good idea, Win says. Across the table, his eyes meet mine. His overgrown hair is damp from the rain, tucked behind his ears. So many of his details are slightly different, but my heart still sees him and whispers into my veins, you. Hearts can be so stupid. I like it too, Cleo says. Porth shrugs. I'm down. Do we say what our goals are, or do we have to keep them secret? Kimmy asks. Why would you have to keep it a secret? I ask. So it comes true, she says. It's not a birthday wish, Sabrina says. No, I like that. Win's eyes dart toward Kimmy. It's less pressure if it's private. Porth nods. So no one tells one another their goals until after we've met it. You all love rules too much, Kimmy says. This started with you, Kimberly Carmichael, Sabrina reminds her. Lots of things start with me. That doesn't make them good ideas. Cleo puts her hands on the tabletop and gyrates in another stunning approximation of Kimmy's dance moves. Sabrina narrows her eyes. What am I looking at, and why do I feel like I had a nightmare about it last night? 16. Real life. Wednesday. While everyone else in town is packed into coffee shops and restaurants, sipping tea or eating clam chowder, the six of us brave the rain to tramp between candy stores and home decor boutiques filled with snarky hand towels about loving wine, our arms uselessly folded over our heads in lieu of umbrellas. Maybe we should go back to the house and chill, Cleo suggests after one particularly loud crack of thunder and jarringly close bolt of lightning. What? No! Sabrina cries. Kimmy squints at the roiling sky. I don't think this rain's going to let up. Then we'll go to a Roxy double feature, Sabrina says. Do you even know what's playing? Cleo asks. The Roxy has only 2 screens. At night, each is devoted to a new release, but in summer, the matinees are reserved for double features of movies set in Maine. 90% of these are Stephen King adaptations, which works for Sabrina but is less than ideal for Cleo. Who cares what's playing? Sabrina says. We always used to do this when we got rained out. It's tradition. We follow her down the block toward the bored teen in the ticket booth out front. Cleo eyes the marquee skeptically. Salem's Lot and Return to Salem's Lot. Weren't those miniseries? No, Sabrina says. Salem's Lot was a 2-part miniseries, and Return was a feature, and combined, they are glorious. You're gonna love it. I'm not sure I'm up for 4 hours of vampires. Cleo says. Kimmy pokes her ribs. What if they glitter, though? Oh, come on, Cleo, Sabrina says. Don't be a wet blanket. Please don't call me that, Cleo says. Sabrina lifts her hands in supplication. I'm just saying, this is the last time we'll ever get to do one of these. I glance between them. We're headed for a standoff. Maybe you just come for the first movie, I suggest. Miniseries, Cleo reminds me. And then you can go to the warm cup and we'll meet you after? Kimmy touches Cleo's elbow. I'll go back to the house with you if you want, babe. Cleo's delicate point of a chin lifts. No, it's okay. I don't want to miss out. I'll come to the first movie. Sabrina squeals, wheeling back to face the booth. Tickets on me. At some point in the last 30 seconds, the attendant has donned a top hat, and it takes Sabrina a beat to remember what she's even doing, face to face with this somber freckly teenager in Victorian headwear. 6 for the double feature, she says. Yes, milady, the teenager says. On our way inside, Wynne hangs back. You don't have to do that, you know. Do what? I ask. Find some crafty compromise to their disagreements. They'll work it out on their own if you let them. I have no idea what you're talking about, I say. His brows flick upward in amusement. None? 0, I say. They're having a great trip, he says. Try not to worry. My stomach flips. As much as has changed between us, he still knows me a little too well. I'm fine. We take up the whole first row of the tiny theater, and since it's otherwise empty, we stretch our wet outer layers on the seats behind us to dry. I'm trying to find a way to sneak in between Sabrina and Cleo. I wind up at the end of the row, with no one to talk to but Wynne, who fumbles with his phone angled pointedly away from me until the house lights come down. At the first minor jump scare, I fight the impulse to burrow into his side. It's not helping that it's freezing in here, and every time I unthinkingly put my arm on the armrest, it brushes his arm, which is scalding in comparison to the meat locker temperature of the room at large. Sabrina leans forward and flashes a thumbs up at us from the far end of the row. As if by instinct, Wyn snatches my hand against my thigh, and my heart leaps into my throat. Our pulses bat back and forth between our palms, a human Newton's cradle. It's all I can focus on, this lone point of contact between us. I notice every minute twitch of his fingers. I wonder if he's thinking about last night, me perched on his lap with my arms slung around his neck, wriggling against him like a cat in heat, the tension between us building. Because it's suddenly all I can think about. Having the lights this low gives us too much privacy for this to feel like an act, yet not enough that we can completely avoid each other. I'm so thoroughly not following the movie that when someone on screen is impaled by a wall of antlers, it's genuinely jarring. "Oh, come on, Harriet," he whispers as I yelp and thrust my face into his chest. "I'm sure that wasn't your first antler impalement. I've seen your library books." "It's different," I hiss, drawing back to peer at him through the dark. "Those are cozy." That just means whoever finds the body has a boring job and wears sweater vests. "You know," I say, "some would think your insistence on holding my hand suggests you're a bit unnerved too." "I'm unnerved," he says. "Just not by the movie." He doesn't sound flirtatious so much as resigned. Like this thing between us, this last ember of want, is an undesirable truth he's accepted. As our gazes hold, the pressure builds between us, heady, potent. I think about our 4-minute breakup. Curt, sterile, almost surgical. I think about scrubbing our apartment top to bottom afterward, cleaning the grout with a toothbrush until sweat dripped into my eyes and never feeling any better, never managing to get my head above the waves of shock and grief. I think of all the ways he let me down and of his most annoying habits. I've never seen a dishwasher loaded so inefficiently. But that's not where my mind wants to go. I need space. I need air. I need hours of hypnotherapy to erase him from my nerve endings. I need to use the bathroom, I blurt, and slip out into the aisle. 17. Happy place. An hour outside Bozeman, Montana. A snowy driveway and a frigid rental car, struggling to keep purchase on the iced asphalt. Wyn's warm hand tight on mine. He lifts the backs of my fingers to his mouth, lets his breath warm them. "They're going to love you." I wasn't even this nervous before my MCAT. No moment in these first 2 years of medical school has induced this kind of anxiety. In school, I know what it takes to succeed, how to win approval. It's something you can earn with work, but this is different. They might not like me. I might not like them. I might talk too much or not enough. I might keep them up with my middle-of-the-night trips to the bathroom, or put their dishes away in the wrong place, or get in their way in any of the millions of highly specific ways you can only learn to avoid with time. The windows are lit yellow gold, and the snow looks purple in the dark. It's so beautiful it makes me wish I were a painter or a photographer, someone whose lifework was capturing the ungraspable. Cleo would be able to bottle this moment if she were here. Before Wyn's even put the car in park, the front door flies open. His parents come running in flannel pajamas and untied bathrobes, the hems of their pants stuffed into snow boots. Gloria is wordlessly whooping. Hank hugs me before we're even introduced. Wyn's mother is taller than I'd expected, nearly as tall as Hank, with ice blonde hair and permanently rosy cheeks. Hank has thick sandy brown waves heavily laced with grey, and a more deeply grooved version of Wyn's face behind a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. His sisters, tiny Platinum Lou and even tinier dark-haired Michael, are already inside, sipping brandy in front of the fireplace, and after insisting on getting our bags himself, Hank ushers us inside, straight into a wall of noise. Even in front of his family, Wyn keeps his hands on me, at my waist or the curve of my back or resting against the base of my neck, his thumb moving restlessly as he answers the dozens of questions thrown at us rapid fire. The drive wasn't too bad. The flights from New York were long and cramped. We aren't hungry. As Gloria asks this, she shoves plates of pumpkin pie toward us. We've been together, openly, for 10 months now. I've been in love with her since we met, though, Wynne says. Of course you have, Gloria says, squeezing my knee. She's sweet as pie. You just think that because of the curly hair, Wynne says. She's actually extremely feisty. My face goes beet red, but everyone is laughing, talking over one another, and Wynne is kissing the side of my head again, squeezing me against him on the couch, and I feel like I'm finally there, that place I've always wanted to be, the other side of the lit kitchen windows I could see from my childhood street, where rooms are filled with love and noise and squabbling. He needs a stern hand, Michael says. He's not a workhorse, Lou says with an eye roll. No, of course not, Michael says. Much more of a mule. Wynne pulls me across his lap, looping his arms around my waist. How do you know Harriet isn't even more stubborn than I am? He's right, I tell them. Between the two of us, I'm the mule. Well, if you're the mule, Michael says, then Wynne's the ass. If I'm going to be an ass, he says, I'm glad to be yours. When Hank comes back to the cramped little den with its raging fire, he says, put you in Wynne's room, and I think, I've been here 10 minutes and I'm already and there's a sensation like an inflating balloon in my chest, a pleasant pain, like stretching a stiff muscle. Wynne had warned me that his parents wouldn't let us share a room, even though we lived together back in the city. In some ways, they're eccentric and free-thinking, and in others, they're surprisingly traditional. Later, while his parents finish washing the dishes, Wynne takes me to his room to settle in. For hours he lets me go through his stuff, picking things up, asking questions, while he acts as the docent for this museum dedicated to my favorite subject. I hold things up, he tells me about them. I'm gluttonous for all these bits of him. Plastic MVP trophies from his soccer days, washed-out disposable camera shots of him as a teenager, surrounded by girls with the sperm-shaped eyebrows and bleached-to-death hair of our youth. Pictures of him with friends at football games, their faces painted, and walking in summer parades, and even, in a couple of cases, at the rodeo. Every time I point to someone, he tells me her name. Most of his friends, it seems, were girls, how they met, where she is now. You keep in touch with all these people. It's a small town, he says. We were all friends, and so were our parents. I hear stuff through the grapevine. Some of them try to sell me multi-level marketing smoothies on occasion. At my request, he shows me all the girls he's kissed, and the ones who came for the summer and broke his heart before heading home. I stop on a framed professional photo of him on his dresser and snort in delight. You were prom king. And you never mentioned it. Wynne peers over my shoulder. In the photograph, he wears a black suit and crooked plastic crown, his arms wrapped around the waist of a pretty brunette in a silver minidress and matching tiara. The backdrop behind them reads bright lights, big city over a sparkling skyline that somehow contains both the Empire State Building and Seattle's Space Needle. Wynne groans. I swear to you that's not even normally in here. Pretty sure my mom put it out for the occasion. Oh? She wanted to make me jealous of your teenage flame. I tease. He rubs his forehead. His cheeks go adorably pink. She thinks she's showing me off. I can't believe I've known you for like 3.5 years and you never mentioned you were prom king. Yes, my finest accomplishment. He shakes his head. So embarrassing. What are you talking about? I face him. How is this embarrassing? When I was this age, I still had braces and a pixie cut that made me look like I'd been electrocuted. Meanwhile, you were crowned prom king while on a date with a teen model. I lift the picture, offering him cold, hard evidence. He returns the frame to the dresser. I wouldn't expect you to know this as a former teen brainiac and current brilliant medical student, but prom king is the consolation prize they give guys they think have already peaked and probably will be staying in town to be a spokesman for the local car dealerships. Hold on, let me write this down. I start to turn. He pulls me back, winding his arms around my ribs. See, you don't know this because everyone in your town expected big things of you, he says, grinning. I didn't know this, I reply, because I went to a 4,000-student school where no one knew my name and because I've never followed car dealership culture very closely. Ah, he says. Your first mistake. Wyndham Connor, I say. Don't you think this whole theory of yours is a teensy bit narcissistic? His smile splits open, and my heart follows suit. Because I think car dealerships would use me as a spokesperson. They've done it with like 80% of the town's prom kings. Not that, I say. The idea that all your classmates voted you prom king because they felt sorry for you. He shrugs. I wrap my arms around his neck. Yeah, that was probably it. I kiss him and he pulls me closer, lifting me up and into him as if to absorb me. Surely it had nothing to do with how hot and kind and funny you are. It was sheer pity. I kiss him again, deeper. And that, he asks. Extreme pity. I grab his ass. This too. Wow. Being a washed-up former golden boy isn't so bad after all. Someone knocks on the door frame. I pull back, but Wynn's arms stay around me as he angles his head toward the hall. His parents stand at the door, smiling, Gloria's head resting on Hank's shoulder. We're headed to bed, you two, Hank says. You need anything? Gloria asks. Wynn shakes his head. Just saying good night. Gloria's eyes shrink when she smiles, like Wynn's. Sleep tight. When they're gone, Wynn walks me back against the dresser and we make out for a handful of minutes before he kisses the top of my head and leaves my room. For the next 4 days in Montana, we barely do anything. We go cross-country skiing once, eat twice at an all-day pancake house that Wynn's parents describe as a haunt for old silver tails like us, and take nightly walks with the whole family through the snow. We bundle up like astronauts, and Hank insists we wear headband lamps so we don't get hit by cars or attacked by wild animals in the solid black of a Montana night. Mostly, though, we lounge around the fireplace, an endless supply of food and drink cycling through the room. In the mornings, Hank makes each of us individual pour-over coffees, a process that takes so long that by the time he finishes the last one, we're all ready for our second cups, and he lunges to his feet, without anyone asking, to start all over again. Dad, we're fine with the Keurig, Wynn tries to reason. His dad wrinkles his nose and shuffles in his flannel slippers toward the kitchen. That stuff's for emergencies, not for guests. Most meals are casseroles. Hank doesn't have the same affinity for food that he has for drinks, and Gloria's cooking leaves me feeling like a walking balloon after every meal. After dinner, our second night in town, Lou and Michael lie on their backs on the rug, groaning and massaging their tummies. Mom, you and Dad need to consider eating, like, even a single vegetable per week, Lou says. To which Gloria replies, potatoes are a vegetable. No, Michael, Lou, and Wynn all say in unison. Vegetables or not, the potatoes at least are helpful for soaking up the bourbons and scotches Hank lines up at their old wooden dining table for us to sample every night. Dad's the beverage king, Michael says to me. I see why you gravitated toward Porth when you got to Mattingly, I tell Wynn. That's not why I gravitated toward Porth. Wynn hauls me against him as he nestles back into the squashy couch. I gravitated toward Porth because he had the prettiest friends. Lou snorts from where she lies on the rug in front of the hearth. Thank you, Harriet, for saving him from himself. I think you have too high an opinion of me, I tell her. I also befriended Porth for his hot friends. Win kisses the top of my head. Michael and Lou exchange a look I can't read. Maybe they've seen this before, I think. Maybe he's always like this with his girlfriends. But I don't really believe it. I am in that phase of love where you're sure no two people have ever felt this way before. And over those 4 days, I fall in love again. With Win's family, with all the new pieces of him. I want to stay up late, digging through his old closet, where his mom stored his homemade stormtrooper costume. I want to sit for 5 hours in the woodshop, sawdust drifting in the air, while he recounts the fights he got into with Lou's middle school bullies. I want to know where every single little white scar and divot carved into his permanently sunned skin came from. The one from when he braked too hard on his bike and went skidding down the road. The white specks on his elbow from the agitated horse that threw him on his grandfather's now-defunct ranch. The thin line where he split his lip on the corner of the fireplace as a toddler. I want to stockpile these pieces of him, the quilt his grandmother made him before he was born, his embarrassing preteen journals, his horrifying childhood drawings, the dent in his mom's truck from when he hit a patch of ice and slid into a split rail at 16. He takes me to see it, the stretch where the beams are less dingy, having been replaced after his accident. He and Hank had done it themselves without being asked. Win ran wild here, and this place carved him into the man I love. With my hand on the wooden post he'd worked into the ground all those years ago, I ask, "Why'd you leave?" "It's hard to explain," he says, grimacing. "Can you try?" I ask. "You seem so happy here." He lets out a breath and searches the horizon for an answer. They had money from selling my dad's family's land. And they always wanted my sisters to go to college, because Mom and Dad didn't get to. "Your sisters?" I say. "But not you." His mouth quirks into a crooked half smile. "Told you, they are little geniuses, like you. Big dreams. I guess my parents assumed I'd want to stay. Keep working with my dad." "Because you love this place," I say. He runs his hand over his jaw. "I do. But I don't know. I was watching all these people with dreams and goals leaving, going other places. And I didn't know what I wanted. I got scouted by Mattingly's soccer coach, and it seemed like a sign, I guess." "But you didn't stick with the soccer team." "I never loved it," he says. "And I couldn't keep up with it and school at the same time. It was all harder than I expected. The schoolwork, the social stuff." "Everyone loved you, Win," I say. He looks at me through his lashes, his mouth curling. "No, Harriet. They wanted to hook up with me. That's not the same thing. I never fit there." I pull my fingers away from the icy fence and touch the spot where his dimple belongs. The corners of his mouth twitch, and the dip appears under my middle finger. "You fit with me, and I was there." "I know," he says. "I think that's really why I went. To find you." "That's a very expensive dating app," I say. "You get what you pay for," he replies. My hands fall to the collar of his coat, the tops of my fingers tucking in against his hot skin. "Did you at least figure out what you wanted to?" In the dying light, the green ridges in his eyes glitter like bits of mica underwater. His work-coarsened hands circle my wrists, his thumbs gentle on the delicate skin there. "This," he says. "Just this." Me too, I think. I can't bring myself to say it, to admit that the rest of my life, everything I've worked for, has started to feel like set dressing. Like loving him is the only essential, and everything else is garnish. He shows me the workshop too, the exact place where the heavy armoire fell on him one New Year's Eve while his parents were out, where he lay for 4.5 hours in the cold, waiting to be found. It makes my heart ache. Not just the memory but the smell, the cedar and sawdust and that touch of something that's all wind to me. You don't mind being out here? I ask, walking along the table in process, its top sanded down to be refinished. I always loved it out here, he says. So after the accident, my parents were adamant about getting me back out before I started fixating. It worked, mostly. I pause, fingers stilling on the table, and look back at him. I like seeing you here. He crosses toward me, gently takes my hips in his hands. I like seeing you here, he says, voice low, a little hoarse. It makes me feel like this is real. Win. I look up into his face, searching his stormy eyes, the rigid lines between his brows and framing his jaw. Of course it's real. He folds his fingers through mine and brings my hands to the back of his neck, our foreheads resting together, our hearts whirring. I mean, he says, like I can make you happy. This is me, happy, I promise. On our last night in town, we sample more of Hank's scotch and play a highly competitive game of dominoes, and then sit in front of the hearth and watch the fire crackle and pop. On a sigh, Hank says, "We're gonna miss you, kiddos. We'll come home again soon," Win promises, lifting my hand, brushing the back of it absently across his lips. Home, I think. That's new. But it's not. It's been growing there for a while, this new room in my heart, this space just for Win that I carry with me everywhere I go.